It's in my poops. I do have a nice bus. Do. Yeah. Come on, girl.
The Bank of America Institute is out with its consumer checkpoint for January, and, drumroll please, card spending up 2.6% year on year. That's the strongest pace in nearly 2 years, in fact. Here to break it all down is Liz Everett-Chrisberg. She's head of the B of A Institute. Great to see you.
Great to be here.
Great, now we have another conflicting data point. Okay, so let me
it's not conflicting.
Costco January comps were up like 6%. Fabulous number. Your January card spend, 2.6%, best in 2 years. Retail sales report, a dud, right? Job consumer delinquencies are at, a multi-year high. What's going on here?
So if we look at just the headline number, 2.6% year over year is the strongest number we've seen in almost 2 years. If you look at it on a month-over-month seasonally adjusted basis, it dropped to flat. Why was that? Weather, right? I mean, if you think, just look at the map. The South, the entire East Coast was crushed by weather. But the thing that I am looking at, the thing that I'm concerned that headline number is masking, is a growing and more expanding divide, not between higher and lower income households, that we've known for a long time, but we're now starting to see the divide grow between higher and middle income households.
Which way is the middle going?
The middle is going down.
Okay.
So both the middle and the lower income, if you look at their spending, they went down, not a ton, but slightly, to only up 1.1% and 0.3%. So that's the shift that I'm concerned about. And what that mimics is what we're seeing, that same shape in wages. So if you look at the way that we look at wages is the money actually coming into consumer accounts, and higher income household, their after-tax wages were up 3.7%, an increase, 3.3 to 3.7. So going this way, what we saw with middle and lower income households was effectively flat. So the gap now between higher and middle income households, 3.7, 1.6, more than 2 percentage points, that's the biggest gap in over 5 years.
Wow, and it doesn't feel like an AI story, right? Like, don't you think the AI threat is one that's more like a white collar, maybe higher income threat? And what do you think
it's not that people are losing jobs. And the way that we look at that data is we can count the number of households that are receiving income, and we use that to compare year over year. And what we saw in January was actually an acceleration, an uptick. So the number of households receiving income was up 0.8%. Okay. That, you look at the number of households receiving unemployment, because we can track that too. That was up 9%, which was actually the first time it was sub 10 since the summer. So it's not that people are losing their jobs, it's that the wages aren't growing as quickly.
Can you tell at that top end where you're seeing that growing divide between the middle and the top, and we hear that the story of the K-shaped economy is driven by those who have stocks, those who have assets, and those who don't. But that would imply that a lot of the spending by those at the top is coming from either the sale of assets or capital gains. Do you have any window into how much of the strength at the top is being fueled by asset and asset sales and capital gains versus, or is it just incomes, in which case high-end incomes and those very professional, highly skilled workers are not being affected by AI?
Well, what we're seeing is they maybe will be affected by AI, but they're not being affected yet, right? And yes, the higher income, the wealthier with assets, they've got more comfort, more cushion, certainly.
Yeah.
But their wages are growing and accelerating too.
I see.
So it's not necessarily what we're seeing that they're drawing down, they're selling stocks.
It's both. They're getting the wealth effect psychologically,
yes,
and they're getting the higher incomes for actual spending.
Yeah, and then the other thing that they're doing, which we're also seeing middle and lower income households do, is they're also trading down. So one of the things that I think is really interesting to look at is the consumer behavior, and what we're seeing in our data is people aren't, even the middle and the lower, they're not tapping out, they're trading down. So they're going from we're seeing it in grocers, from premium grocers to value grocers. That continues to move up. We're also seeing it in rents. And this, I think, is pretty interesting. Rents obviously shot up coming out of the pandemic. They've kind of settled a bit. But our data that looks at rental payments and what the consumer is actually paying is actually flat to down. Now, what's the contradiction between that and the official CPI data? Well, CPI is looking at like for like. An actual consumer doesn't have to have the same apartment.
Right.
If they're
So
stretched,
they're actually trading down
and they're trading down to smaller units. They're trading down to less expensive neighborhoods. What's interesting, though, we really see that trade down in higher and middle income households. Lower income households that are already in that low, you're seeing increased demand for that lower dollar price base.
Because there's more
So
competition.
lower income households rent growth is actually growing the fastest. And one of the stats that jumped out to me from this month is 25% of lower income households and close to 25% of middle income households are now spending more than 50% of their take-home pay on rent.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's up from, 20%, less than 20%.
And not all of
5
them
years
live in
ago.
New York City, amazingly enough. Most of them probably
Even
do.
worse there. Liz, thanks so much. Really appreciate it today.
Yeah.
All right, it is 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Robert Frank, along with Kelly Evans and Brian Sullivan, in for Joe, Becky, and Andrew, who are all out today. Among our top stories, the FAA has halted all flights to and from El Paso International Airport for 10 days. This is a very strange story, citing unspecified special security reasons. Local officials say they didn't get advance notice of the move. Also, Ford reporting its biggest quarterly earnings miss in 4 years, but the automaker guiding to a rebound year in 2026. Fourth quarter automotive revenue beat expectations, but profits missed. The company absorbing higher than expected costs from a fire at an aluminum supplier and seeing about $900 million in extra costs related to tariffs. Shares of Moderna are sinking today. The FAA is refusing to start a review of its application for a new experimental flu shot based on mRNA technology. The company says the decision is inconsistent with its previous feedback the FDA gave before the application was submitted.
So this El Paso, I want to go back. There's the futures. We'll get to the market in just a second. But this El Paso story. If you're just waking up, folks, the El Paso airport and surrounding area has been shut down by the FAA for 10 days. Not for 10 hours, not for 1 day, for 10 days. It's an unspecified security issue. They haven't told us what it is. Obviously, pretty much every reporter, hopefully in America and in that region, is trying to figure this out. It covers parts of southern New Mexico. And this security designation, if I'm not mistaken,
You mean it covered parts of southern
New Mexico, like no-fly zone.
No fly zone, right? I was going to make that.
By the way,
yeah.
cue the Roswell things. Anyway, that's a whole that's a whole different thing. You could be shot down under this security designation by the military. I want to make that clear. This is
But is it
weird.
a major airport?
It is for that region. So if you El Paso, it's fifth or sixth largest city in Texas, I believe. But it also is way out there by itself. So it's about a 4 or 5 hour drive to Midland. There's nothing anywhere near it. This is the hub. And if you're a military family, El Paso has a huge military presence. This is how you get in and out of the region. This is a massive, weird story.
Yeah, the FAA has officially classified the restricted zone as national defense airspace.
They could shoot you down,
Right, so
if you violate this order.
And to your point about how unusual this is, we haven't seen the airspace over a major U.S. city closed down since after 9/11.
So this is the first time since 9/11, this designation, and we don't know why.
Right.
So somebody needs to tell the media, us why, or you're just going to invite a whole lot of bizarre speculation.
Went into effect at 11:30 p.m. last night.
This is, if you're flying in or out of El Paso, no, you're not.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
For 10 days.
Crazy.
Hopefully more information on this developing or breaking. Phil LeBeau, I know he's on the West Coast today. Maybe he's just waking up. If you're out there, give us a call. All right, let's now get to Contessa Brewer. She has some of this morning's market minutes, and maybe she knows something about El Paso. Who knows?
I know a little bit about where El Paso is. I know nothing about why the airspace is shut down. So instead, let's go with Robinhood. Shares are lower this morning by almost 8%. After reporting a mixed Q4, the revenue was below estimates. The online brokerage firm was weighed down by weak crypto revenue. But look, it's been a tumultuous year for Bitcoin. A positive here, the growth in what else? Prediction markets. CEO Vlad Tenev called it the fastest growing business in their history. For more on the quarter, you won't want to miss his interview on Squawk on the Street, 10:30 Eastern. Meantime, Mattel plummeting pre-market. It missed expectations in the holiday quarter. The toy giant CEO said in a statement that December gross billings in the U.S. just grew less than expected. If this current move holds, and right now it's down almost 27%, if this holds, this would be the stock's worst day on record. And the latest bump in the road for a stock that has been up and down over the past year, underperforming competitors. Hasbro shares are up more than 70% over the past 12 months, while you've got Mattel down, well, 30% almost in one day. Rounding out Humana, down 8.5% this morning despite a Q4 beat. Humana's full year profit guidance disappointed. EPS came in at least $9 per share, but analysts polled by FactSet had expected 12. Those shares are off by almost 7% this morning. We'll keep an eye on all of that, Brian.
Contessa Brewer, Contessa, thank you very much.
Sure. Now the countdown is on this morning to the delayed January employment report. We'll get about 90 minutes from now. Steve Leisman is here to tell us what to expect. And Steve, we've seen a little bit of talk about, could it be zero? Could it be negative? Why is the administration kind of like, talking as if we shouldn't expect too much? What's going on with this massive birth-death adjustment again and revision? There's going to be a lot to unpack here.
Why is the administration talking? That's another issue maybe we want to get to. Remember, there was a thing where administration people weren't supposed to talk about the jobs report before it came out?
But didn't
Is that the first rule of the jobs report?
It's
You
like
don't
the
talk about
first
the
rule
jobs
of the
report.
jobs report. But
Didn't we check in with them and they said that there was no knowledge?
Amy Jabbers called them and said there's no knowledge.
Yeah, they're just saying.
You believe that? I don't know if you should believe that. But what we have here, folks, is the Super Bowl of jobs reports, and I'll explain why. This is a complex and crucial report that will be critical for the monetary policy outlook and the question of whether an economy with strong growth is generating jobs. We don't know that. The report, delayed from Friday, sees just 55,000 in payroll gains, just about the same as the prior 2 months. The Street forecasting an unchanged unemployment rate at 4.4 and 3.7 year-over-year wage growth. That's unchanged from last month and around where it's been the past couple of years. Some questions we have: the effective immigration restrictions and mass deportations on the labor force growth. So is 50 the new 100? Is that the new steady state to keep the unemployment rate unchanged? And then the possibility of a January seasonal upside surprise. Let me explain. January, by far the most seasonally adjusted month of the year. The government adjusts for workers let go after the holidays. But you can see right there, retail hiring was lackluster from October to December. Fewer layoffs than the season will expect could create an upside surprise today. In addition, composition of job growth. The administration has pledged to move from a job market now driven by healthcare and leisure and hospitality to manufacturing, but we've continued to lose manufacturing jobs. Finally, here we go. Big data revisions on tap, where we're going to revise from April 24 to March 2025, looking for an estimate of 911,000 downward revision. Probably going to be a little less than that. What would happen if it came in at that level? Your average monthly job growth would drop from 147 to 71,000 per month in that period. Then we're going to revise from April 25 to the present, picking up on what Kelly said. We'll have new birth-death adjustments, new seasonal adjustments, and the normal revisions of the last couple months. Do you have that all? The big issue for markets, whether the big revisions to the prior year should be applied after March 2025. Fed Chair Powell and Governor Waller think they should. That's why they're looking for maybe zero or negative. Stephen Stanley of Santander thinks the current low hiring rates in the jobs numbers already reflect that downshift.
Wait, explain that one more time. What do you mean whether they should or shouldn't be reflected?
So here's the thing. We're revising this number for the period ending March 2025. And it's coming down from an average of 147 to 71. Do you bring those downward revisions forward to apply to the current moment?
But the
or
government's not going to do that.
Government won't do
So
that.
they're saying whatever
but
they report, we should adjust it.
Waller and Powell have been on this idea of maybe we should adjust it forward. I personally did a little data analysis. Until the last couple years, there is no pattern to the revisions. So it can be positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. The last 2 years, as you remember, were heavily negative. And so what Powell and Waller are saying, among other things, they have other reasons for this. They're saying, look, the current numbers could be very, very low.
Is it something though about, and I remember folks like Nancy Lazar have written about this in the past, I hope I'm not misquoting her, but something about, you know, you go through COVID, right? You get this huge surge of startup businesses. Job growth, I think, was even better than we understood at the time. Then afterwards,
Yes.
they were thinking we were still going to create new businesses, but we didn't to the same. Am I on the right track? And then
Can I need to interrupt you?
Yeah.
This is not the 1 o'clock show where you and I get to walk out about the data the way we do every day. But in any event,
Why not? You got 3 hours on this show. You do what you want. I mean,
this is what we do.
Literally, the show's 3 hours
We do
long.
at 1 every day. But here's the thing. You're right. See, what happens is the data expects what happened will happen.
Right.
Okay? And it does so over a 5-year period. That was the same thing I just showed you why there could be a January upside surprise, because the data expects a large number of people to be hired and then fired over time. Same thing with business development. A lot of business development, and then if that drops out, you expect it, but it doesn't happen, and therefore you need a big
revision.
revision.
To paint a more positive picture, I don't know why, but that's my task of the morning, I guess, is that if AI is creating, or for whatever reason, low interest rates, better, is creating more startups now, it might not be that we constantly are, you know, shedding 1 million a year from what we thought the number was.
It could be. I think it's early yet for AI to be playing that role. We did have a huge surge in business development and business creation in the wake of the pandemic. And that was one of the reasons we're looking for. Before I go real quick, I want to look at the Fed funds probabilities here, which you can see, folks, if you have that up. The music's playing.
Where's the big metal hook of the vaudeville?
I'm just going to do this. April, about 41%, a little bit higher, a little more confidence in June, and there is a second cut built in, which I'm not showing you here, and that would be October. Let's see where that stands after this number. One more thing, 50,000. 95% confident level is plus or minus 100,000. You could come in at minus 50 and still be within the range. So when you get low like this, the band, it expands to negative.
Like quantum physics.
And that's your statistical lesson this morning at 7:15 a.m. 4:15 a.m. in LA, which is a crime to do this at that time.
And we'll see you again in about an hour.
About an hour.
More of this.
Yeah.
Steve, thank you very much.
Vacuums to air fryers and hair dryers, appliance maker Shark Ninja has it all. The company just reported quarterly results. The CEO will join us. We'll talk about air fryers, vacuums, Robert, and your favorite, the hair dryer. That's next. Plus, Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma on the battle over DHS funding that could lead to another government shut. By the way, maybe he knows something about what's going on in El Paso. The airport shut down for 10 days. More on that, more on everything after this.
Welcome back. We want to get you to earnings of Kraft Heinz because take a look at the shares, down almost 7%, bringing their one-year drop now to 21%. Again, they just reported earnings, and that's a piece of this. But more interestingly, the company is now reportedly rethinking plans to split into two. The new CEO is saying, since joining the company, I've seen that the opportunity is larger than expected and that many of our challenges are fixable and within our control. As a result, he says they believe it is prudent to pause work related to the separation and will no longer incur related dyssynergies this year. Instead, they're investing $600 million in marketing, sales, and R&D. That's the kind of big news flash out of Kraft Heinz. Quickly to the results as we unpack the stock move lower. They reported 67 cents a share in EPS. That was 6 cents better than estimates on revenue of about $6.35 billion, and that was roughly in line. So again, on paper here, guys, you think it can't be the results. It has to be that investors are blanching to some extent at the idea that they're now not going to separate into two, but to stay as Kraft Heinz, which itself had been a frustration.
They're rethinking. They still may split, but they're rethinking the split.
New CEO. He's got a new way of looking. He says the opportunities, again,
But they only announced the split
better than expected.
2 months ago.
Right.
Now they're...
Dyssynergy sounds like a word an M&A banker came up with to continue to get a lot of fees from
If you
breaking up.
separate vinegar
Isn't it
from tomato paste,
like
you get ketchup. I mean, you can...
But there's banker pitches, yes, and that's a big part of it. But when Berkshire Hathaway and Buffett is sort of expressing their displeasure, it still counts for something. And you wonder. I mean, look, I'd love maybe we talk to him directly, but I'd love to know what he saw when he looked inside and said, look, splitting this apart is not necessarily going to be more lucrative than keeping it together. Again, even together, all of the consumer staple names until lately have been difficult trades. They're having a bit of a better moment so far year to date.
All right, meantime, global appliance maker SharkNinja reporting fourth quarter results this morning. Revenue basically in line with Wall Street expectations at $2.1 billion. That's against an estimated $2.09 profit, so basically in line. Joining us now to talk more about that, the consumer, and more is SharkNinja CEO Mark Barocas. Mark, thank you very much for joining us. There's a lot of stuff I want to get to, but the first thing I got to ask you about is right on your webpage, this Cryo Glow face mask thing. What is that?
Yeah, so we introduced Shark Beauty into the skincare space about a year ago, and the response has been incredible. It's our first FDA-approved product. It's an LED infrared cryo face mask. During the holiday season, it was the #1 selling skincare device in the United States. We're expanding tremendously into skincare. It's an area of business that we think there's tremendous untapped opportunity for us globally.
It's creepy, you know. Hi, Mark. It's I understand. We see these ads, we see these products everywhere now. How important has this category become now to a company we still might associate with vacuums and blenders?
Well, look, we entered into the beauty space 3 years ago, and our hair care business grew tremendously. And so we looked at other areas within beauty for us to be able to expand to. We looked very closely at what consumers were doing outside of the home that they weren't doing inside of the home. Today, you can find med spas in nearly every town around the country. It used to be 5 years ago, you'd have to be in New York or LA or Miami to find a med spa. And people are going for treatments, spending $200, $300 on these treatments. And so we introduced the Cryo Glow as our first skincare device. We followed that up this holiday season with a product called the Shark Facial Pro Glow. That extracts and moisturizes and depuffs your face. And both of those products have been tremendous drivers of growth for us, both in the last quarter and we think as we move forward into the next year.
I got to say, as somebody that owns multiple dogs, the Shark vacuum cleaner has been...
The vacuum is amazing.
Been used a lot in our house. When you got multiple dogs,
and when you
stuff
don't, when
gets
the
everywhere.
Ones just won't cut it, I go back to the Shark. I know you have both. Mark,
there you go.
The Shark
So,
Ninja is fabulous.
Mark, how do you see the consumer then? Because what you guys do is you sort of take existing products and you change them, make them better, make them unique. How do you see the consumer? We just had a discussion about jobs and rents, 50% of people's take-home pay.
Yeah, listen, the consumer is clearly under pressure. I mean, you heard about it in the last hour that you had there. But I think that that's where SharkNinja excels. I mean, we deliver market-leading performance, great quality products, as you just mentioned, at extraordinary value to the consumer. We're not the highest priced products in the market. We're not the lowest price. The opening price consumer is stepping up into Shark and Ninja. and we're also the brand of choice for premium consumers. In fact, you could buy a Ninja or Shark product for $59. You could buy one for $999. So we really look at, we want to sell affordable, accessible innovation. And I think actually that positions us really, really well in the environment that we're in today. I mean, we grew our sales nearly 18% in the fourth quarter, which is an extraordinary number. I mean, EBITDA, grew over 36% in the quarter. For the full year, which was a really challenging year, if you think back at tariffs going into effect in April, we grew the full year almost 16%. So the consumer's really, really responding to our high quality products and our extraordinary value.
Mark Barokas, CEO of Shark Ninja. The stock's down right now about 8%, but again, it's kind of a sell first, ask questions later market. Mark, we really appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
And before we go, I just want to quickly, if we can show Kraft Heinz one more time, guys, just quickly before we go to break. The CEO, who has just announced that the company is revisiting the question of whether to split this up, is the same CEO at Kellogg who split up Kellanova, one of the most successful divestitures of all time. He has now come in and looked at that plan and said he might not do it here. He might not repeat the playbook that he was possibly hired to execute. Anyway, KHC is down about 6% right now. Coming up, another player entering the takeover battle for Warner Brothers Discovery. An activist investor is now speaking up, and they want one of the bidders to walk away. That's when Squawk Box returns. boring. Anyway, now to the latest in the Hollywood takeover drama. Activist investor Ancora Holdings has revealed a roughly $200 million stake in Warner Brothers. They oppose the Netflix deal and instead favor Paramount's offer. They say it's superior. In fact, Ancora's Jim Chadwick spoke to Morgan Brennan about this on Worldwide Exchange just a little while ago. Listen.
Now it's the opportunity for the board to step through it and negotiate the best offer as possible for shareholders, maximizing value. We think for Paramount, this is a huge deal. It's transformative. You know, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance for them. We believe that number will go up. And ultimately, this is the board's chance to not fall down and do the right thing for shareholders.
Now, yesterday, Paramount sweetened its bid and offered to pay Netflix breakup fees. Warner Brothers board is now reviewing the new bid, and you can see, again, this extended hours trading, Robert, the shares of everyone still in the green after gains yesterday. Paramount up 1.5% to about $11.
Yeah, that drama certainly continue. Coming up, the rising tension with Iran is playing out in the oil market this morning. And a programming note, Money Movers will have an exclusive interview with Greenlight Capital's David Einhorn. That's going to be at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, so stay tuned.
I got to take a look at crude oil this morning. Oil is up now about 2%, 65.33. So it is up. Don't want to make too much of it. Still mid-60s here in America. But President Trump telling Axios that he's weighing sending a second aircraft carrier strike group to the Middle East to prepare for possible military action if talks with Iran fail. It's a big if. Trump expects negotiations to continue with Iran next week. Trump telling Axios he wants the talks to focus on Iran's nuclear program and its ballistic missile capabilities. Iran expected to feature highly on the agenda today when Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visits the White House. Now, separately, the Wall Street Journal reporting some inside the Trump administration have talked about seizing more oil tankers used to ship sanctioned Iranian oil, but officials are reportedly concerned over potential retaliation by Iran. Obviously, seized the ships. Iran has a history of putting bombs effectively in the Strait of Hormuz, which is just a couple of miles at its narrowest point, so it makes it very difficult to go by. Either way, this on again, off again with Iran, I don't say rattling the energy markets. I have a 2% pop today.
They have to price in something. You know, we've seen it before. We've watched this. It backs up and then it goes and then backs up again.
Well, at least they're talking. They met in Oman, the country of Oman, last week, and at least the conversations are happening. That is a good sign.
True.
All right, coming up, the battle over DHS funding could lead to another government shutdown later this week. We're going to talk to Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma on that battle, plus more on the rising tensions, as we just talked about, between the U.S. and Iran. We'll be right back. Here's a look at the Capitol right now, where another government shutdown is looming. Yes, once again, with no agreement on Capitol Hill over DHS funding. The deadline to make a deal is going to be Friday. Joining us now, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, Republican of Oklahoma. Senator, we want to get to all that, but first we want to get your response to all of this reports this morning about the El Paso airport closing for a special security reason. We don't have a lot of information. I don't know if you've heard anything, if you know anything, but what do you make of this report?
Well, I haven't been briefed on this at all, Robert. In fact, I didn't know about it until just a while ago, so I don't have the ability to speak on it, other than I'm sure they did it for a particular reason, and thank goodness DHS is able to do their job right now.
Yeah, and one of the concerns about the shutdown is that it would affect TSA, it would affect the Coast Guard. But TSA is where the rubber really hits the road for a lot of Americans. It's what caused a lot of shutdowns to end recently. When people start to see those delays at the airport, they really get fed up and they call their Congress people to end it. What does it look like? What is the status of talks right now about that shutdown, and where do you think this ends up?
Well, keep in mind too, for your listeners, this isn't a full government shutdown. In fact, 97% of the government is fully funded. That's the 11 appropriation bills. DHS, Department of Homeland Security, is about 3% of the appropriations. So it's 97% of the government will keep operating. The talks are really nowhere. Robert, the truth is, I'm not sure what the Democrats' end of game here is, because what they're trying to do is keep ICE and the Border Patrol from doing their job. The ICE and Border Patrol agents were fully funded for 4 years with a one big beautiful bill. So the only thing that the Democrats have shut down right now is their TSA agents, our FEMA, which is very important because we're going into the spring season, which is very strong in storm-related disasters, our Coast Guard, and our Secret Service. So the end game here is very hard to predict when you're dealing with Chuck Schumer. I think what's likely to happen is that we do a continuing resolution once again for a few weeks, and that'll probably be sometime tomorrow. And the reason why is because you have 30 Democrats leaving tomorrow to go to Munich on Code L. So I believe they'll be motivated to get something done, but at the same time, I don't know what I don't know what their end game, what the results are, what is it that they're trying to get accomplished. If I can figure that out, then we can start negotiating, because what their demands are not reasonable.
Well, we had Senator Chris Coons on Squawk Box last week, and he said the demands are very simple. He said, we want these federal agents to follow the same state and local rules, same rules that state and local law enforcement follow every day. Doesn't that make sense to you, or do you think they're really asking for something beyond that?
Well, the truth is they're federal agents, they're not state and local, although a lot of state and local agents will cross-deputize with them. I don't know what rules they're talking about, because when they start talking about demasking the individuals, keep in mind the Democrats are the one that's been doxing these ICE agents, going to their place of worship, going to their hotels, going to their restaurants. What if you had consequences and laws against doxing, which is what the senator mentioned? There already is. The fact is the local law enforcement isn't enforcing it. Those laws already exist today, Robert. They should be enforcing it, but they're not doing it in the state of Minnesota, and they should be. And so you're putting the ICE agents in danger when you start talking about judicial warrants. Judicial warrants it would be basically making every arrest, even if it's a traffic stop. That's like making judicial warrants only possible to arrest somebody with a DUI. That's the same concept as having judicial warrants for arresting someone that's entered the country illegally. It would make the entire country at that point a sanctuary country, not just a sanctuary city. But if they want to talk about body cameras, fine. If they want to talk about training and making the officers go through more of a training program that would make them more effective, fine. If they're wanting to talk about equipment that the ICE agents use, okay. But if they're wanting to make it harder for ICE agents to enforce the nation laws, which by the way Congress passed and they're simply enforcing, we're not going to go down that path. We want the ICE agents to enforce the nation's laws. Why? Because we're a nation that enforces laws, and we don't want to be a lawless nation.
Senator, it's Kelly here, and as the midterms approach, and I'm just kind of following the pressure points of the administration, one of them does appear to be economic, and we can talk more about that. I know they want to make affordability front and center, but the stories that I keep hearing are, again, my mother-in-law has to show her ID on the train. That's never happened before. Like, people are carrying documentation around because they're concerned, okay, just on the off chance someone comes in. What do you say to the public this is stuff I'm hearing for the first time that wasn't even happening a few months ago. Are people overreacting to what they observe is a higher pattern of being checked, right? People who are naturalized citizens. Do you know what I'm saying? So what is your message to the public about these events and whether they should expect more or less of that going forward, especially at a time when the administration might have other things it wants to talk about, but seems to be okay with letting this state of affairs go on?
Well, the president ran very clear on restoring law and order and making our streets, and our cities safer. As far as people having to show ID, I don't know what it's like all around the country. I can just speak about my own experience with our state and what you see here in Washington, D.C. You're not seeing that. There's nothing to hide. If you're here legally, there's nothing to hide. There's no reason to hide. Most people already are walking around with a government issued ID, meaning your real ID or your driver's license. And anywhere you go, if you go board a train here, you got to show your ID, right? If you go board a plane here, you got to show your ID. If you go into the bank to withdraw money or open an account, you got to show money. If you go into a store and you want to buy alcohol, or a restaurant, you want to buy alcohol, you got to show your ID. So everybody's already used to doing that. Some of this stuff that you see, I can't say it's overreacting because I haven't experienced it, and those that are in my state haven't experienced it. Maybe that might be happening, but if you're just obeying the law and you're working with law enforcement, you don't have that pressure. Where we see a lot of these stories coming out from are these sanctuary cities or these states that are refusing to work with the federal government to enforce the nation's laws. They're not going above and beyond. They're just simply trying to enforce law and order, which I support them doing so.
I'm sorry to go back to this El Paso airport story, Senator, but
That's
I
okay.
want to sort of go full circle. For our viewers that are just waking up here on the East Coast or the middle of America, El Paso airport has been shut down by the FAA for a special security situation for 10 days. Not 1 day, not 10 hours, 10 days. This is you're from Oklahoma, El Paso,
Yep.
you know, critical. The airport is really one of the only ways in and out of that area without a 5 to 6 hour drive in any direction, Senator. How unusual, and I know you told us at the top you didn't know what's going on. So how unusual is it for a sitting United States Senator, there are 100 of you, that's it, to not know what's happening when the FAA shuts down the airspace for, let's admit, a maybe not a major airport, but a really important airport for that part of the world, and right next door to one of the biggest Air Force bases in the world?
Well, it depends on what you want to be read in on and what you're dealing with. It's not really my lane that I'm working with right now. Imagine if you talk to John Cornyn or Ted Cruz or one of the House representatives there, they would probably know. It's just not something that I'm dealing with on a daily basis. We got so many things we're working on around the world with Iran, which what's happening in Venezuela, and then obviously with DHS funding, which just does affect that to some degree. I'm just not, if I walked out of here right now and I said, hey, I want to be read in on it, I could get read on it. It just hasn't been a priority for me to be read in on it yet.
All right, Senator, we thank you so much for your time this morning. We appreciate it. Good to see you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so as we head to break, go back to the markets, going to check out shares of Lyft. Lyft stock getting hit hard. It's on fourth quarter results. Stock's down 17% right now. The earnings one thing, but the ride metrics really were the problem. The number of people just booking the Lyft in the last quarter, those total rides came in below estimates. First quarter earnings guidance was just a little bit light. So what's really going on with Lyft? That CEO will join us in about 1 hour's time, 8:40 a.m. Eastern time. We'll talk to David Risher about Lyft. Stock's down 17%. A lot more to do. More Squawk Box right after this short break.
Welcome back. Shares of Unity Software are plunging. The company just reporting a slightly smaller than expected loss on revenue that was just above the estimates. Unity saying it expects first quarter adjusted EBITDA and revenue to come in below estimates. The stock has been hit hard in 2026, down more than 50%, in part on those fears that AI software is going to be a threat to their traditional software products for game developers. So taking a look at those shares now down almost 27%. All right, coming up, gold prices moving higher this morning, just off that all-time high. And our next guest is mining for more. We're going to talk to the chairman of Nova Gold about one of the largest development projects in the United States. A lot of gold coming up. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
All right, welcome back. With gold prices near record levels, your next guest is making a big bet on what could become America's biggest gold mine. Joining us now is the chairman of Nova Gold, Thomas Kaplan. He's also chair and CEO of the Electrum Group, an investment firm focused on natural resources. Thomas, welcome. Your mine, okay, I did the math. This is, I love mathing. In Alaska, this gold mine, which is getting feasibility studies or whatever. 1.5 million potential ounces of gold per year. Lifespan of the mine, 37 years. Robert Frank, you're a wealth guy. You pay attention to this.
I like gold.
If my math, Thomas, you love gold. If my math is right, Thomas, you could have $200 billion, billion with a B, of gold sitting at this mine at $5,000 an ounce. Is my math wrong?
Well, you have to take into account operating costs, but the reality is that only 3 kilometers of an 8-kilometer trend on which the reserves, the 45 million ounces of resources are drawn, have been explored. And the reality is that even the 8 kilometers, which gives us the possibility to add tens of millions of ounces just near the deposit itself, represent only 5% of the land package. 95% of Donlin has not been explored. And we believe it's entirely possible, can't bank it, but it's possible that the next Donlin is at Donlin. So the math that you're doing, we hope, will actually be conservative.
Yeah, and I know that, listen, I was doing it more for sort of people waking up, they hear the big numbers, because there are costs. And by the way, this Donlin mine, we're showing sort of a graphic overlay of it, is about 450 kilometers west of Anchorage, Alaska. Having been to these regions, they are pretty remote. You've still got feasibility studies to do, Thomas, so how real is Donlin going to be in terms of what you know is there, what you think you can do with it, and just the difficulty of getting it out of the ground in an area that is very, very remote?
It's real, and it's happening. The horse is already out of the barn. You've seen that we hired Fluor, one of the best engineering firms in the world, to carry out the bankable feasibility study. We've hired a new project manager whose expertise all over the world has been building projects in interior locations with multiple variables on infrastructure. It's happening. And it's happening at a time when gold is a tailwind, and it's happening with John Paulson, who is the co-owner of the Donlin project. NovaGold has 60%, and Paulson Advisors has 40%. John and I are completely aligned on our long-term thinking on gold, and John sees Donlin as being the best way to be able to express his own bullishness on gold. You know, the genius of John is being able to find the right vehicles to be able to portray his fundamental analysis. And he decided that Donlin, which has the biggest gold development project in the world, in terms of quality, is twice the grade of other gold mining projects. Again, it will be the largest single gold mine in the United States. Its costs will be much less because of the grade. The exploration potential is probably the lowest hanging fruit of any large-scale gold project, certainly in the United States, if not the world. It's got all of this combination of attributes, which, when you look at them holistically, renders the project unique. So we have the best possible partner with the best possible project, and it's located in the safest jurisdiction in the world, the United States. And Alaska is already the second largest gold producing state in the United States and is a wonderful place for mining.
Yeah, Thomas Hayes, Robert Frank, I was interested in this involvement by John Paulson. This is something that he seems to have started with a smaller stake and then grew that stake over time, then becoming a partner on this project. You mentioned that this is in alignment with his long-term thesis on gold, which is, I guess, you share. What is that thesis? What do you think, from a broad macro government debt perspective, you know, a lot of talk about de-dollarization. What is your and John's thesis? Of course, he's very close to the president of the White House as well, about what's driving gold and what's going to drive it for the next 10 or 20 years.
Up until 2022, when I would encourage people to buy gold, something which I started to do publicly when gold was $550 an ounce in 2007, I was in the process of selling my energy company, which at that time was the fastest growing privately held natural gas producer in the United States. And at a private equity conference in the UAE, I said, I'm going to sell all my energy assets and move entirely into gold. And when asked what my target was, I said my first equilibrium level would be between $3,000 and $5,000. I repeated that to David Rubenstein on his program in 2020 when gold was $1,180. Now, the reasons to own gold were absolutely manifest. For me, they were primarily around wanting to be able to have a financial asset that isn't someone else's liability, a currency that can't be printed at will. I knew that the myth of being long gold because you're short the dollar was not true. When I sold that energy company, dollar euro was 147, it's now 120, and that's because You don't need the dollar to decline for gold to do well, but it gives people a hook on which to hang their hat. Similarly, oil went to 120. It's now half that. Gold went from 600 to 5,000 plus.
Well, you nailed it. So,
Gold is
Thomas,
a
let me ask you this.
currency.
Just as we have to go, I apologize. Assuming this mine comes online, and there's still things to do, but let's say it does come online, is there any risk that this added gold supply to the world is going to drive prices down?
No. No, in that case, I'll use the analogy of the horse having left the bar. Gold mining companies have the fewest discoveries ever in history, and it takes about 15 years from discovery to first production. Actually, it's quite a bit longer than that in most cases. And even 1.5 million ounces of gold is trivial in today's world when the Indians and the Chinese and central banks, not to mention Americans now, are starting to understand this bull market is real and has the potential to multiply even further.
Thomas, it was a great conversation. Good luck with the Donlin gold mine just up there near Crooked Creek in sort of the western north middle part of Alaska. Thomas, really appreciate it. He is the executive chair of Nova Gold. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're very welcome. And with that, folks, it is now 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I am not Joe Kernan. She is not Becky Quick. And he is not Andrew Ross Sorkin. It is Brian Kelly and Robert with you this morning. Joe, Becky, and Andrew, they're all off, but apparently not all in the same place.
Maybe 2 out of 3.
It's a mystery. All right. Among your top stories, it is actually Jobs Wednesday. In about 30 minutes, we're going to get the delayed monthly jobs number. Overall, Wall Street expects employers to have added 55,000 jobs last month, up from 50,000 in December. The unemployment rate expected to hold steady at 4.4%. Again, this is the monthly jobs number, normally on a Friday, pushed to a Wednesday because it is Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. There we go. Meantime, the House narrowly voting against a Republican-backed plan that would have blocked challenges to President Trump's tariffs on Canada. 3 Republicans joined 214 Democrats. That clears the way for Democrats to force a vote, possibly today, on ending the national emergency used to justify the tariffs. And this, guys, is the weirdest and I think the biggest story in America right now. The Federal Aviation Administration has halted all flights in and out of El Paso Airport. And I don't mean just commercial, I mean medevac everything, for 10 days, citing unspecified, quote, special security reasons. Local officials, and even you heard Senator Mark Wayne Mullen earlier say, they had no advance notice. If you are hoping to fly in or out of El Paso, the only major airport within 4 hours,
and to your point,
you are out of luck.
So this was 11:30 last night. It started, and would it apply? Obviously, if the airspace is closed, that includes the freight airspace, which might be more. I mean, it's not like it's a huge passenger airport, although it's significant. But would the
I'm not going to speculate the reasons. We don't know, and nobody's going to speculate, Robert, because we don't speculate. But I will say that this level of shutdown,
big deal,
is medevac. It's helicopters. It's freight. It's not just passenger jets. Now you can fly over it. If you're flying to LA or something, you can fly over it. El Paso, very isolated major city, about 4 hours from Albuquerque Airport, 4 hours from Midland, Texas. This is the way in and out of El Paso. This is a huge, weird, confusing story.
Yeah, I think we're going to start to get more details today, hopefully.
Hopefully any details.
Yeah, any details, exactly. Meantime, let's check on details in the stock market right now, which we actually do have from Contessa Brewer.
All right, thank you. That's fine. Let's go to it. Let's do shares of Ford, which are moving higher pre-market. Take a looking at Ford right now, up almost 1%. Even though the automaker reported its biggest earnings miss in 4 years, it blamed unexpected tariff costs in the quarter because credits for auto parts did not come in as expected. Full-year profit guidance, though, was roughly in line with expectations, and continued strong performance from its ICE models and commercial vehicles may be helping to boost those shares a bit. NVIDIA is in the green this morning as well. It's up almost 0.5% in the pre-market trading after UBS reiterated its buy rating and upped its price target to $245 from $235 ahead of the chip giant's earnings later this month. Look, this is a stock that has been flattish over the last 6 months or so, but analysts are seeing bullish supply chain signals, providing a positive setup into the report. And Mattel is plummeting pre-market. Right now, it's down more than 28%. It missed expectations in the holiday quarter, and those results prompted a downgrade to underweight from equal weight at JP Morgan. The analysts pointed to a continuing hangover in Barbie sales following what was a blockbuster year and, of course, movie. In 2023, Mattel's doll sales declined 7% for the full year, so rough year-over-year comps. For that and other top analyst calls of the day, subscribers can head to cnbc.com/pro, get more detail and context around those notable upgrades and downgrades. Those are your movers this morning. Robert?
All right, contestant, thanks so much. I blame Labubu. Labubu probably killed
Who is
the dolls.
Labubu?
That's a doll.
Like
It's
just
a
a trend.
weird.
I don't mean.
What do you mean? Who is
no, I don't-
Labubu?
what I hear, who makes it? It's just.
It's a small company that's now a large company, and the founder of that company is now worth billions of dollars.
Yeah.
Like the Beanie Baby guy.
Exactly. Like Ty Warner. Yeah.
Ty Warner.
Yeah.
You know, Contessa's also a mom of twins, so I was curious, what's her parental take on the hot toy? Because of, like Hot Wheels, Mattel makes Hot Wheels. He-Man is back, apparently, Masters of the Universe.
All of
Video
that stuff
games,
that we
video
grew up
games,
with
video
as
games.
kids, all that stuff that we grew up with is now hot again. It's like the 80s
We're
and
not
the early
irrelevant.
90s. But you know, Labubu, I went to China. I was there for the NBA China games, and I said to the boys, am I supposed to bring you back Labubu? They said, do not do that, because they're 12 and they are too cool for that.
Because if you would have done that, that would have been a Labubu.
Well done, Brian. That's a dad joke if I've ever heard one.
This is what I do. It's my special magic. Contessa Brewer, thank you.
Meantime, let's move to shares of Vertiv Holdings. And in fact, this stock, one of the best performers in recent years, is sharply higher today, up 16%. They provide power and cooling tech for data centers, and they have partnered with NVIDIA. They reported better than expected fourth quarter earnings. They said momentum will continue in 2026 because of deep collaborations with semi-industry leaders. Look at the one-year performance up 88%, and again, a 16% pre-market pop on that.
All right, for more on the markets and your money and what we're going to expect from the jobs number in 24 minutes, Marianne Bartels is Chief Investment Strategist at Sanctuary Wealth. Marianne, good to see you.
Very nice to see you.
It's a whole new crew here this morning, so great to have you.
Oh, it's wonderful to be here.
All right, so we've got the jobs number out in about 24 minutes, a monthly number. Are you, and Steve Leisman did an awesome analysis on it, there's all these variables in it. Are you watching this number closely?
I have to watch it, but am I really concerned about it? I'm not.
Okay, so a little better, a little worse. Yeah.
I think we'll still be okay.
All right, so if that's not top of mind, what is?
You know, we keep talking about this rotation within the market, and I don't think what we're talking about enough is that you have the Dow and the transports hitting record all-time highs as tech is in a bear market. And transports, we didn't hit a new high since 2022. It's a significant breakout. And what's confirming that is the manufacturing data. ISM manufacturing has broken out and is no longer in a recession. Then when you look at the durable goods numbers, the CapEx numbers are starting to skyrocket. So all this AI spend is actually really now showing up in the economy and in the data.
What you're saying is important. I'd almost say that the stock market moves you're highlighting are as important as, so the ISM, as you saw, there was some commentary within the report that just pull forward for tariffs. They're worried prices are going to go up. They're just pulling this forward. It's juicing the numbers, in other words. But then look at Vertiv, right? Look at Lumentum, who we talked to last week. Look at Train. All of these people are calling this a capex-a-palooza. And the industrial is breaking out. You know, some of these stocks that we talk about. So what else do you see that tells us this is real? This isn't just something that was a one-month aberration in the ISM manufacturing.
Well, look at a company like Caterpillar, which you think is farming equipment, is hitting record all-time highs. They are participating in the whole AI build. So
They're
your
turning their
industrial
engines into turbines for natural gas. That's basically what they've done.
and you're seeing it in many different sectors, right? It's utilities. Kelly, I never thought in my life I would say utilities are growth stocks and dividend
And yet
stocks.
growth stocks have become utilities because the way the FactSet's behaving and some of the CapEx there. It is an interesting reversal.
It's a very interesting reversal. So I think it's very healthy that we're getting this correction in tech, although you're not seeing it in semis, and those are the true leaders. There's been some rotation within the semis, but they're holding up very well.
So then rotation or risk off has been one of the, the rotation story is one where, okay, the 10-year falls a little, it supports the rally, it's supportive of this whole thing. The risk off move is no, there's kind of a soft patch coming, and it's not going to be smooth and seamless from kind of leadership A to leadership B with the economy and all the rest of it?
Well, given the midterm election year, which all of us have been talking about, if we follow that pattern, we're in for a doozy of a correction. Somewhere between 15 to 20% historically is what you get during the midterm election year. I think for investors, the most important thing is to have a diversified portfolio. It was okay to have a concentrated portfolio when the Mag 7 was doing well, but this is not a Mag 7 market. You have breakouts.
It's not.
No, it's not a Mag 7
That's a big statement, Marianne. This is not a Mag 7 market.
No, because you even have breakouts in small cap, right? And we haven't even talked about international markets. Major secular shifts now in the international markets. I don't think there's been a time in my career where you were in a secular bull market in the United States and outside of the United States. And this includes emerging markets. So the
all-time high this morning again for the, what was it, the EEM or something? So this you think has legs?
Has significant legs. When I say
Long
secular
legs.
bull market, very long legs, 10, 15 years.
Wow, 10 to 15 years?
10 to 15 years. I don't think people understand the magnitude of the shift
Because
of
of
what's
earnings
happening.
power and all that?
Whether it's AI, certainly earnings have troughed, certainly there's value outside. Japan is a very specific story. That's a major turnaround. They're producing earnings, they have corporate governance, they're buying back shares.
Maybe Korea will be next. I know we have to go, but 10 to 15 years is quite a statement. It's amazing. It's amazing what you said, to have them both doing well at the same time. Marianne, it's great to have you here this morning. Thanks. Marianne Bartels.
All right, coming up, Zillow stock dipping after fourth quarter results. CEO Jeremy Waxman is going to join us to talk about the results and this very tight housing market. And later, Lyft CEO David Risher on the company's rider and revenue miss. The company also announcing a $1 billion stock buyback plan. That stock down double digits in the pre-market. Squawk Box, we'll be right back. Zillow shares falling after its fourth quarter earnings missed by just a penny. Revenues, though, topping forecasts. Joining us now to talk about the quarter, the housing market, 3D floor plans, all kinds of fun stuff is Zillow CEO Jeremy Waxman. Jeremy, thank you so much for joining us. A lot of our viewers and even anchors love to spend a lot of time on your site. Tell us, the stock having a bit of a tough year, down 30+% over the past 12 months. What did you see this quarter? What do you see as the bright spots that maybe the market isn't really appreciating right now?
Yeah, I mean, we love what we're doing at Zillow. Q4 results grew the company 18% year over year, expanding our EBITDA margins, generating GAAP net income. Our goal for last year was double-digit revenue growth, mid-teens, expand EBITDA margins, and generate net income for the first time for the full year as a company, and we did that. And more importantly, we did that against a flat housing market. It's not like we're seeing a lot of housing market relief. Transaction volumes are depressed, and they have been for a couple years. But Zillow is able to grow and gain share because we're delivering the experiences we talked about, these immersive, interactive experiences to drive buyers and sellers to use Zillow. And we're connecting more and more of them with our agents, our loan officers to drive more transactions. Right. That's really our goal.
And a lot of people have fun spending time on your website, but the real business, especially as you've moved it, is now being part of that transaction.
That's right.
As you just mentioned, we had about 4 million home sales last year. That was like part of a 30-year low.
That's right.
We're not seeing any improvement. So tell us about exactly how you make money, and how does that model continue to evolve? Does it really ultimately rely on this housing market improving?
We don't. We're able to grow, as you're seeing, in what the worst housing market we've seen on transaction volumes in the last 30 years. And that's because, as you point out, we've moved from what was just an advertising business to helping participate in more transactions. And we all know Zillow. Many people use Zillow. Hundreds of millions of folks do. We love that. When you're ready to transact, we offer those services. We offer great agents, great loan officers, increasingly software for you and your agent.
You're actually squarely in the brokerage business now.
We are not a brokerage. So we are a software company, and we are a media company, and agents at thousands of brokerages across the country will want to work with Zillow customers, and we empower them not just with the leads and customers, but with the data and the software and tools.
Because it used to be that you would basically make money by charging agents for leads, right? That 70% of your revenue came from real estate agents for leads. What is being in the middle of that transaction, instead of just sort of being a matchmaker, what does that actually mean? What are you charging for? How much is that business model? Especially as we've seen the business model for brokers themselves changing, especially for those who represent the buyers.
That's right. So think about it two ways. One, agents, we're revenue sharing the advertising with them. So instead of paying us up front for advertising, we connect them with a buyer or seller. If they close that buyer and seller, then we share in the revenue with them. That is now about 45%, 44% of our customers in our for sale business now participate that way. The other way is we offer mortgages. Many folks don't know we actually originate home loans at Zillow Home Loans. And so if you're on Zillow and you found your agent and you're messaging with your agent inside the Zillow app, you might want to get pre-approved and actually get a loan, and you can do that all inside the Zillow app. And we find that integration, right, that one-stop shop, that's what customers prefer, and that's what's driving mortgages growth. Mortgages up 39% last quarter.
And we've seen a lot of efforts on Capitol Hill and the White House to improve this housing market, to make it more affordable, to restart that market. What do you think needs to happen? I mean, interest rates are, as we pointed out, the 10-year down a little bit today at around 4.12, so that's going to give us a little bit help on the rates, but we don't see that coming down, certainly below 5 anytime soon. From a policy perspective, as you see all these proposals out there, institutional buyers can't buy real estate, et cetera, what do you think would really work?
The housing affordability problem is an availability problem. The supply side of the market has been far depressed for far too long. Zillow estimates we are 5 million homes underbuilt. We've been accumulating this deficit since the global financial crisis, which is why the 21st Century Housing Act that came out from the House yesterday, we think is a great step towards that. We were really pleased to see how focused that is on supply, on streamlining, permitting, regulatory reform to get it easier to build at the local level, on fast-tracking things like pre-approved designs, on working on modular housing. It's not going to be an overnight solution, but enabling more supply in for sale and rentals at the local level, that will help unlock the housing market and increase transaction volumes over time.
Yeah, again, you have all these kind of fun features now. Well, how does the drone thing work? Do you guys pay for that, or who pays for that?
Yeah, so you're talking about Zillow Showcase, which is something that's now on a growing percentage of listings. Interactive floor plans, as we were talking about. Yes. You can sit there and look at where the photos are on the floor plan. You can fly around the house. You can walk around the inside.
You can change the furniture. You can say, I want the Scandinavian look.
Putting your own furniture.
That's right.
Your vibe, like if you were like, I'm a farmhouse person, how would this home look with, not that I've spent too many hours.
That's our software and technology that we provide to agents and photographers. Our goal there is, can you make it easy to do so you can get it on more homes?
So yesterday we had the wealth managers, Schwab's, the LPLs, they got hit because there was some news about an AI thing that did basically tax planning for you. We know that real estate agents, their whole model's been changing lately. Buyer's agency, things are out like this. But they just want to sell homes. They don't want to do all the back end stuff. How close are we on Zillow to AI doing all the stuff that the non-revenue generating stuff?
I do ask AI a fair amount. We'll say, here's the parameters, and what would you point us towards? But then usually you have to look at the listing using Zillow or Realtor.com.
The thing about our category is AI is not going to replace the consumer or the professional making the biggest decision you ever make, and you make it once every 14 years. But I think you nailed it. What AI is going to do is take away all the busy work. And I'll give you an example. We provide software to agents. We provide a software system most people haven't heard of called Follow Up Boss. Most of the top agent teams in the country use it to run their business. They're small business operators. We've been putting AI features in there to help just automate all the back office, all the busy work. We launched something called Smart Messages. You and I have a conversation, you need to follow up with me. You had to type that message out before. Well, now AI can generate suggestions, you can just hit approve. 7 million of those are getting sent now.
Quick question on that, because I totally agree, but could there ever be a day where when I type in, show me photos for this home for sale, where the platform, whether it's Gemini or Google, shows me that directly? Think a little bit about like booking a flight.
Yeah.
What is there regulation that forces people to have to, like MLS or something, where you have to go to an intermediary like yours or like Realtor.com in order to see the property?
I mean, I think traffic trends change over time, right? Zillow gets 80% of its traffic direct. So we always have this question about Google search. Now we have this question about the LLMs. That's why we built the app inside of ChatGPT. Whether you dream and shop and find us from different places, from Gemini or from OpenAI over time, you're eventually still going to want to use the interactive tour. You're going to want to get pre-approved. You're going to want to hire an agent to go actually look at the house. The transaction, the vertically integrated experience, that's something where we think AI will power it.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard for a transaction that's so complex, so regulated, and you do so infrequently. You're going to want the help. To your point, you're going to want it to do your job and your agent's job.
Well, they always just want to focus on making money, not doing all the stuff.
That's right.
It just doesn't bring in money. It's just annoying.
Agents want to help. They want to be consultants. They want to be therapists. They kind of want to be part-time wealth managers to help you transact. They don't want to be doing the paperwork.
Yeah.
They don't want to be doing the paperwork, and we want to help them take away the paperwork.
So true.
Jeremy, thanks so much for joining us. We
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, 821 here, still to come on Squawk Box. Lyft shares getting hammered today. Disappointing results, more disappointing rider numbers. We're going to get a clear view on what exactly is going on with Lyft and its business with the CEO. But by the way, folks, it is Jobs Wednesday. The jobs number, which normally comes out on Friday, no, it is coming out here in about 7 minutes time. We'll get the numbers, we'll get the market reaction. There is a lot more to do. You're watching Squawk. We're back right after this.
Stocks are sliding on AI fears after platform Altruist unveiled an AI-powered tax planning tool for advisors. Raymond James yesterday was down 9%. Charles Schwab more than 7%. LPL Financial, same story. Now this space joins insurance, software, and private credit. All as sectors hit in like the past week by concerns about AI disruptions. Why we're just talking about it on the Zillow front as well. We'll see what happens as they open in about an hour's time today. And then when we return, it's the January jobs report. We'll have the numbers, the breakdown. It's a complicated and important one. And of course, the market reaction next. Dow still looking to open higher by about 83 points right now, 43 for the NASDAQ, 12 for the S&P after a record-setting week already. And here are the current predictions on the number. Will it be over 40K? Yes, says Kalshi. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Okay, let's get you the setup because we are literally 30 seconds for the January jobs report. Here's what you need to know. They call it scores on the doors. Dow implied to open higher, 85, S&P 12. The Treasuries, the last check on the 10-year was right around 412, 4 1/8. Can we call it that? Rick Santelli is standing by. Wait, don't go to him, Rick. You know what? Let's take a quick look across the Treasury complex. There's the 2-year yield backing up ever so slightly to 345. The 30-year and the longer end is where, again, you're seeing a little bit of this decompression happening at 477 for the 30-year there. Rick Santelli has the numbers. Hi, Rick.
Hi, good morning, Kelly. Yes, it's Jobs Wednesday. Not necessarily a Friday, but every bit as important. Non-farm payrolls for January coming in twice expectations at 130,000. 130K, that would be the juiciest going back to April of last year when it was 158. Now, if we look at a couple of months worth of revision, they came in at minus 17,000. Now, let's look for average hourly earnings month over month, up 0.4, That's 1/10 higher than both looking back and looking forward. 4/10 would equal October last year. You are all the way back to the summer of 24 to find a higher month-over-month earnings number. Let's go year over year. 3.7 exactly as expected. 1/10 light to 3.8 in the rear view mirror. So how does that stack up? 3.7 would be the lightest since it was actually 3.6 Thanksgiving of last year. Now let's look at hours worked, shall we? 34.3. That increase, that's a good thing. That's up 1/10 from both what we were expecting and our last look. 34.3 would equal November. To find a higher one, you're all the way back to March of 24. Now the unemployment rate, maybe the most important number of all, and it moves down 1/10. 4.3%. All the naysayers out there, they're gonna like this set of data points. 4.3 would be equal to where we were in August of last year. To find a lower number, you're looking at June of last year. Labor force participation moved up as well. More good news, 62.5. That would be the best since it was 62.6 in April of last year. And drumroll please, the final number I'm going to give you is U6, the underemployment rate, and it comes in at 8%. 8%. Last look was 8.4. 8% would be the best going all the way back to July when it was 7.9. Now, for the bad news, but expected bad news, we're looking at benchmark revisions from April of 24 to March of 25. The original number that we were looking at was around minus 900,000, comes in at minus 862,000. So the benchmark revisions are a little less than expected, but some were actually think it'll be in the 700,000 camp. So that comes into minus 862. What are yields doing? Zoom, zoom, zoom is what yields are doing. We moved from 12, which was down 3 on a 10-year, to 4.19. That makes sense. A 2-year really screaming from 3.45 all the way up to 3.53. Why? Because these are solid, solid data points. And one more thing I'd like to point out, I am really on this kick. I think seasonal adjustments are dead on arrival on most numbers. Yesterday's retail sales looked flat. I brought it out at 8:30, but if you look at non-seasonally adjusted, it was the strongest December on record at 818 billion. Kelly, Sully, back to you.
Everybody, Rick, thank you very much. And again, focus on the market reaction here. Futures are moving positive, even with that big move higher in Treasury yields that Rick was just discussing. Dow would open higher 200 points. This, guys, could become the day where we find out if good news is good news, or if we have to flip the script and say good news is bad news because Treasury yields are going up, Fed cuts are less likely, Mag 7 trade becomes a real focus.
I think I hear something. You know what that is? Steve, you hear that? Steve Leisman? I think that's the sound of rate cut expectations dying.
And yet,
what is that
look
noise?
at futures.
If a rate cut fell in the forest and nobody was there to hear it, would it actually? Quickly, government down another 42,000, the federal side minus 34. We kind of thought we were done with that, expecting some stuff. I'll start there. I will say an extra 100,000 downward or upward adjustment because of seasonals in terms of the NSA and the SA. So my concern ahead of this number, that part of this strength could be on the seasonal side. You did see a big pop, for example, in general merchandise stores that was up 18 or 19,000, and the big job growth coming 123,000 in healthcare and social assistance, with healthcare being 82,000 of that. So I don't know if there's a seasonal issue there. But that's where the strength has been in the economy.
But it's corroborated by the household. I mean, when the unemployment rate goes to 4.3 now, right? So, I mean, it kind of, don't you agree? Both, sometimes we get a tale of two surveys, right?
Yeah,
both of them are pretty positive.
I think they don't, over a year they work together. I don't look at the month-to-month being corroborating.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying there, and
yeah,
that's not a crazy idea, but I don't like to do that on a month-to-month basis.
But a good trend, look, 4.5 in November, 4.40 in December,
right.
4.30 in January. I mean, that looks like a trend.
It does, but you remember you had the downward revisions November, December into the 40s. that seems to me like more the accurate run rate. I would not expect at this moment, unless you're going to keep doing these kind of numbers on the healthcare, that these numbers would crank up. One good piece of news, you did have a turnaround in manufacturing. That was up 5,000. It has been a perennial.
That actually, Steve, is an important one. Since
Yeah.
the tariffs last April, haven't we been shedding manufacturing
jobs? This was
some hiring there.
It's been up and down. It's not a big number. I was trying to think of construction. I think was also higher as well. Where's that construction number? That's up 33,000. So that's a good number. In that specialty trade contractors, which could be government work, and I don't know if that also picks up the data center construction that's been out there. So again, just be clear, I would take this with a bit of a grain of salt. Rick is right. There was some hope that this 911,000 estimate of big downward revisions was going to be more in the 7s. It ended up being in the mid-8s. That's a big downward adjustment. I haven't done the calculation. But certainly what you would do is you would take all of that period of time and you would adjust downward the average month. I need to look at how they apportion it out over months. So was the weakness towards the end of the period, towards the middle, and also there will be downward adjustments, and I'll get some analysis on this shortly, on whether, on the revisions to the subsequent 9 months of 25 and 26.
While you work on, stay right there also, let's bring in a few more voices to react here to what we just learned. Again, a big jobs report with a lot to unpack. Kitty Richards is Senior Strategic Advisor at Groundwork Collaborative and a former Treasury official in the Biden administration. Peter St. Onge is Senior Economist at the Heritage Foundation. And of course, Steve and Rick are both here with us as well. Peter, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
It was a blockbuster report. I was surprised. Sort of the meta story here has been that we've already gotten the pain on jobs, meaning 2.5 million deportations, federal layoffs, slower federal spending. The problem was that the drivers of jobs, so Fed cuts and reshoring, Trump's talking about $4 trillion plus of incremental factory investment, those all take a long time. They can take years, in fact. Taiwan Semiconductor is taking 40 years on their factory out in Arizona. So I expected continuing sort of paper weakness. This was blockbuster.
Katie?
I think that's a somewhat odd take given the large revisions that we saw. It's great that revisions came in at 860-something thousand jobs, fewer than we thought, rather than 900,000 jobs, but that's still a huge downward revision to last year. And it really changes the picture of near net zero job growth over the course of 2025, which is not what we thought we were looking at last year. I'm glad to see payroll employment came in stronger than anticipated, but a lot of that is because of really low expectations. 60,000 would have been a very bad print. And so I think that this print still demonstrates continued weakness in the labor market. It's nice to see that manufacturing employment is ticking up for the first time in 9 months. It had been falling month after month after month. That is not something that you would expect if you see strong investment in manufacturing. Instead, what we've seen is cutting back on some of the investments made in the Biden administration, and that really putting a drag on manufacturing employment. So I think that this is going to put the Fed in a continued tough position. We're still seeing consumer sentiment weak. We're seeing inflation stubbornly elevated, and we're seeing this continued kind of anemic, low higher job market that's holding back wage growth and making life less affordable for the American people.
Peter, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, the revisions were absolutely massive, but that has to do with the incompetence of the BLS's models. The birth death specifically, which got boosted during COVID by all these fake businesses like Somali leering centers. So yes, that's a deeper problem with the BLS, but in terms of looking at where the job market is right now, I think it's far stronger than many of us suspected now. As for the pain in manufacturing, so Biden is definitely contributing because a lot of his crony investments in the Inflation Reduction Act, those are now going bust. That's taken about 40,000 jobs out. Meanwhile, with deportations, you've got a lot of low-end manufacturing that can't pay more than $7 an hour. Now, I'm not sure that those are the jobs we necessarily want to be here. But, again, manufacturing, that should be turning around now. We've got $4+ trillion of investment. Rule of thumb is every $1 trillion of investment is worth about 1 million jobs. But those take time.
Steve?
I'm just
Inflation
looking
Reduction
at
Act
the
investments are being pulled back because of Republicans in Congress and the Trump administration rolling back those investments. And that's driving up utility prices, especially electricity, across the country for American families. So I think it's a little bit bizarre to lay that at the feet of the past administration.
Go ahead, Steve, what were you going to say?
I'm just looking at the trend of things. 41, 48, and 130, and it's a little hard to discern what that trend is. And I would try to take a middle ground on the political here, which is the sense that there's a lot of balls in the air. And some of that, I think, has created some uncertainty. And it's not quite time to say, things are settled and I know what to do here. We saw a big decline in small business employment from the ADP numbers. I think that's a big driver of what's going on. And again, I would just take a little bit of grain of salt. January, they adjust these numbers by almost 2 million.
And
okay? The difference between the seasonally adjusted and the not seasonally adjusted is almost 2 million. And the idea that you're going to either this is a different from the trend, all of a sudden everything is okay.
Right.
Remember, I showed you that chart of retail hiring in October, November, December. It was all negative. So just take it with a grain of salt.
Rickster, what were you going to say?
I'm going to say that nobody's going to rain on my parade, and these numbers are what they are, and 50K. I made this hat 2 months ago, and the reason I made it is for exactly a day like today. All these naysayers steeped in politics continue to be negative. That's okay, because 50K says you've all been wrong. You keep from going in the water even though it's very hot outside. I say all the investment gurus out there, jump in the markets in the U.S. because global GDP is going to take a big ramp up and the U.S. is leading the way.
Kitty, you want a hat?
I love that hat. And we have seen stock
Too
prices
bad.
going through the roof. It's just not really helping American workers and families.
I think,
Yeah, well, it's
so,
getting better.
And let's go back to the Fed, Steve.
Do your
See what I did there?
taxes in
I just
April.
pulled,
Let's see
because
how
everybody's
big
going in
we're
their political.
smiling.
Go your way, Ryan.
I just,
what's the question?
I'm Fleetwood Mac here. I'm just going to go my own way. The Federal Reserve, does this change the odds of a Fed rate cut? Because inflation rates have come down a little bit, and then we hear some of the people you interview so well say, I'm focused on the job market. Well, if this number is to be believed, absent the revisions that you just talked about, the job market seems to be pretty good. So does this change the odds of a Fed rate cut?
Let me tell you how I think the Fed will think about the
You tell
employment
me.
market. And I think they think about it the way I do, and maybe it's reflexive in that I only think that way because I think they think that way. But anyway, I think they create a narrative of what they think is going on. And I think they believe, I thought Rick's 50K was going to be for the new run rate of employment. That 50 is the number. I didn't know he went down 50K, because I would have had a hat that said 50K. That's the number that I need to keep the unemployment rate unchanged. I think that's what they believe. I read all of the economists and their explanation of what's happening.
Wrong.
Let me just finish, Ricky here. And look at demographics, and you're in that 20 to 70 range here. And I think a number comes along, Brian, that's out of sample of what they think. I think they're going to judge it and say, what else do I know? I know ADP is weak. I know that JOLTS is weak. And what I would say, Brian, is the Fed has time. They're going to take the time to look at another employment report, look at the other data that's out there, and say, you know what, is this 130 in sample or out of sample? For the moment, I would suggest they would believe it's out of sample, but they would get some confidence in the following way. It's not negative, it's not zero, it's up there, and I'm going to say, okay, maybe I've got 20, 30, 40, 50 extra in there, but 50K would be the hat that I would wear for where it ought to be, and I think that's what the Fed thinks, right?
We can all come together around jobs.
I don't think we're going to get any cuts this year.
That's why it'll be complicated for
I don't
Ward
think we get
with
any
this
cuts.
timing. The way you're not alone, Rick.
At this rate, Rick needs to get a Dow 60K hat.
Thank you all.
And I'll get a 60K
Pretty soon
employment
I
hat.
will. I'm
Kitty,
drawing that one as we
Peter,
speak.
Steve, Rick, thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
All right, coming up next, Lyft CEO David Risher is going to join us to talk about the recent quarter. And you see from stocks move this morning, investors not happy with the rideshare numbers, revenue. We're going to ask them all about it after the break. Squawk Box. We'll be right back. All right, shares of Lyft under pressure right now, down about 16%. Active riders falling short of analyst expectations in the fourth quarter, but bookings actually grew 19% year over year. Joining us now, first on CNBC, is Lyft CEO David Risher. David, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
It's great to be here.
So tell us about the quarter. What stood out for you? Obviously, investors concerned maybe about the growth, which seems to be lagging Uber a little bit. What are you seeing from the consumer right now, and what were some positives from the quarter?
Yeah, so the consumer is really strong. And I just love watching this because what happens is, we're part of people's lives millions of times every single day. 4 million times a day people open the Lyft app. And they generally like what they see, right? Which is why we had record bookings. We had accelerated bookings, actually. We have record profits, generating over $1 billion in cash. And that's a result of our customer-obsessed strategy, which just keeps working and growing the company. So love what we're seeing, and really no softness on the consumer side at all.
And so for the rest of the year, what's going to be the most important strategy for you? What do you look forward to as a company to continue driving this growth?
Yeah, for sure. So again, customer obsession is the focus. I'll give you an example. We just launched a product a couple of days ago called Lyft Teen. It's a great product. It allows your teen, if you're a parent that wants your teen to be out and about, and I hope most parents do, it's good for teens and good for you, then this gives you a safe, reliable, and super affordable way compared to paying a couple $1,000 in insurance to get your kid out and about. That's the sort of market expansion that we just continue to focus on. If you think about it, we've got maybe, 300 billion rides across the US and Europe that people take in their car. Rideshare accounts for maybe 5% of it. So our continued focus is going to be how can we keep addressing bigger and bigger use cases and markets and so forth. And then, of course, the big transition to autonomous vehicles, coming soon.
Yeah, and that's where I want to go to next, because you've said that 2026 is the year of the autonomous vehicle.
Yeah.
How are you seeing that market? How do you play that market? And are we going to start to see that wider adoption this year?
Yeah, you will, for sure. It's still small, of course, in the grand scheme of things, but this is AI that actually works. This is, it is safe, it is reliable, and where the companies that are in the technology are testing it, they're getting really good results. And frankly, so are we. What we see is that market when self-driving cars come onto the scene. And that makes sense. It's kind of like it's a cool new product that people like, and it causes, kind of the pie to expand. And so if you're running a big business like I am, you're trying to sort of move through this transition. Maybe think of it as, let's say, DVDs to streaming, something like that. And you're trying to make sure that you're positioned well. And we're positioned super well. We've got great partnerships with Waymo, with Baidu, with others. And we'll be starting to bring some of their technology, some of their self-driving cars onto the roads in places like Nashville in 2026.
What else, David, would you do, kind of looking into the year and say, okay, we have this kind of big technological force lurking, you're still kind of rivaling back and forth with Uber every day over, driver quality, availability time, pricing.
Yeah.
What would you say are the most important investments that you're making right now?
It's so interesting. You're sort of talking about performing while transforming, right? You got to perform day by day by day. And we're performing really well. I'll give you an example. Super Bowl was just a couple days ago. I don't know if you watched, I don't know if your team won. But anyway, I think our demand grew and our ride volume grew something like 13 to 15% year on year. And we picked people up faster on average. And we charged less because we actually had lower, what's called surge pricing, than the other guys, than the big competitor. Which is really amazing, right? It sort of shows, improving operational excellence, we call it. So that's great. You got to do that. You got to provide great service to your riders every single day. And you've got to have the right partnerships and the right strategy for this big technological shift. One of the things that we're really focused on is what's called fleet management. Sounds kind of geeky, but it's going to be super important to manage all these self-driving cars going around the country.
And we're just thinking, I don't know what investors want to hear right now. I don't know if they want you to do mega cap. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what do they want?
What do they want?
An acquisition? Do they want Uber to buy? I don't know.
No, I don't know. Do they want record bookings? We got it. Do they want record profits? We got it. Do they want record cash flow? We got it. Look, I don't know. Luckily we don't run our company focused on what investors, just investors want. Obviously, we have to pay close attention to what their interests are. But really, we focus on our customers. And what we know, this is something I learned working for Jeff Bezos for year after year after year. When you deliver for customers quarter after quarter, that's what drives the profitable growth.
Yeah,
and that's what
David,
we'll continue to do.
One acquisition you did make was that acquisition of FreeNow in Europe,
Yeah.
and I know international has been a big focus on yours. How is that doing? What do you see right now in the economy in Europe, and how does the broader rideshare market look in Europe right now?
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing. So it's going really well. This will be the first full year of the acquisition, which is wonderful. The teams are working super well together, and so on and so on. Now, for us, what's really important is that it also FreeNow provides great service, and that's great. And this year, we're planning for people who have the Lyft app on their phone in the U.S. to be able to go to Europe, open up the Lyft app, and be able to order effectively a FreeNow car, which will over time be called a Lyft car in Europe too. So that's great. That'll expand their market as well as more riders come into to the scene. What's so interesting in Europe is taxis still play a big role there in a way that in many cities in the U.S. they don't. And FreeNow works really well with taxi regulators, which is great. That again prepares for AVs. So it's working well both sort of at an operational level, but also strategically for us.
And finally, I'm curious how AI is affecting the product, particularly from a consumer point of view. I'm sure you're using AI internally to make things a lot more efficient, but is there a way to better integrate AI in terms of saying, look, I have to go to X restaurant, it automatically books. How are you thinking about the role that particularly the large language models will play once consumers start using those to plan their trips, to plan their vacations?
Yeah, I think you just said it. It opens up opportunities for us to say, let's bundle in, you're going to a restaurant, let's bundle in rideshare to that same sort of request on whatever platform that happens. Same on the driver's side, actually. I would say that in some sense it might affect drivers even faster. We have a product called the Driver Earnings Assistant that allows a driver to say, I want to drive on Mondays and Tuesdays, but not Wednesday mornings because I got to pick up my kid, whatever it is. And it'll kind of map out a plan for you for the course of the week to maximize your earnings. Same with customer care. Maybe you've left your phone in the car and it'll allow you to get reunited with your phone a lot faster. So it's actually going to be a big deal in our industry. And of course, self-driving cars are AI as well.
Great. David, that stock improving a bit as you've been speaking now, down only 15%, but we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks so much.
For sure. It's been a real pleasure, you guys. Thanks so much for all your interest.
All right, we've got a little more to do here. Markets, futures, they are higher. The jobs number way better than expected. We'll show you some of the pre-market movers as Squawk Box rolls on. This last few minutes. Right up. With all due respect to the Milwaukee Brewers, we need to brand this segment the Brew Crew. See what I did there, contestant brewer?
Yeah.
And look at this morning's movers.
Let's get to C Brew with the big money this morning. Well, let's start with shares of Kraft Heinz lower after the new CEO decided to pause the company's planned split, saying, quote, many of our challenges are fixable and within our control. You can see those shares are down 7% in the pre-market. Kraft Heinz also reported a mixed fourth quarter this morning with revenue below estimates. Shopify's popping, reported a fourth quarter revenue beat, but its guidance is the major story here. The e-commerce platform projected revenue to grow at a low 30% clip for 2026. That's well above analyst estimates here. Look at the stock reacting up 10.5%. Shopify also saw strong gross merchandise volume and initiated a $2 billion share repurchase program. Cloudflare shares are in the green pre-market as well, up more than 14%. They reported a fourth quarter beat. Current quarter full year revenue guidance above expectations. We'll watch those shares throughout the day here on CNBC. Guys?
Contessa, thank you. With the Brew Crew, or maybe we're part of the crew. Can we just show Vertiv quickly as well? We talked about this earlier. Oh, it's in the read. All right, it's in the read. We'll just do it in the read. All right, breaking on Squawk Box this morning. Let's do a quick recap, rewind of everything you've heard on this fine program over the past 3 hours, starting with the jobs report. This is going to be the story of the day, adding 133,000 last month, more than expected. Unemployment rate falls to 4.3%. And yes, Vertiv, up 17%, a $235 stock this morning. This was a $7 stock 4 years ago. Better than expected results. Upbeat comments on the future. They provide power and cooling technologies for data centers and have partnered with NVIDIA. And just want to mention, guys, quickly, FHA mortgage demand rising, even amid affordability challenges. And rates, Brian, as you've been talking about, not much movement yet.
Are we all going to be here tomorrow? I'll be here tomorrow. Will you be here tomorrow?
Not tomorrow. Friday, following day.
Thanks for watching. Squawk on the Street starts right now.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber, Mike Santoli, post 9 to the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer has the morning off. Futures do bounce here on this Jobs Wednesday, and it's a barn burner. 130K, about 2 times the estimate. Highest since April. Unemployment ticks down 1/10, but those revisions take the average job gain for last year down from about 49K a month to just 15. Our roadmap begins with this strong jobs number, what it means for the future of Fed rate cuts.
Plus brokerage stocks, the latest to get hit over fears about how AI will disrupt that industry. And there's a developing story that we're watching closely. The FAA closes the airspace around El Paso, Texas for 10 days. We've got some new headlines crossing on that.
Let's begin, though, with market reaction to this jobs number and the revisions that we just got. 130, as we said, is the highest since April for job gain, although almost entirely, Mike, private education and healthcare. Retail adds only 1, and leisure hospitality adds only 1.
Yeah, and obviously that's been the underlying long-term trend, still being taken by the markets as a positive, a sign that the overall labor market is holding together, especially given a lot of the demographic and labor supply headwinds. Market worked itself into a point of anticipating a much weaker number, not just the past revisions, which were lower than expected, but also, you know, the bond market started to rally, you got yields low, you had the 2-year kind of pushing its lows for this cycle, and this at least refreshes the idea that the economy has a decent amount of momentum going into this year. I don't think it changes the overall story. I'd be really interested to see within the market what rallies. If it's going to be kind of an everything sigh of relief, because you do have the NASDAQ actually up today as well, or this is just people saying, hey, this is exactly the reason the cyclical strength was there. I think consumer is going to be the focal point, because that's been, within the cyclical trade, the weak area. Except for housing, home builders have actually started to rally, rate-sensitive stuff. So I think watching the back and forth along that line, we are downwardly revising fourth quarter. So I think it's kind of a steady as she goes type picture if you really want to take it back a year in terms of both jobs and expectations for how the economy can perform. We know the fiscal push is coming. We know what the corporate CapEx story is. Question is, you know, are we going to be hollowing out the job market further? I guess not last month anyway.
I continue to just wonder when we're really going to start to see the impact of AI. We
Yeah.
talk about it, and as we will right now, the dislocations we're seeing in the stock market as a result of the fears of AI replacing various lines of software or insurance brokerage, or, I mean, you name it. But it's not clear yet that we've really seen anything reflected in a significant way in terms of it replacing actual humans doing a job. I'm going to get to that in a moment, but you know, that comes up now, certainly in every conversation, and even with people like Kevin Hassett, who we've talked to about it as well. It's just very much unclear to me, but I can't help but not think what this year is going to look like, particularly with the rising level of commentary we're getting from certain people in the industry as we watch Claude replicate the next version of itself.
Yes.
And the next version, and the exponential change conceivably that we're in the midst of.
I guess one way of thinking about it is where the net job growth is coming from is in exactly the parts of the economy that are not as susceptible to AI replacement. It's personal, in healthcare and education service.
Almost entirely.
Tech jobs not really growing. They're actually down as a percentage of overall employment. So I think a lot of these trends are there. What you're not seeing, though, and I kind of agree, maybe this is what we're going to be constantly on alert for, is outright job reductions that seem directly tied to AI replacement. You have a lot of hesitancy to hire. You have a lot of people, hey, let's let attrition do this for us. Again, 250,000 people retire every month, right? That's what the demographics are telling you. There's a lot of people just exiting seats at companies that you can kind of maybe get your cost footprint in line. So I agree that there's definitely not going to be kind of a, hey, we fixed this type of a thing. And maybe it is. And look, it was interesting. Yesterday, the employment cost index was a downside surprise. That was taken as dovish. Today, you had a little bit of an uptick in overall wage growth, but it's at like a 3.7% annual rate. That's okay. That's above inflation, but it's not showing you that labor's gaining an upper hand here. So I don't know. I think it nets out to we are where we thought we were. You could even call it Goldilocks if you want, depending on what CPI shows on Friday. But you know, it's good enough for now. I do think we want to see if the cyclical trade gets an extra little turn of leverage, or if it's just kind of like, yeah, no kidding, sell the news on it.
Yeah, we did get, of course, New York Fed consumer delinquencies. Yesterday, that's about a 9-year high. Student loan delinquencies, all-time high. Some of the B of A credit card data out this morning is okay, but as they said on Squawk this morning, it's not so much, this K-shaped thing is not so much about high income versus low income. Now it's about high income and middle income, which is also separated from the upper cohort.
It is. I mean, a lot of this is credit that seems to have been added around and after the pandemic. There's been a lot of effects on that where it was like, hey, you know what? You know what the stimulus checks did? They actually raised net credit scores everywhere. It made everybody else eligible to borrow more. Obviously, that's not the student loan side of it. And the auto loan piece of it, that vintage is tough, and the credit cards too. So I do think it's not going to be this idea that we're in boom times across the board.
We mentioned this issue regarding the El Paso airport, which is situation appears to be changing quickly this morning. Let's get to Phil LeBeau with some breaking news. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Carl, we just received notice from the FAA that it has lifted the flight ban, for the El Paso airport. That was put into effect late last night for security reasons. And beyond that, the FAA did not go into any details what that security reason might be for all flights to be stopped. And I mean not just commercial flights carrying passengers, but also cargo flights, any type of flight over has now been lifted. And again, we don't have details as to what caused the ban on flights, nor do we know exactly why Al believes it is safe for flights to resume. But that is the latest regarding what is a story that I think a lot of people woke up to this morning and they said, really? Shutting down the entire airspace for security reasons? That is now passed, according to the FAA, and commercial flights, all flight activity will return.
Phil, thank you. Phil LeBeau reporting on, obviously, these interesting goings-on in Paso. We'll update you if we have anything more. Let's move on now as well. We'll talk about jobs, obviously, and potential impact of AI and jobs yet to come. But we do know it's having a significant impact
kind of in a rolling way around certain sectors of the market. Obviously, it started with software, and then the business development corporations, the private credit parts of alternative asset managers. And yesterday we saw it hitting wealth management firms, including Morgan Stanley, brokerages, Charles Schwab, insurance brokers as well. This all has to do with various tools that are being introduced, whether it be on one platform or another by Anthropic in one way or OpenAI in another when it comes to insurance. The hits keep coming, and we saw it yesterday. You can see Schwab may be rebounding a bit. And it, of course, raises this larger specter of what's next, what else, and how is this going to move? The single stock volatility, by the way, and I know you, I heard it this morning, I'm sure you've been on it for a while, Mike, has risen dramatically of late, in part because of this very theme.
No, there's kind of this hunt and destroy trade that just keeps moving through different pockets of the market. And to me, the more remarkable thing is that there have been these offsets and that the market has this massive dispersion of up versus down on a given day. It's managing to hold the overall indexes in place. But this was, this is this, tax planning tool introduced by a firm called Altruist that is for financial advisors to use.
Correct.
Through a kind of AI platform, kind of a back office processing thing. And so it just layered into it. And just the fact that there was this quick reflex to sell was kind of amazing. It reminds me a lot of, we've been through waves of this, right? Charles Schwab came to be really in the mid-'70s when they unfixed brokerage commission. So you went through the discount broker threat, the online broker threat in the late 90s. Charles Schwab was the disruptor then, of course, along with Ameritrade and everybody else. And yesterday, it was more the full-service brokers that got hit. And again, they've been threatened by robo-advisors and a lot of things along the way. So all along, there has been this ability of these big firms to say, we have the assets, we own the relationships, there's a certain client base that wants the high touch, and we're going to be able to have it.
That said, also it was insurance brokers, Willis Towers Watson, Aon, any number of them because of a new tool from OpenAI that was included there as well. And to your point, it's funny, some people telling me it's reminiscent of when Priceline was disrupting all of the airlines or hotels back, we remember, 25 years ago or so, and in fact had a market cap at one point that exceeded the sum total of all of those companies. We've seen how that's played
what they really did is they put travel agents mostly out of business.
That's right.
So travel agents who were kind of this gatekeeper.
But where this all ends, I don't know. I can't tell you, as somebody said, there's a team, at Citadel, you could imagine right now there's a bunch of guys thinking about the next tool that Claude's going to come out with and what they can be shorting as a result of what may be tomorrow's news or the next day. One thing I can tell you with certainty is this is moving very quickly as the code can now write its own code and update itself and make itself better, improve over and over again. I did come back to a podcast that Elon Musk was a guest on this weekend down in Texas. It was very long, but as can often be the case, worth listening to when it is Mr. Musk. And he was talking about a future that frankly is not far away in which workers are fully replaced with AI. Take a listen to how he views it.
Corporations that are purely AI and robotics will vastly outperform any corporations that have people in the loop. So you can think of, say, like computer used to be a job that humans had. That you would go and get a job as a computer where you would do calculations, and they'd have like entire skyscrapers full of humans, like 20, 30 floors of humans just doing calculations. Now that entire skyscraper of humans doing calculations can be replaced by a laptop with a spreadsheet. That spreadsheet can do vastly more calculations than an entire building full of human computers.
All right, if he's right, tell me where we're going in terms of dislocations we're seeing in the stock market, Mike.
Yeah, I'm sure he's right, but did the laptops put everybody out of business?
I don't know. Well, apparently, back to the employment report, there were a lot of people in that tower that had jobs that no longer do.
No, that's right. Or they have different ones now. Yeah.
Or they have different ones.
That's kind of the argument, and it's doing for doing for kind of knowledge work what automation did for, physical labor years ago. I did have on the closing bill overtime yesterday, the COO of Altruist came on the day that their product supposedly disrupted the brokerage stocks. Here's how he kind of characterized what he perceives as the threat to the big guys.
When you've got businesses that were launched in 1971, 1946, and so on, they've got decades and decades of just architectural, technical, operational debt. Part of the reason why wealth management is so expensive today, why there's such high minimums to go serve retail clients, is because it's just so laborious. There's tens of thousands of people that are involved kind of navigating their way through really antiquated software. Will they build something? Will they eventually get there? Probably. I've no doubt about that. I think any savvy business person would do that. I think it's probably going to take them a good 10 to 20 years to catch up to where Altruist is today.
I mean, 10 to 20 years. That was in response to my question of saying, do you really think that inside of Schwab and Fidelity and Morgan Stanley, they're not hustling to be able to have equivalent tools? I also thought what was interesting, he said, is that's why there's such high minimums. So high minimums for full service financial advisory. Okay, so maybe these products actually bring the minimums down and actually democratize, that kind of high touch advice for lower people with lower balances, but I don't know that it necessarily says that people who have a lock on those wealthier
Given
clients
all
are
of
gonna
this,
lose it.
why wouldn't I, as an investor, just say, you know what, I'm going to stick with old economy?
Yeah,
because
that's
it'll
what's
still
happening.
be here, and by the way, it's going to benefit from the efficiencies introduced by AI, but not necessarily dislocate its business.
And not only that, but they're in areas where there has been underinvestment and there's scarce capacity and production can't be increased much more. And that's been the trade. Like every theme, it's going to get overplayed and people are going to feel like they went too far and it became too consensus. I don't know if we're at that moment yet.
Well, Caterpillar does have a $350 billion
Cat
market
is
value
exactly where we're going.
now. Right?
Yeah,
Cat
exactly.
is up 30% for the last 3 months and 100% for the year.
Yeah.
Over. There it is.
So, and that's a company that's 100 years old. So, I guess they can adapt, even if they were founded before 1971.
Yeah, but when it's all robots and AI far exceeds our own intelligence, I don't know, guys. Maybe we'll still be sitting here talking. Maybe not.
Take a look at the pre-market. A bunch of earnings movers to get to. We'll get to Lyft and Mattel, Vertiv, Merck, Humana, T-Mo, Shop, Ford, Hilton, Kraft. Get news on the House, where the battle over tariffs is about to get quite interesting. Futures still strong here in the wake of the jobs number. Stay with us. More discussion this morning about how the memory shortages could last quite a while. Micron's the top S&P winner pre-market. We'll get to some of the other movers. Nice target increase for NVIDIA, by the way, over at UBS. They go to 245. We'll get more of the movers as Squawk on the Street continues on this busy Wednesday. Welcome back. Shares of Mattel on track for their worst day ever. The company issuing some weak guidance, posting a quarterly miss, hurt by a lackluster holiday season. Here's what the CEO had to say on last night's call about the challenges facing the toy maker.
The growth in the U.S. was less than anticipated, which impacted our full-year results relative to expectations. 2025 was marked by uncertainty in U.S. trade dynamics that affected retailer ordering patterns for much of the year. After two challenging quarters where U.S. retailers delayed orders, there was a significant acceleration in orders through most of the fourth quarter. December, however, ended up growing less than anticipated in the U.S., and our full-year results finished below expectations.
And as a result, gross margins go to 46. They were 51 a year ago. JP Morgan cuts to underweight. Kind of a nice contrast between Hasbro yesterday, where licensing's the story.
It's the whole story. Yeah, I mean, obviously we've known. I mean, this is also something where multiple cycles people thought physical toys are challenged, of course, the tariffs and all the rest of it. But yeah, if it's not about kind of deploying your IP and getting paid for it, it's really tough to find your way out. Also, stock doesn't look super cheap. There have been times in the past, because earnings estimates have been coming down enough, that it has looked really cheap. The risk reward has changed. It doesn't really quite get there. Maybe after today, we'll actually get some kind of a flush in that direction.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll watch a bunch of consumer names. Travel's been okay. Hilton's down a little bit pre-market, but that was a beat and revenue ahead. And then we saw what Marriott said yesterday.
Marriott, yeah, obviously the airlines too have been completely ripping alongside of it, and that's been the piece of consumer that has held up better. It is ironic though, considering what we were just talking about, that booking Obviously the former Priceline has been one of these victims of the AI scare. So it's sort of like gross travel levels look good, high end especially, but the middlemen not necessarily in the right spot, at least based on the market's current anxiety about who gets disrupted here.
Then we got Kraft Heinz, guys. Suddenly, we're going to separate, we're going to separate, we're going to separate. Warren Buffett said, don't do it. No, we're going to still do it. Now we're not going to do it. We're going to pause. That was a bit of a surprise. You can see stocks down. They, sales guidance not great. Sales miss. Fiscal 26 guidance below expectations. But I think it is interesting to note suddenly they finally decided to listen to Warren, who's been saying don't do it. Notes out this morning. We suspect a large number of questions and net confusion, disappointment today as it stands in fairly stark contrast to messages delivered by new CEO Steve Cahillane just a month ago when he talked about the separation and timeline being intact no longer.
Normally when you have a corporate split, there's at least one piece that it feels like is in favor with the markets and investors are craving direct exposure to. It wasn't really the case here. This was just kind of, let's just undo what we did before. And they also were talking about basically they're in kind of a necessary investment cycle. It's going to hurt margins. They're going to have to spend. Although I like to point out, if you look at Kraft Heinz relative to peers, Hormel, Conagra, they all have the same chart.
Yeah,
It's not as if they really.
Hershey's the only name that's.
And basically, obviously, you could argue they have better brands and all the rest.
I did ask for a 20-year. I mean, it's not pretty.
Oh, not at all.
In fact, it's the opposite of pretty.
Right.
Yes.
For sure. Mondelez.
It put to rest a lot of myths. For example, that the 3G guys had all the answers. And that they suddenly had figured it out. No, never works that way, does it? Never works that way.
Opening bell's coming up in 4.5 minutes. And a reminder, you can always catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
I'm here. We got a triple top on the SPY on 30-minute. Triple top. Oh God, 3 minutes? Well, I'm Washboardjim. I talked about the sneaky snake. Chart patterns, moving averages. I'm Washboardjim. I talk the sneaky snake. Chart patterns, moving averages. We just hit a triple top on the 30-minute time frame. I can't wait to scalp the trade. Washboardjim, I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Let's get it.
Quick update on the El Paso airport shutdown from overnight. That airport is
which had created basically this food behemoth. They were going to split this into two again.
Oh, God,
with a
stop
company
it.
would focus on
You can't scream in the morning. That's one of the biggest turnoffs, you idiots. You can only sing. Jeez. My ding-a-ling just went off. Damn. PLTR? Let's hit a what? PLTR gym setup. Now watch him pop-ups. Spy broke out resistance. Spy broke out of resistance early. Ooh, Nicole. She's wearing silver. Damn, girl. Oh, here it is. PLT or knife. Oh, you stupid shit. Spy breaking out. PLTR, SPX. Big old breakout on SPX. His futures turn mixed pre-bell. They don't look mixed to me, you idiots. Who typed that in there? First support down here at 69.85, brother, with another mother. As Randy would say, I hate days like today. Is that right, Randy? And I actually like the shoulder line, 697906. So I'm going to set another right down there. Right above it. Too much above it. God. Yeah. Lordy. Spotify broke out. AMD's pulling back. NVIDIA's pulling back. 190.22 for NVIDIA. The 200. All these supports are at the 200. Apple broke out. I mentioned that one yesterday. And Meta. Hey, Sam, I got a new one. Meta. Meta, NVIDIA, and Tesla. Call me Mr. Ingenuality. Something like that. We did hit my support level right here. Today I'll be singing Spark the Herald, Angels Singing. Glory to Washboardjim. It didn't trigger it though. Oh gosh. Let's wait for 6975. We do have a triple. Oh, there it went. One more knife. Get ready. Oh gosh. Get ready. If I can get my shoes in time. There's races on, and here comes Pride in the backstretch. I got his shoes off. Anybody want me to take my pants off? I'll do it. I'll trade naked just for you today. Angel's eyes opened up real big here. Yeah, Jim Trink naked. We're looking at the 697s at 92 cents. Prepare ye in the name of a double bottom off the 21. Okay, what's going on here? 92 cents, double bottom off the 21. And that's SPX, yes. No, it's a SPY. You idiot. We're on the VWAP. So I'm still okay with it. Yes, hello? Yes, we're going out to Stockton Lake night tonight, and do you know where I can get one of them spot minnows that you catch all them white bass with? Yeah, you can go to Walmart. Nope, now we're below the VWAP. It's not very good. .93, .80. Oh, what is that, double bottom? You got a yin yang, and it actually goes lower, I think. I got them at 80 and 93 cents with a hammer. Where do I see that? Right here. So 695. God darn it. Okay. Back at 80. Pulling back pretty good. Stock market, Dow Jones, S&P, strong jobs report, Cloud, Fair, ST, Space Mobile, Mattel in focus. Non-farm payrolls, 130K versus 60K estimate. Scott Bessent confirms Trump April visit to China will address impossible $1 trillion trade surplus. Today's loser is coin. VIX is at 18. I'm still in the calls here. Man, coin might be a good scalp. Armstrong drops out of the world 500 million billionaires. 500 billionaires. Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong drops out of the 500 billionaires. Regretta, see if we can get that at $10. Affirm yesterday had a big breakout. Now it's down. We're at $1.92. Whoa, what was that? Shop having a knife. We got a double bottom on Affirm. And we got a bottom here on Shop. Watch Shop. Let's see if we're going to hold this support right here. Mr. down 348. Snow and Amazon are down. Oracle's down some. Nike's at support. Some of these stocks are still way overbought. AVGO could be one of them. Things are looking good on Oxy and Tesla. NVIDIA's up. AMD's up. Now I'm heard some stuff about the electric EV Equinox. The guy was saying he gets 3 cents to a mile if he charges at his own home. That's cheap. 3 cents a mile. You don't have to worry about oil change or tune-ups or. If I had better living arrangements here in Springfield, I'd get one. But I'd wait till I retire. I need SPY to reverse. NVIDIA reversed. Apple, AMD reversed. Meta still at support at the double bottom. Meta at support at the double bottom. I'm going to grab more SPY here, and that'll give me 20 contracts. Come on, baby. There we go. Break. We're almost at the top of this here inside two-headed snake. Right there. Profit. Profit, 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 profit. Get out of it. I take it any day. Such a pretty world today. Look at Jim trading naked. I don't know how he does it, but he does it, and he does it well. Go in small. Go in small, and then double down. Now 5 contracts, then 5 more, and then 10. So I'm done. I'm going to the beach where all the women are in reach. Did anybody get in that trade with me? Yes or no answer? Did you get out?
Yeah, I got in it.
Did you sell it?
Yeah, I got in it. I got the little, yeah, I got in
But
there.
I'd rather SPX instead.
Risk Reaper, welcome to the room.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. It's a pleasure to be here, Jim.
It was a nice call.
You're an inspiration, Jim. You're an inspiration.
Am I? Wait until I start singing.
Oh, yeah. Amazing.
You can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Funk.
Oh, there he is. I take it I just went SPX 7000s.
Oh, shit. You just win it?
No, I took it with you.
Oh, okay.
Like when you got in, not SPX 7000 instead of SPY.
Very good.
God, dude, look at this ticker. And it's not like it's a penny stock. It is the most oversold stock that I can find, and it's just because of that Anthropic shit.
Wonder what that is.
It's a big, so they do a bunch of legal, like administrative,
Yeah.
and so everybody's scared that Anthropic's gonna replace them, but they're like one of the largest companies in the UK.
PLTR. Go ahead.
So, it's so far below every support. Got a 9 on the daily RSI.
What ticker is that?
RELX.
RELX. RELX.
Yeah, Rob's calling out in
I had a multi-millionaire give me an alert today. Jack Stack.
Yeah, Rob.
No, not Rob. You don't give me shit. Oh, he wasn't listening, dadgummit. There's
yeah,
59.
Nvidia got an analyst upgrade this morning.
Get ready for I'm moving my contracts up on the SPY to 696. Look at that. Did I just read that right? A buck, yeah. There's $1.20. Shit. Out. 117. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong stock. I was wondering why this chart ain't moving. Damn it.
Only Jim can trade and make a profit without even looking at the damn charts.
Oh my.
I'm not gonna be bullish today until something shows me, like, okay, so the 2-minute cloud's red, we're under it. Bitcoin is about to break through 70 or 67,000. Ethereum is under 2,000. Like, everything's getting kind of murdered. I got watch list is probably 75% red.
Well, we had a big breakout, so we're just going to consolidate the breakout. I bet you we pulled back 50% almost already.
Yeah, but I went through the whole
75.
watch list after that jobs report was released, and the only ones that actually moved with ES were the Mag 7. Like regular stocks
Yeah.
didn't get a bump all that much from that.
No. I agree. Don't listen to them fat cats. Tell you to stay away from them.
I don't really listen to anybody when it comes. I listen to the charts.
Yeah. They want this market to rotate, and it just ain't going to happen.
What I would like to see is us fill that fair value gap down to 69.75.
We'll get back in these again. We're at the bottom. We're at a very solid support here. And I'm not real solid. We still can hit the 200, but we're in a channel of a yin yang. There's a buck to 108 already. And I got back in at $1 again. Oh, dumbass. $1 to $1. Strike, god darn. Up with her. Stay in the trend line. Don't drop. We got a double bottom. I just now noticed a double bottom. And we just broke below it. Okay.
ES is sitting dead on VWAP.
We could hit that 200 on the SPY. Come on. I spent 3 hours with that electrician yesterday. And it was just a loose wire. But we hit last resort before we started drilling holes in the wall. I caught him back there working on the light. He belted out a big old cuss word. So Jack Stack. Yeah.
There it goes. All right, it filled that fair value gap.
70 cents. Right at the 200. The 200 SMA on the 1 minute hit that value gap. 0.70 and a buck. This is the 200 SMA on the 1 minute. Then on the 5 minute, I should have bought 10 of them. Yeah, I did buy 10.
Two minutes to hourly rollover.
So we got that. We're going to put the... Five minute, we're on the 63. Minute, we're on the 200 and the 63. So we've got pretty strong support here so far.
Yeah.
We're at the 200 on the 15 minute. We're at the 63 on the 30. And that'll be done in 1 minute. for a rollover. We got the bingo. Rob got the puts. Somebody called, was it you said IWM going to go red today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good call. Because we bounced up, or no? You said that earlier, so you didn't.
Because I knew there was going to be heavy job revisions for 2025.
Oh, I'm gonna go find my slippers. I'll be right back.
Almost a million more unemployed than they reported.
They're fuck ups.
Yep.
I listened to a lady this morning, an old lady talking about. They asked her about the unemployment numbers, and she said, "I don't pay no attention to them." But you would if you wanted to find her, you know. I mean, when she's bullish at heart. I don't pay much attention to them either, because they're always wrong.
President can't be looking bad. Got to pump them numbers up.
Yep. I'll be right back. Oh, stiff.
Yeah, Rob, I agree. This is it. We're under the cloud and under VWAP. I'm actually looking for somewhere between 69.65 and 69.55. $69.65 is 0 GEX, so that's when the dealers even out, and then 69.55 is pre-market low. It's having trouble pushing through the 200 SMA on the 2-minute.
Oak. Oh, slippers. God.
Oh, we got plenty of room left on the 5-minute.
Well, there goes the knife, IWM. I want to see if I can get a reversal on this. AMD double bottom off the 50 SMA. We got NVIDIA coming down here to the 200. We got a triple bottom on Meta. Spot bounced off the 200. Okay, we got the RSI down here on the SPY, and I have a support line at, let me see where this come from.
My bottom ES is 69.55.
Did you get out of that one?
Oh yeah, the one
Yeah.
you got me in. I made like 25% on it. Got out.
Okay, here's a, I thought you got back in, but no.
I'm waiting.
We got three.
Where you were going. I told everybody I'm looking for somewhere between 69.65 and 69.55.
On what? Oh, so, I already know. Never mind.
Yes. Yeah.
The 200. We're at the 200 right now with 3 black crows on the 5 minute. And you have a head and shoulders down at around 69, 64.
Yeah. 69.65 is 0 gigs. So that's
Yeah.
where the dealer. That's where the dealers are even.
Yeah, they want to set that alert a little bit above that head and shoulders, I bet.
And 69.55 is pre-market low. I always mark those out.
AMD.
I like having Rob back in here, by God. He's the cheddar flow king.
We're right at the shoulder line of a two-headed snake. No, not. No, we're at the neckline. Go get my coffee real fast. Watch and see if we get a reversal here on SPY.
I mean, we're below all the moving averages. Even the 2 minute just lost the last one. Let me take a look at 5 minute.
No. Has to do it here.
So, might buy one at 65 and one at 55.
I would not be surprised, it probably won't be next week, probably won't be the week after, but I would not be surprised if we do try to test this the $75-ish area over the next couple of months. The seasonal period is really ripe for a bullish move, not only in oil, but also in gasoline. We are seeing a lot of the refiners selling out their winter gasoline.
692.54. There's your shoulder, there's your neckline right there. I mean your shoulder line. So 694s. I got stopped out of that other one. I couldn't take it anymore.
Okay, it touched 69.65.
Yeah. And I got 692. Go ahead.
I want to see how this 2-minute ends. If we touch 55, I'm buying it. That's because that's pre-market low. Falls below 50.
Strike is 694 at $1.
Come on, you know you want those orders. Give me 5 more points.
$691.37.
There. Now I want to see the 2-minute hold here.
There's your double bottom. 3 black crows on the 10-minute.
Yeah, but I want to see some kind of bottom wick on the freaking 2-minute. I want to see buyers step in. Psychological level.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crows on the 5-minute.
Yeah.
2 crows. 2 crows on the 1 hour and also the 30-minute. In the 1 hour, we just hit the 100. Or what is that? The 200. Let me see here on the 1 hour. I got the 100 right there. Shit, you can't see it on this chart.
Oh. See some buyers stepping in. Hell yeah.
I got some more than 70, so we better kick ass here.
We got to break back through the 55, 50.
Tweezer bottom.
Oh, yeah. Up 100, 150. I'm out. Hell yeah.
Very good. IWM. I'm going to tell them people to watch IWM. You know what the IWM is? Room is.
It could run all the way to 69.70. Touch the cloud on the 2 minute. Somebody better have picked that one. That was a perfect entry.
Yep.
They pick it right down to that 69.50 psychological level. I mean, you could, Rob, but it's got to breathe for a minute. The 2 minute RSI is all the way down in single digits. I think it can come back up and touch the cloud at least before it gets swatted back down. Buyers are defending pretty well. I don't think they have enough strength to get past the cloud.
No, that's a long ways up on the 5 minute.
Yeah, I'm watching the 2 minute today. I'm trying something new.
Yeah. Always experimenting.
What I found, so you know how I started using TradingView for a little while?
Yep.
They got a thing in there that's almost like my clouds. It's Ripster's clouds. Uses a little bit different moving averages, but I found that the 2 minute gave me better entries and exits. The one was too noisy in the 5. I didn't get really good entries.
Come on.
That looks like a sweep to stop some people out.
Yep.
Usually after a sweep, they'll start building a position.
We've had two 20-minute sweeps of 4 candles.
If you wick back all the way up to 55, that's actually a good sign. That means the institutions just stepped in after they wicked everybody out.
The wicks are bigger on the bottom of the last two 5 minute. Okay. We have a
Oh, that.
one of the guys I worked for back in about 35 years ago. He took a $100,000 loan out, and he now is operating a $300 million business a year, maybe more. And he wrote me, his name's Jack Stack.
Yeah. Awesome name for a money manager.
Yep. He gave me, I sent him a message wrote him a note on his desk. I said, a lot of stocks hit and bounced off the 200 SMA and EMA on the daily and weekly time frame in tech. And he wrote me back, he said, I've been buying penny stocks. One of them is TV, and the other one is POSC, highly volatile. He just likes trading them for fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned down a job from him. I told him I
Was that the one?
the one that I wanted me to trade stocks for him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I told him I wasn't qualified to do that. I wish I would have just. There we go down more. Fuck.
Yeah.
Nothing's working.
So you have $635 million worth of put support at 69.30, and your biggest put support is, God dang it, why did you just auto refresh? 69.20. The 5 minute is way oversold on RSI. Nothing on Bookmap. Fucking Bookmap is pissing me off right now.
Well, AMD, we have 6 red candles on 5 minute, and they're working on number 7. Meta is at that lovely spot again. Meta.
Oh my God.
Another red candle. Okay. We can go a little bit lower. 660 is that magical number. We'll see if we hit that. $660.33 is where I sit. Another, God dang, man, this is just a sell-off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're steady stacking orders below you.
Set them alerts on your charts if you got capabilities of doing it. I'm about ready to hit one of my support levels on Meta anyway. Probably that last one I just put in there. And let's see what Tesla's doing. Tesla probably pulled back some on this. It had a big breakout today.
Netflix just went below one of my levels.
We got a triple top breakout support at 421 on Tesla. Oh shit. Always clean as Jim.
My orders end at 69.25. I don't see anything.
Hello? Hey, what's up, brother?
My name is John. My name is Michael. How have you been, sir?
Michael?
Yeah.
What's up?
Actually, sir, this call is according to your additional healthcare benefit.
No.
I do believe you have already health insurance.
No, I don't have it. I don't have it no more.
Okay. Don't worry, we can provide you the best insurance plan at $0 cost for 2026. Okay?
No, it's not okay.
Not why, sir. You have already health insurance plan? Yes or not?
No.
So don't worry, sir. We can provide you additional benefits and best insurance plan in your local area at $0 cost, sir.
You want me to buy you a Mercedes Benz?
Yes.
No.
AMG, please.
I'll get you one.
I am talking about your health insurance plan, sir.
Oh, I thought you were talking about auto insurance.
No. I am talking about your health insurance like Aetna, Molina, Ambassador, Oscar, United Healthcare, Cigna.
Nah, I don't need
Anyone
that.
you have?
I'm very healthy. I take vitamins.
Okay. You are not interested to get anyone?
No, not now. But if you want to sell me some auto insurance, I need discount on auto insurance.
No, sir.
You don't do that?
I'm not working with auto. Okay.
Okay. You have a good day.
Okay.
Drink
Have
it.
a nice day, sir.
Yeah, you don't want that Mercedes Benz?
Oh my God.
Fuck, who turned down the Mercedes Benz? Michael Blair.
Alright. And I want to take a shot here.
He's gonna take a shot. You had a double
I am
bottom.
taking a shot.
Tesla's
I'm
at
taking
a
a shot.
Tesla. He's in. Tesla's at a double bottom.
That 2-minute candle I like.
If you look at the 30-minute, we hit the 200 SMA. The 692.
Oh, yes.
692 strikes.
I'm up 100 already.
There he goes.
God dang. This is 3 for 3. I'm over 500 on the day already.
Damn.
Nice.
Well, remember this strategy on a pullback, but not on a breakout.
Hell yeah. I like today.
That's because I got you off to a good start. Thank you very much.
I mean, I hope everybody's in it now.
I am.
I'm a chicken shit, so I got out, but this could go higher.
Yep.
I see a blue candle on the RSI, which is always a great sign.
Then after this trade, I'm going to switch to the next day.
Usually
I've been doing a lot of.
over.
Do you think that guy was from India?
Yeah, that's why I didn't want the Mercedes. He was too afraid that we would mistake him for some Al-Qaeda dude and drone strike him.
Yep. No, I got my award here. I want to show everybody my award I got. I'm very proud of it. I'm an impact partner now.
Look at you go. I might jump in again here.
We moved to the right with a tweezer bottom on the 30-minute. 89 cents. So let's give her hell here. We'll hold this one here. I gotta make up for those last two.
All right, man, Rob. Oh. She's done bleeding. And that's another 100.
I'm still in it. I'm gonna hold it.
Oh, I'm in this one. Like, I'm letting this one ride for free with the profits that I've had all morning.
There you go. I gotta see where Tesla is.
About to go. Need to break the cloud on the 2-minute.
Tesla's pulled back to that support I called. Damn it. Jim, Tesla. I think Tesla's got me really going again, enthusiastic about it. For me to start trading more of it. Mm, 89 cents, we're at 110. I could sell them here. Oh, I already put that in there.
I want to see this 2-minute close and see if we actually get into the cloud on it. We're at the cloud on the 2-minute now.
We hit that pivot point area in the cloud. Oh, on Tesla. I like this spot right here. I'll show you how I got there in a second. So we got a snake here. For anybody who wants to know about the strategy, I'm going to clean this up. I know we got a double bottom here right here. So I feel fairly bullish on it that we will break the cloud. And we're in it right now. We're at the top of it. This is Funk's cloud of the 9 and the 21. That's where you get the crossover. I'm at 112 right now.
She's got more.
So I'm going to draw this out and I'm going to tell you how to trade this. If you're not in it now, wait a second. Draw out the snake. You want to try to get it to the next previous high right here. That kind of gives it a vertical. vertical trend, and you want to run that trend line to the top of that candle.
69.55 ES is your exit idea.
Now it's going to break out of the trend. So if it runs up and hits the 692, it can, but you're going to get a little breakout, then you're going to get a pullback of retesting this triple top breakout. Actually, it could be a quad, because if you want to count that wick. So let's extend that to the left. Nope. Yeah. So that's triple. It's had a bunch of resistance levels right there. So if it gains respect above this trend line, I'm in it at 89 cents and we're at 120. I should sell. I mean, this sucker's up good enough to get out of the trade, but this could be another $2 bet, and I'm going to be tickled to death if I could run this back up to the 200 SMA and EMA and break the hard resistance of the 63 and the 50. And this can come back, and like it's done many a times before, once it breaks that cloud, that 21, it can come back and touch the 21 or the 9. But if you're not in the trade, don't chase it. Wait for it to retest this trend line and see if it, or wait for it to hit the cloud again. See, now it's coming back. Now's your chance to maybe get in this trade. Right now, 113, 112, and put a stop on it, and you know, take a $30 loss or something. But that's it. There's 104, so it didn't work. Wait a minute, we're still on top of that trend line. Back to my entry here. I just sold it at 127. We're still above the trend line. As long as you stay above this body of this candle, stays above that snake, you're still bullish. Body, see, once you break three with the bodies there, I still think we're going to move on this, but we'll see. I got a stop set at 80 cents. I'm in at 89.
Nah, you'll be fine.
Yep.
69.55, 69.60. Top of the order book.
Cold is pulled back to KOLD. We go just a little bit lower, but we need to stay above 20. And it's breaking out right now a little bit from a snake. I'm up $300.
Me too.
And Baba had a breakout yesterday and pulled back off the Fibonacci. We got a double bottom. SMCI at 31.91. We hit 32.03. Google, we got a snake coming up to a triple top. And PLTR, I'm at 127. If you're up like I am right now, learn to take profit.
Oh, I'm gonna get out at 55. I want to see if I'm right. I want to see if the 2 minute touches the top of the cloud.
Scale out or something, yeah. There's the 2 minute that he's talking about.
There it is.
140.
Now I'm out. $300. No, $400. My bad.
Very good.
Almost 1,000 on the day in 4 trades.
I want to give it a little bit more time here. I want to see if we can break this.
If you get above the cloud on the 2 minute, you're going to the, see where all the EMAs are stacked on the 2 minute?
Yeah.
74 to 71.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Yeah, I got to look at the /ES. Right?
Mm-hmm. Just sitting up there between 71 and 74, including VWAP. So you got a ton of stuff up there.
We got a triple bottom. Resistance right here. Come on, you cockroach. We got 3 white soldiers too, so this is going to break out more. Maybe come back and consolidate off the triple top bottom. So I want you to, I'm going to show you resistance, support. Go to that body right there and take it to that body right there, or a head and shoulders. You call that a head and shoulders too. Resistance, and that's right on the cloud. Then you got a triple bottom right there. So that, whoop. Right there. So if we can gain this respect in this cloud right in here, when you have 3 white soldiers like this, 3 green candles, you could come back and hold support right here off that 3rd candle. What? Stop limit. You can't set alerts on it /ES.
Can.
There we go. Oh, I was doing the sell it. Come on. Now we came inside of that cloud a little bit right there. I mean inside of that resistance zone. But this is called a head and shoulders, and this is a triple bottom. Now we're back down again. But I say I took that was like a 40-cent dip right there. Now we got to hold this spot right here. It's that candles alert. If this holds, we're good. That's on a 5-minute time frame. God dang, man. Funk, you got me all fucked up. No, I appreciate it, because I'm moving around time frames a lot more, and I think that gives me more confirmations.
Mate, I got you in the trade within 3 points of the bottom.
Oh, you think so?
No, so. I know when I took it. Still got orders above. Looks good. About to break out of the 2-minute cloud. RSI is still showing strong. Don't panic.
Now we're in my zone area.
Yeah. There's some sellers right here at this 657 mark. The buyers look stronger than the sellers.
We're at the 50 SMA right here on the 1 minute. That's a hard resistance. That's a slow moving average. God. Oh, man. I can't tell you how many mouses I've gone through. How many chairs I broke sitting here for 21 years. I think this is my fourth chair. They last about 5 years. Make the 96. We got a head and shoulders. This thing can pull back to 689. So let's see what TV is. Come on. Grupo. Oh, it's got some volume. Grupo Televisa. Together is a subsidiary, oh gosh, owns and operates cable companies and provides direct-to-home satellite pay television system in Mexico and internationally. TV. And then the other one is POSC. POSC. Yeah, Positron, that's a local corporation. It offers, no. Various, I'm at 114. So December 30th, 25th, Positron Corporation raises $2 million to expand market presence and growth incentives. Entered an industrial partnership in October with Mid-Exion. We're at 135
Oh, there you
again.
go.
Yay.
Yeah, now you're popping through resistance.
Let's go, baby.
Buyer said enough.
They're at the 63. You can scale out some here, but I think we're going to go higher. Scale out maybe a possible little pullback and add it back in.
Still think that cluster of moving averages on the 2-minute is your target. So around 69.70 to 69.74.
164.
Yeah.
So in 66.
To me, the 2-minute's a lot cleaner than the 1-minute.
168, man, I'm feeling very handsy selling shit. We're almost there to the 200. That's what I called right here. So, I mean, I'm very tempted to get out of this trade. I'm up pretty good on it.
Yeah, 68 was going to be your 63 on the 2 minute.
Yeah. We could pull back and hit the 63 on the 1 minute here and hold that up and still be strong. Might be a 20-cent dip or something, but and 10 minute. Is that what you said?
The 2. I watched the 2.
2 minute. Oh, you said yesterday you weren't watching them numbers. Ha ha ha.
Go back into it today.
There you go. Got to adjust with the flow.
The 2 minute doesn't freak me out like the 1 minute.
It's cleaner. I know people that trade on with ticks.
Now, some of the biggest traders I watch on YouTube are 2 minute traders, where I picked it up from.
Yeah, people don't like the 1 minute. A lot of them. I've fought many people with that. Time was one of them. He was a huge worrywart when it come to trading.
Yeah.
He couldn't get it how I was trading. He couldn't understand how simple it was, but you know, he was a good trader. And then same thing with a damn, I can't remember his name now. He was a good friend of mine. He kind of pissed me off. Doob. That ain't a double bottom, and I'm like, what the?
You just flipped your cloud green on the 2.
Hey, you know, you ever in your life love somebody and then they chew you out and die in 2 weeks? I mean, I'd still have that, you know, that guilt of not being able to work it out with him.
Get up there and touch my numbers so I don't look like a liar.
We're at the 63. I mean, it's a hard resistance to break. If we break that, we're going to shoot all the way up to 698 for double top. Triple top. If we break this wall, these are all hard resistance levels. You got the 63 and the 200 EMA and the 200 SMA. It's like a huge wall. I lost $200 right there. Just in that little bit of movement.
Really?
Yeah, it was at 170.
Oh shit, it's about to go. That cloud just flipped big green.
We're still above it on the 2 minute.
Yeah, the 2 minute.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Yes.
1 minute, I mean. There goes the tornado alarm. I thought it was. They do the warning thing every year and make sure they're all ready. Yeah, that sounds like one. Damn, Jim nailed that Tesla reversal. Perfect. 121 to 125. Thank you very much.
Lay down.
I don't want to.
Damn dog's driving me crazy today.
You want a treat?
Hi.
Yeah. You want a treat? $162.
Yeah, you rejected the 63 on the 2-minute.
What? What was that? I don't know what I just did, but damn it, Jim, think. We're retesting. And then I'm gonna go make lunch. And again, I think I'll have soup. We're retesting. We're going to see right here. So we had the snake breakout on the /ES and the pullback with the tweezer bottom with an engulfing candle. So if we can hold this here spot that I gelled out, if we can hold that old resistance, which we hit earlier, and we got like a yin yang right there. So if that holds, we're going to run up here and hit this VWAP on the /ES. If that 9 holds, you're at the 9 too, so you got the 9, my little channel of resistance, and a yin yang. I kept some of these, so I'm still up. The SPX between the 21 and the 63 for a squeeze here. 2 engulfing candles. So that's getting ready to squeeze. Up, there it went. See, it's still holding above. I want you to We're still holding above that 9. Well, kind of. Even after that huge dip. There's like 116 to 130 in a second. I gotta turn that heater up a notch or two. I made you yawn?
No, I just. Oh.
Oh. You just
Bitcoin. I was looking at Bitcoin.
What's it at?
66.8.
Mm-hmm. I got into it with a guy on YouTube. I like the guy. He's a New Yorker. He's pretty boisterous. On his YouTube channel, he's freaking out because of the sell-off in his Bitcoin. He bought a bunch. All he is in is Bitcoin.
Damn.
And I said, man, that's an
excellent risk management.
I said, that's what I told him. I said, that's a scam. I mean, you can't be throwing all your lot in one trade that's not even still, not fundamentally sound.
Mm-hmm.
Speculative is the word I'm looking for. And he laughed at me. And I said, I've traded it. I traded it when I got in it at 2,000 and run it to 5. And I wanted to get in it at 15,000 when it pulled back from 50.
Yep.
And he's laughing at me. He had a whole crowd of people in there. He's laughing. I bet you're not in it. And he's laughing real hard. And he's down like $50,000 in the damn thing. I said, I'm not in it. You are. You're the one crying, not me.
Yeah, I'm not going to throw money into Bitcoin. I have 0.
Unless I was going to buy a hooker, I might. Mira was a nice little bounce off that support. After the crash, it bounced up to 850 from 643. We got a triple top, little under, around 825 on Mira. I'm still in. I got 3 contracts here at SPY left. We got a triple bottom. Let's see if we can get the reversal here. If not, I'm going to sell them by the dip. We'll see if we hold that triple bottom. And that'll keep this thing very, very strong if it does. If we don't hold that line right there, I'm going to stop right out. I'm going to turn on the heater. I'll be right back and get my soup going. I'm going to walk away from this trade. Oh. Also want to point out something here. This is my ready, set, go. I've got the buy volume and the sell volume. I'm watching that and see if the buyers are coming in compared to the sellers. I got the volume, and then I've got the average volume. So I can tell if it's been slower on an average day or faster on an average day by the time of day. Today we're at 30,309. Average 30 bars is 167 0.754 trades. We're at 141, 145 again. So we held that triple bottom. Did you see that? Now what do you got working? Can anybody tell me what we're working out here? One person. What kind of pattern is this? Who's that new guy in here? You still in here? Risk Reaper? You got your ears on? I'm going to draw this out, and I want you to tell me what kind of pattern it is. You got it higher lows and a horizontal line of resistance. You got a triple top, 1, pull back 2, and 3. And I'm going to type out what kind of. Anybody tell me what kind of. Come on, man, somebody.
I mean, I see a bear spinning.
Fuck. An ascending triangle.
I see a bear spinning on the 2.
Yeah.
With the 63 being your freaking resistance.
I'm at 164. 66. Let's break this VWAP. There we go, baby. Sweet spot off an ascending triangle. Do you want to remove text notes? Hell no. Nobody in this room? Anybody on YouTube smart enough to tell me what kind of pattern this is? How dare you? ASCENDING That's an ascending triangle. Right at the sweet spot. The 1, 2, 3. Jim, I'm a 90-year-old woman and I was on YouTube and I was listening to you and nobody would answer in your room. I know what it is. It's an ascending triangle on a 1-minute time frame breaking the VWAP. Correct answer, baby. I don't know what that freaking line is there. I'm still holding on to these. Wouldn't it be nice if this went to $2? Jimmy called $2 on this trade. We're at 171. And we are definitely at a hard resistance. 30-minute, we hit the VWAP. What is this here? I thought that was a VWAP. Yeah. What did I just do?
Oui.
Oh God. I took off the VWAP. What did I just do? I checked it. Use left axis for study, so let me uncheck it. Oh, Now this VWAP's up here. What the fudge? Boy, if I hit that, it will remove it. Use left axis for study. Hide study VWAP. Edit study VWAP. Okay, let's go. I should have bought that dip. 130. I could have got 130 and added them 7 back. I'm getting a little impatient now. And you don't want to see me impatient with this thing. So this thing got to break out or do something. Next 2 minutes.
You wouldn't like me when I'm impatient.
Yeah, you wouldn't like it. Nancy?
This is not a spot I want to be in a trade. I don't want to get in a trade right here.
Because you don't know.
I've got heavy resistance right above me and the EMA cloud right below me, like within 7 points of each other.
Oh, God. Mara pulled back.
Just for shits and giggles, put your ES on the 2 minute and see what I'm seeing.
I will. Or my ES?
Mm-hmm.
5 minute, we're at the VWAP.
Yeah, but look at the 2 minute, how you're squeezed between all the moving averages in the cloud.
Yeah, VWAP's a pretty strong thing. Oh, cloud. What the fuck, Jim? What is that? Moving average error. Is that the 100?
Mm-hmm. The 200 EMA, the 200 SMA, the 100 and VWAP are all stacked on each other. You're riding the 63 and you have the cloud right below you.
I'm trying to figure out what this is. This dotted yellow line. That's 200 EMA.
Whatever you told me to make it. What's going off your notes?
Yeah, it's a solid resistance. Your wall is the 200 SMA and EMA. You break that, we're shooting up big time.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you get an open above 69.73, there ain't nothing left.
Okay. But I really want to sell this sucker and buy a dip.
Well, it took way longer than I thought it would, but we got to 69.70. At least it didn't make me a liar. stick.
What's that? Here we go, baby. Bring it. There's 194. About got my $2. I don't know how he does it, but his name's Washboardjim. There it is. Oh. What the hell? Oh, this is glorious day here with Washboardjim and Funky the monkey.
I got to get on with the client and work on that, so probably tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. I can be there at 7:30. All right, thanks. There she goes. Not a bad trade, Jim. Not a bad trade.
Not bad at all. I'm going to talk about something here. I've talked about you got to be in the right kind of mood when you're trading. So I've been dealing for the last 5 or 6 days with a building that has had no light in the bathroom. And I'm a worrywart, so I'm thinking about that all the time while I'm trading. Well, yesterday I spent 3 hours with an electrician to get that light working. And it was like the last thing we went to before we started cutting big holes in the wall. And I didn't want to do that. So I told him, I said, let's see if check this other room on that. We couldn't find the what do you call it? Where all the wires go together, a little round aluminum thing. Conduit. And so let's go check this other room over here because we couldn't find the conduit. And good idea. He said, does that have a drop ceiling? And I said, yeah, because he couldn't find it. Everywhere we looked, we didn't have a drop ceiling. And it was not connected with the other breaker that was connected to the other bathroom. So the IRS people went in there and put a bunch of sensors and stuff and cameras to watch your employees or something, I don't know. The guy loosened up a wire. So we went back in there within 5 minutes. He spent 3 hours on the thing, and one suggestion, I told him, I said, let's go check this other room. And there we found it. We found the problem. So my mind is, I felt like I was at 135 bantamweight today. I felt so happy and relieved that I didn't have that on my back brain. So, if, in other words, you have to have the right kind of attitude. And many times you have to start over. If it ain't working, just stop, take a break, 2-day break, and pick up, learn new things. Now, I admire Funky the way he trades because he's always constantly wanting to learn. He wants to get it. I don't think this guy would stop at anything. He's probably the kind of guy that would want to make his marriage work, want to make sure his car's running right, and he wouldn't be happy until he got it perfectionist. And I'm the same way. I sat here every single day, 8 hours a day, sometimes 10 on the weekends. And I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. But you got to have the right attitude, because if you don't have that I want to win attitude and a little bit of egoism, but not be a narcissist or a misogynist or listening to Bad Bunny.
My God, I'm gonna kill him. Lord, give me the patience for this man.
Yeah.
Father, you said vengeance is yours, but you know I want to choke him out.
And you know you can't do it, so you just got to kind of let it go. Let me
Are you
remind
gonna
you.
hold 57? We got orders on the book at 57.
Damn, I got it.
Might hold there and bounce. This might be a perfect dip line.
SPSPY.
I don't know. Hell, we lost a trend line on the 2 minute.
I got my $2. I'm happy with that.
Oh, no, we didn't lose it. We're sitting on it right now. The 2 minute sitting on a heavy trend line.
Let you buy back in.
Don't think about it. We got 3 black crows on the 2 minute. See orders on the book. Let's see how it reacts here.
We're back to my real solid resistance line that we had to break. So it should. Oh, we're at number 4. So we might make a little bit more. Actually, number 3. There it is, right to my support. 3 black crows on the 2 minute. Let's see what the 1 minute tells me. 119. I'm gonna get back in it.
I'm gonna go with you.
123. Got to hold this. There's 200.
Yeah. Keep going, Renee.
It's getting what? It's 10:32, 11:30. So it's that time of day where you don't want to take too many chances. Volume's going to slow down a little bit. G here, the guy in here in the room that pops in here is the G guy. He don't trade no more, but he used to be a Wall Street trader years ago. He uses bar charts. He's an old-fashioned trader that can give you a lot of help if you just read some of his stuff. One, two, three. All right, put that in there, huh? $147. So we're going to be using the VWAP. We took it at 1, 2, 3, 4, where we want to make a little bit more off 3 black crows and a hammer.
Hey, that's my exit idea.
We got a head and shoulders off the VWAP. This is a real hard wall. If this wall breaks,
63 on the 2.
yeah. In the 2 minute, if we break this wall, we're going a lot higher. But right now, it's that volume problem. We're low volume. Let's see if I can see something different on the one. Come on, break it. Gotta break that VWAP. I gotta go back and charge my phone. I'm gonna make sure I can still answer these human Labradors. Request for confirmation has expired. What? Oh. I gotta figure out when my business insurance is due. Tesla's pivot point right now is the 50 SMA, and I'm broke my resistance of 425.08. Now we're coming back to it off the 50. So this has to hold here to move up and hit the orb at 427, 428. Shopify had an earnings miss. Shopify shares drop after fourth quarter net income declines year over year. That's not good. Shopify president Harley Finkelstein, it must be German, Finkelstein. Shopify president Harley Finkelstein on fourth quarter results. The company was on full throttle. Finkelstein. God. I'm sitting here, after I got out of school, my first job was, or maybe my first real job, was selling Electrolux vacuum cleaners. And I went to Manhattan, Kansas, which is a university city, and I knocked on this door and two German twins answered it. And I thought I was in heaven. They were teasing me right and left. I mean, I got so, I couldn't say much. Tickled. Would you like to go to the bedroom with me and show me how that works? I was kind of thinking, what do you mean? Well, the vacuum cleaner, of course. 152. Let's break it. We're at the VWAP again on the SPY. Buyers are overwhelming the sellers right now. For a second, they were. Now they're not. Now they are. We broke it. It'd be nice to take this back to $2, wouldn't it? I'm up $500. I should sell it here.
Yeah, it's getting to be that time of day. I don't want to trade.
Yep. Mine's at 1 o'clock.
I've already made over 1,000, so we're easy.
Yep. If we break this 200, man, it's smooth sailing to the top. There's almost $2 right there. I mean, this is. Anybody take his trade with us? We're at $2. Make a business decision. You did, but you exited early. I want to eat. I got food on my mind, so I'm going to get out because I can't stop thinking about food. You get something on your mind, and take a chill pill and go do what you got to do.
God, you want to talk about squeezed? Look at freaking Netflix.
Did it finally bounce? I knew that.
No, dude, it's so squeezed right now.
Damn.
That thing pops, it's gonna freaking pop hard.
Yeah. Well, I'll be back. or a double top. This thing really wants to break out. We're getting ready to squeeze here in about 2 to 3 minutes. It's going to do something. That's on the 2 minute.
Yeah, all the orders on Netflix are below. I think when it squeezes, it goes down.
Oh, I was meant /ES. And then we got the wall of the 200 right there, so it's gonna be hard.
Slow down.
Minutes are coming to the end here. I got these at 134. We're at the 9 on the SPX. Hello, Joe. Your mic might be on.
Hi, it does.
Yep. How you doing, Joe?
I'm good.
Oh, very
Just,
good.
Thanks.
You got any questions? My IQ is 131. I weigh 175 pounds. I used to be a Golden Glove, and I'm not a homosexual.
And cat litter suggestions? Any cat litter suggestions?
Cat litter?
Yeah.
Sawdust? Cedar wood?
Get ready here. The 2 minute is busting through all those resistances.
Let's go, baby. Triple top. Okay, I'm going to ask this question one more time. What kind of pattern are we forming? It's a pretty easy answer. I already gave it to you before.
Ascending triangle.
Ascending triangle is right. Correct. You just won a date with Pia Zadora.
Funky looking cup and handle.
Cup and handle. Correct. But I want you to consider the time of day when you take these trades, because they're all different kind of trades you take throughout the day. You know, my warning sign is between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. I don't want to trade that much, or I want to look for a good setup. Scalping, get right in there and get right out first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
You can do it 2 or 3 times. For
I
the
don't
first.
like to trade after the market's been open for 2 hours.
Yep. Many of your fat cats are done.
Well, it's too easy for them to do exactly what they're doing right now because it's low volume. They can head fake people out.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna go make my lunch and I'll be back. You want me to turn the TV on or just leave it off?
I don't care if you turn it on. I can always meet you.
I want to listen to, see if we have any George. Net. There's a.
Turn you off and turn Bob Seger on.
There you go. 10. This had this guy on CNBC this morning. I don't know if I want to use that chart or not. What do I have on here? SPX. TAN is a solar company. And they're doing something kind of share structure to pay off his debt, the company debt, and expand. And something about storage, some kind of storage for the energy. So we're going to look this up. Netflix, some more lows, new lows. Oh, I don't. Invesco Solar ETF. So it's an ETF. While the investment objectives stated in the fund prospectus may or not relate to how the fund activity, I think this is a sketchy company. I really do. I don't know, I said that when I was listening to him this morning, but yeah, never mind. We had triple bottom on the SPX. It just kind of needs to break resistance here on the 1 minute. I gotta go to the bank today too. And I gotta put that over here so I won't lose it. I got a W-2 form. I'm going to tell you a 15% way to save on taxes. If you open up an LLC, make sure that you turn it and you pay yourself a salary and write off a bunch of shit and save 15% in taxes. Under Obama, I was giving half my income to the government. Now I'm only giving 35%, about 30. You took big losses on ES before. A lot of people trade that with a tick. We got a head and shoulders on Meta. That was a good little bounce off that call I made. Apple hit my resistance, so did NVIDIA. Now we got a symmetrical flag. And a head and shoulders pullback. And an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Everything's kind of pulling back right now, so you just need to be careful. Code is at 2053. We're close to support on KOLD. RKT. Nice. Oh, gosh, it's an old alert. Rocket Company slides as Zillow earnings hit housing stocks. So everything's dipping because of Zillow's earnings. That ain't, you know, that's not sustainable. We're getting down and getting ready for another SPY entry.
Three minutes to a rollover.
$133, but I didn't take it. I'm gonna eat. I just can't. I don't want to get stuck in a trade and have to worry while I'm preparing lunch. So I'm gonna step out. You know how to mute me, Funk, if you want to talk, don't you?
J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more. with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hey Bob.
Hey Andrew.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, had a stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant. I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. It makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall. Coming up on noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange. And after starting the session higher, stock's kind of choppy right now despite that better than expected jobs data. It feels like we have some waning, a little bit of a lunchtime lull. Let's get into a check of your scorecard as we hit the lunch hour on Wall Street. We've got the S&P 500 unch right now. Again, we started out the session higher. We've been watching for this potential to reach and climb above the 7,000 level. We've struggled to see that. The Dow right now off by less than 0.1%. We're really range bound now on the Dow and the NASDAQ 100. Russell 2000 lower now by just shy of 0.75%. So again, pretty choppy action as we go throughout the day after some initial enthusiasm following that better than expected January jobs report. Here's the roadmap for today's show. We'll look at example option strategies for Cisco. It's got earnings due after the bell today. Plus, the team from Lightfolio will be along with new data on AppLovin. And Applied Materials also on our radar today ahead of its earnings. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it is time to bring in my co-host. You've got Tom White in our Chicago studio, and Kevin Hinks joining us live from the CBO. We've got you covered from exchange to exchange and beyond. So we had that jobs report. We broke the news earlier today. It showed that the economy grew by 130,000 jobs in January. Much better than expected. The unemployment rate changing low at 4.3%. The initial market reaction was positive. Tom, how do you read the tea leaves on where we stand now?
Yeah, it seems like the market's
rigged, I'm telling you.
Here, due to the fact that, hey, I don't know if anybody has any faith in a lot of these numbers at this point, even though the 130,000 was far above expectations. You look at some of the insides of the report, and you saw that private payrolls actually grew pretty solidly. Manufacturing actually went positive. They expected that to be a slightly lower.
Okay, get ready.
Number,
We're at the
negative. So there are parts of this that were really good. The unemployment rate going down to 4.3%. A positive. Also, we've given up.
I think I will take a trade here.
Up to nearly 4 points.
We got the 1 minute. We're at the bottom of that support channel. I got these at $1. No, I had them at 102. I said I was going to go out the next day, in and out of this sucker. Got an itch. Bet you a flea got me. Back to 102 here. Some risk. This is kind of a little too premature, but I took it.
Cedar mix into a mug, add a cup of hot water, stirring quickly. Add 1 shot butterscotch schnapps. 1
Yes. How do you do it? Does anybody see the pattern I took on that trade? Does anybody see the pattern I took on this trade? We have a special guest today, and it is one of the best presidents of the United States that we've ever had. Well, I want to make it perfectly clear. I've watched you from afar, and this thing called a YouTuber, and I got down here with my wife, and she was making out with me, and I told her to stay away, that I was watching Washboardjim, and he asked first a question. He says, can you tell me what pattern that I took off this trade? And that's an easy answer. After all my dealings with China, I learned two things. One, two as in double bottom, and how to eat cashew chicken. So, Jimmy talked earlier about this stage of support, which was resistance. We pulled back to what you would call a double bottom. It's aluminum, 2 bits for a double bottom entry. That's why I took the trade. Now I'm at 131, and I'm at the 63 EMA, and I'm above the cloud on the 1 minute that Funk did for me, and we're hitting the 50. And the 50 SMA is a slower moving average. So you want to scale out. Hold a couple, and we're going to squeeze between the 63 and the 50. But Jimmy got out at 135. Because I'm getting ready to eat lunch. Do you understand?
Beautiful. Very good. Very good, Jim.
Huh?
That was a good trade, man.
Very good.
We'll give you an A+ on that one, Jim.
Very good. 135. I'll be right back. I don't want to burn. Oh, my toast. Oh. Shit. Almost too burnt for me. There's my trash. Chart patterns, moving averages. Chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Okay, I'm back. It's really not been that hard of a trading day. It's hard for you. Let me think of an idea that can help you. Did you see what I did? I said I wasn't going to go trade, and I went in there and I took the first thing off my mind, which was food. So I got in there and I prepped my food real fast, and I came right back to the desk and I said, set up, double bottom. And within 4 to 5 minutes, I made $300. 10 contracts in and out of the trade. Now I'm taking another break. And there she goes. Damn. Another 400 I left on the table. We had a double top, triple top. What happens at triple tops? We have one of them, 2 bits, and a wick. So we had a triple top. They usually pull back. Not always, but 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 times they'll pull back and retest. Patience is one of the hardest virtues to ever learn. You want to be in a trade. Start second guessing your trades when you get in them. Don't just jump right in them. Second guess it. Give yourself another few minutes for it to verify. Patience. Pick up on the time of day. Know that things slow down. It's not always a steady pace all the way through. When the volume slows down, it's just setting up for a squeeze. So that's why I keep the volume up here. I want to see how big, and in different stocks, I want to see how big the blocks are. Who's buying it? Who's selling it? but I want to be able to recognize the volume switches in the day and look at the clock and see what time it is, and then keep doing that over and over again. See, now we're at the 200 EMA on the 1 minute. I'm going to flop around time frames. I used to trade the 2 minute. I used to trade the 3 minute. I've traded the 5 minute. I've called trades out on the 15 minute and the 1 hour and the 30. I've got the weekly, the daily, the 4 hour. I want to look at a few of them time frames and see if I get a confirmation of my moving averages, because they're all going to be different. So far, everything's telling me we had a huge breakout and we're consolidating that breakout today. Being the now, Wall Street's probably pissed off because they didn't get the job numbers right. Well, they never do. These guys are in a 1923 league, 1950s. They don't trade like we do. They're fundamental traders. These are less fundamental than CNBC. These are more charty here. But learn patience. You can sit here all day long for 7 hours and be bored as hell. Then all of a sudden you got that big trade come in. I'm trying some new toast out. I like it. Got some kind of green stuff on it. So I'm going to wait until I eat. Now we've got like a Darvis box. Darvis box here going sideways. And we're coming up to a real triple top right now on the ascending triangle. So this is telling me now we're in the sweet spot. If we don't break here, we probably might have a good pullback. Every pattern has a sweet spot. Triple top. It's either going to squeeze out of it. We got high or low. Not by much. We're at 170 again. 140 to 170. So this is an exit idea or a scale out idea. You don't want to hold here because you got a big wall. But we're also at the point where we could break the wall because it's the third touch to the top. So my ambitions are very high right here. If it starts to pull back, I want to get out of my trade. But I've got the squeeze play going on, first to second. Washboardjim's up to bat. Funk's on third base to make it home. So I hit a bunt. I move the guy from first to second, and Funk tries, as the guy pitcher throws it to first, Funk's stealing home plate. We score big. Still down 200. Well, if we break this resistance here, you'll make it back. Now note, if we do break the triple top, it's going to break out and then it's going to pull back and retest that triple top. There's 160 to 193 right there. 205. Baby did it! Why don't you start studying chart patterns? Memorize them. Yep, it's a strong wall, but remember you're in the sweet spot. It's got to break now or never. 1, 2, 3, you can trade with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, you might make a little bit more. Look at the higher low from this pullback inside this Darvis box. That's a triple bottom with a wick. So you got a triple top and a triple bottom inside of a Darvis box. Darvis box is a horizontal channel. That's all it is. Note, we have 3 white soldiers right here. What's that tell you? Tells you that the market's bullish. That's all on the 2-minute. Now we're at 225 from 160. Just like that. Bam, baby. I'm up $600. I'm going to sell the son of a gun. I don't care. I don't care if it runs to 3. Because I know this thing's going to pull back a little bit after it broke the triple top. Good morning, YouTubers. Sorry I ain't paid attention to you. I've been in my own little world here. Now we're above the 200, so we need to show some respect. Don't ever enter calls at the peak. Don't chase. That's your problem. No more chasing. Buy at support, sell at resistance. Wait for them setups. YouTubers, get out your pencil and paper. Get out your copy here. I want you to copy and paste this. This is called your chart pattern cheat sheet. One thing I picked up right off the bat when I looked at this cheat sheet, first two things I thought, how do I count to 3? And how do I count to 4? Because I like making a little bit more. So I got a triple top. This is a bear flag. I got a descending triangle. Bear flag. Rising wedge, the bearish wedge. It's going to pull back sooner or later, after it probably forms its third or fourth top. We've got a symmetrical flag coming from the upside to the downside. Now this can work both ways, especially out of a snake. So that's my least strongest one. This is my strongest one, and this is my strongest bear flags. Bearish reversals, we got a head and shoulders. So when you approach a head and shoulder, you want to get out. Don't think twice about it. Get out, especially if you come from the bottom or the bottom of the neck, the neckline. We got a rising wedge. Got the double top. Get out of the trade. Let it pull back, maybe retest the neckline and run back up and break a triple top. Or it just goes ahead and breaks that neckline and pulls back. We got a triple top. That's why I'm so religious about getting out of the triple top. Unless I'm set up in the right kind of pattern. And the volume's right, and the time of day is right. Reversal, inverse head and shoulder is one of my favorite patterns. Nobody knows how to read them. They go sideways. They go any way they want. Many times I've developed a different strategy than buying the first neckline. I'll wait for the pullback to the second neckline, and that guarantees me that we could have a pretty good breakout. So I'm waiting patiently for that right shoulder to meet twice. Falling wedge is one of my favorite patterns. The double bottom is one of my favorite patterns. And the triple bottom is one of my favorite patterns. They're not always horizontal. They can be vertical, downward slope, upward slope. Study them hard and start looking for them and drawing them out. And if they meet up with like a day low or a pre-market low or after hours low, that could be a good double bottom. So pay attention to the days before. If you're ever in doubt, scroll out. That's it. That's your lesson for today. Copy and paste that. Put it up on your wall.
Oh my God.
Try not to make it too difficult. Because the more you add to your strategy, to me, the less confidence level you have. Because all your indicators aren't hitting. So determine what your favorite ones are. So we broke out of what's called ascending triangle, kinda. And then it failed. Created a triple top breakout. Now it's retesting that wall /ES. Cash tags. What's a cash tag? Cash tag. Cash tags. Cash tag. Cash app. Cash tag is a unique, customized username used in Cash App.
Bucky, please tell me you caught that rejection of your 5-minute orb this morning, brother.
I did.
Oh my God, I bought some SPX. I don't normally trade SPXs, and I bought some, and I hopped out. They went from fucking 390 to
You mean the put?
Yeah, puts.
No, I did not.
Oh.
I'm doing something, and I came back and seen the knife.
I grabbed some 696 puts this morning and almost bottom ticked them, but
How'd you determine it was going to pull back?
well, I was using Funky's 5-minute orb strategy, but also I was just playing off my fib levels.
Yeah. Yeah, you like them fibs.
Oh, dude, I love them. Right now we're in an intraday golden pocket for the reversal, but we'll see. Still catching some long-term support from a long-term fib level. We broke through it this morning on that knife, and that usually tells me we're going to keep continuing in that direction.
A lot of institutional traders use the Fibonacci's.
A lot of algos use the Fibonacci's too.
Yep. I had some punk in a room told me I wasn't a good trader. Told me I wasn't a good trader because I didn't know how to trade with algos. And I told him to screw himself.
Really, truly though, Jim, the biggest thing that made me take it this morning is just I was just playing 696s, playing close to the money. I knew that I could average in if I took them 19. I took them for the 19th, but on that open, us just getting hammered down on those wicks with all that volume, I just going down.
The wicks top heavy.
This morning at open, yeah.
Yeah. Very good. Tesla on the 1 minute's on top of the cloud. 9/21. On the 2 minute, we're at the 200 EMA, and I think we could have probably touched the cloud there too on the 2. And then the 3 minute, we got a head and shoulders. See this head and shoulders right here? So we're coming up to the second shoulder line. Now that's where you're going to use a little patience and see if it was going to break that second shoulder line. They usually don't break on the first one. And we hit this 50 SMA. So if this thing comes up, I'm going to draw the line and show you where that neckline is, or that shoulder line is. You got the body of that candle right there. This is on 3 minute. And you run it all the way down to the body of this candle right here. And see how we hit that shoulder line? So what's it getting ready to do? It's telling you that it's getting ready to squeeze. And this is the point where we either break out or we have a triple bottom. So you prepare by drawing your trend line on that body right there. and run it up to that body. Then you set your alert right above the body, right above the triple top. You might have to keep changing that around. But I wouldn't buy a put here because we're at the second shoulder line. And that's more bullish than hitting the first shoulder line. And in my strategy, we're squeezing between that shoulder line and the 63 on the 3 minute. Now I'm going to go to the 5 minute. Same kind of look. But the trend line's a little bit higher. The support's right around 423. This is Tesla. There I go again. Thinking SPY. So this is what I talked about this morning on the snake. I said, never take the trade. Okay, you got your big knife. This was probably on the, let me see what time frame I had this in. But on the 5 minute, you can clearly see that we had the pullback. Yeah, the 1 minute. Perfect. So we broke out of the channel. Don't chase. Wait for the retest. And then when we broke out again, I drew that trend line, and I waited. Maybe I had the patience to wait for the next pullback to that trend line once it was established. And then I know that I can run this up to the 200s and maybe break this triple top because I have a triple bottom. That's the sweet spot right there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then it breaks out to the 200, comes back and retests that trend line again. Then we had the double top, triple top pullback for the next entry. And that was a double bottom that I called out right here. Triple bottom, counting that wick. So everything's in 3s and 4s. Real simple. And there's your pattern. Megaphone. This thing could end up here by the end of the day to a double top. Employment numbers were great compared to what these idiots on Wall Street thought. Then you have your VWAP chart set up. Use that VWAP as a pivot point when you're trading the SPY, the SPX, or whatever you're trading. Throw that VWAP in a separate chart or something, or in the same chart. The VWAP's a very good indicator. Now we're approaching a double top. We're making a cup. I'm not in it no more. I took my 600 and left so I can enjoy my lunch. So I made $1,000 just making lunch. Every day's not going to be clean like today is. So far, it's held all my supports. Got a double top on /ES. 134, man, that was a good entry for that trade. Okay. Remove. Now what I say? Rips the 200 EMA. We're going on 2 minutes. This is how I drew that support line. I took a head and shoulders, and I took a triple bottom using the bodies of the candle, and I drove that box in there. And that box, notice, it stopped right at the pre-market low, or that low right there, not pre-market, but whatever that is. I think it's. I didn't notice that until just now. Well, that would have really got me going there. A triple bottom on an inverse head and shoulders. I just now noticed that. You got your left shoulder. You got your neckline. And then that right shoulder. So it came up, broke out, and then came back and retested that shoulder twice. And the wick the third time on that wick. But I take more love into the bodies than I do the wick. The wick's just an extra indicator. A verification. So, yeah, I didn't even notice that. I would have for sure took that trade. Instead of just taking it off of a double bottom, we had a yin yang, a pivot point. So that even gives me more reason to take that trade. Nailed the reversal on the IWM. Nailed all these reversals. The QQQ. Go to my snake, draw that thing in there. To the right. I didn't go down far enough. Got to be professional. That's how you do it. I'm watching these old country boys building these houses like in a day or two. There are 4 of them. They're kind of like country hicks, but they're all built real healthy. And I just like their work ethic. They got these gold chains around their neck, showing off their titties, and tight six packs on their belly. So now we're approaching the double top here on the 200 EMA on the QQQ. But notice, when we broke out of the snake, I run them bars right across from that body. We broke out of that snake, it pulled back and retested. So I always say, don't chase it when it breaks out. Wait for that pullback. Then take the trade. Every time I see a snake, when it breaks out, I'm gonna wait unless I buy it in here. Because here we had a head and shoulders. I would have probably, I don't know if I'd have took that, but I definitely would have took that and run it up to the 200. Now we just broke out of the SPY. I think we're going higher. I really do. This just looks so strong. Weak, I mean slow, but people are going to get FOMO. Damn it, I should have got in there when Jim called that snake out, and I didn't do it. So here you go. I'm just telling you every time exactly how to trade this knife. I can do this with every knife on here, and almost every one of them are going to pull back and retest. So we're going to go up to the top up here, run it all the way down. That could be one way of doing it, but it don't look too pretty. So we'll take it from here and run it down. That looks prettier. So there's your snake. We broke out. We did come back and retest. There could have been a scalp entry on that retest there. But then I definitely got a double bottom out of the snake. So there's my double bottom, and I know on that chart pattern a double bottom will break out in most cases. Using the wick, you know, it doesn't always have to be the body. And that I noticed that wick straight across is double bottom off the wick. So that's my retest. And then we pulled back here to the previous resistance for a trade. I missed this one. It took off without me, but it came back to this here double top breakout. Using that body and that body, and then boom. Okay. Did you have anything to say, Funk?
Just watching the 5 minute.
You're supposed to say well said.
Oh, well said.
Ooh, that's not good. You don't see the head and shoulders. On what? Do you wear glasses? Here's head and shoulders right here. Your left shoulder and your right shoulder. Here's another one right here. Inside of the snake. On the SPX, you just take and draw your trim line. Now watch this. This is very important to see too. So you have a double verification of the double bottom. Plus you have another verification. There's your left shoulder. And once you broke out of the snake, take them bodies right there. And then there's your right shoulder touch. Boom! So you got a double bottom and you got an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Now the 2 minute might not show that. It sure does. You take that, and it kind of shows it right there, but yeah, there's your 2 minute. A lot cleaner with a tweezer bottom and a double bottom. So you got double bottom, tweezer bottom, inverse head and shoulders. And then it came back and held support off that previous breakout, which is called a yin yang, which tells you that that's bullish and you could take that trade. And then you got the double bottom, which you can take that trade, do the same thing, run it up to the 200 and get out of it. Be out of it in 5 minutes. Then you got the 5 minute. So there's no head and shoulders here on the 5 minute. You have to look for something different. You have to be looking at candlestick patterns. We got 3 good green candles pulling back. Then there's your head and shoulders right here. So I would have got in this trade here at that price, and on the 5 minute I would have probably took it right here. Both times. Maybe even here off this tweezer bottom. Now, from here on out, I'm going to be looking for more candlestick patterns than I am chart patterns. So if I go to a 10 minute, we got a tweezer bottom with a head and shoulders. So my entry would have been a little bit later. And then we had the double touch on the right shoulder. And that would have been that. And then I would have took it because we had a confirmation of the 200 EMA with a double bottom on an inverse head and shoulders off 4 big crows that took 40 minutes. What's that?
Roll over in 15.
11:15.
Roll over in 15 seconds.
Oh.
3 black crows on the 2 minute with a doji.
We're off the 200 on the /ES. That could hold.
Man.
Got to break the VWAP. VWAP's my major concern here. With 3 dojis. 2 dojis. You're right off the 200 too on the 1 minute. Pretty strong support. Yeah, I like that, sir. There's your reversal candle. See if this hammer can push it up now on the 1 minute. I gotta make sure I got enough ink to print off all my paperwork, trades that I made. Probably cost $1,000 just to get processed. That's my next job, then I'm done. Okay, we're back to the pivot point area. Got a hold right here, SPX. It's 12:05, 1:05 Eastern. I think I'm gonna go make me try some of this coffee out. I've got a new coffee machine. It's called a cold press coffee, where you soak it for 18 hours in just coffee grounds and room temperature water. And it takes a lot of the acid out of it, the acidic. So I got some, probably too fine ground. I might change my idea. It might be too finely ground. Now let's make a hot one. Okay, we got 3 black crows here. Did you get out? Because we're going to have
I scalped it for like $80.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Very good. In and out, huh? We got a head and
2-minute trade and $80. Who makes
Yeah.
$80 in 2 minutes?
I do. Woo! I'm going to make a little bit here on this head and shoulders when it gets down here. 69, 39, 33. That's a straight across head and shoulders. This can stop short. We got 3 black crows right here.
We're working on a triple bottom on the ES on the 5.
Yep.
69.54 level.
Damn, that's right there on that double quad bottom, actually, if you want to count a wick on the 1 minute.
Yeah, the wick, yeah.
We got a spinning top after these 3 black crows. That's bullish looking. My mind's not in it right now, so I'm going to go. What was I going to do? Coffee. That's food? I can't think. I'll get back. I'll be right back. But I'd almost take it here. Small. With a stop. Because you're kind
of working on an inverse head and shoulders on the 5 on the ES.
Yep.
Look at that.
Yep. Jimmy mentioned. I think I saw that on the SPX.
You could double bottom at 69.35 if it wants to. Got plenty of RSI left to give.
She'd have to dip a little more for me to want to take a head and shoulders. But the triple bottom. I'd wait. We got a megaphone. No, we got a rising wedge.
Yeah, that's what I said, Rob. I was kind of almost looking for that double bottom at that 69.35 area.
Yep. Good spot.
Especially if it breaks below that 54.25, that purple bottom that we've already seen. If it breaks below that, I'm not going to be surprised at all if it hits the 69.35.
If it hits the 69.35, you got a megaphone head and shoulders. She got a megaphone too for solid support at that area. Correct? On the SPX. So I'd almost take that trade. SPX.
Damn, they're still loading puts.
Let's see what happens when we get to that quad bottom. 35, I like that spot. The 69.50s. And we'll go ahead and jump in one here soon. What the fuck?
This is do or die for ES right here. Like if it loses this, it is going back and lose.
Yep. Yep. Jimmy did it.
Oh, Rob is on the 69.10 puts coming in.
$470. This got some risk in it because we can still pull back and hit that 35. So I just bought one, and I'll add one more if we get down here and touch that bottom. It's not a really good spot to be in the trade for sure. And we got the triple quad bottom too. Where the,
Yeah, I think they're going to try to sweep that 54 level on ES. Stop out a bunch of folks because they know a bunch of folks see that support and they've got their stops set right below it.
here we hit the triple bottom. Randy, we're at 420 on the 69.50s. Randy.
held that quad bottom on ES.
Look at it.
69.54.25. It tapped it to the dime.
Yep, and it bounced up. I was just ready to cry. That's $100 candle right there. Good job. Wow. $6.10, $6.30. That's how you do it. $4.50 to $6.20. Come on, give me $200. I didn't buy another one. I wish I would have. I'd had two. I'd be up 400. If I'm out, I'll take the 600. Yes!
That is how you do it.
That's how you do it. Now watch it. 660. Patience, my man. Take that profit. I didn't hesitate. Most people have the problem by wanting more. That's why I always get out early. I always do. But I always have a green ticket. And I'm not sitting here waiting. God, I wish I'd have got out at 6.
Yeah, that was the 2-minute cloud. The top of it just slapped it down on the 2-minute.
I didn't even look. I should have looked at that. I didn't even look at it. Yeah, it's a clean.
I think we see 69.35 on the ES before the day's over with.
It's been a pretty clean day today. My opinion.
I think we're going to double bottom.
Back to 450 again, just like that. It's depreciating in price. You're dressed up as the hippie chick today.
That manipulation, man.
Yep.
Market makers did exactly what I thought they'd do. They took that freaking bah humbug news, they ran it up pre-market on a low volume, half-assed effort, got retail foaming at the mouth. Retail freaking comes out of the gate swinging, they let it go up 10 points, and then they drop it 80 points right into retail buying.
Let's see what this guy's got to say about the SPX.
I will say that for what we had here, this particular situation with AppLovin, we had a point where we failed to overtake our previous highs. We did manage to make a higher closing price,
App
which
now.
is typically
Damn it, I
more
missed it.
important than the intraday levels.
App I called a pullback on.
That old high of 745.61. From there, we transition into this downward sloping trend here, connecting these lows. That's about where we topped out so far today. Our decline seemed to solidify a bit near this level here, this intraday low point near about 386. We found that that was around where
Yep. Well, bounced 570, 450. I didn't take it. Again, tweezer bottom on the 2 minute.
Yeah, back to the top of the 2 minute cloud.
One minute I took it. Two-headed snake. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Three-headed snake, actually. Woo! App. Let me look at app. I had app.
Who's the biggest loser today? Coin. Ionic. Soha Palantir. IGV is down almost 3.5%. Joby's under $10.
How long ago was it? There it is. February the 4th. February the 4th. Nailed it. Next day it went down. But I called the bottom on app. Why? I'll show you. I don't know why I call it now. I think I just called it because it was down so much in a couple months. Down 260 bucks. 360 bucks. I called the bottom. I don't know why. Just probably because it was down, oversold. But it was also overbought. See, here's your double top again, triple top. When you're at an all-time high and you're in a triple top trade, scale out, sell it, and watch it. After you sell it, don't take it off your list. A lot of people, one thing I have noticed, especially the young traders, is they'd call a trade out and it'd pop and they'd forget about it. And I traded off Zach Morris when he did that. He'd call a trade out and it usually dip. So I always waited for the dip and bought the dip. I didn't take the call out. I waited to buy it when it was cheaper.
Yeah.
830 now.
Mm-hmm.
We're at the VWAP on the /ES. So that's a resistance. You got to also have a head and shoulders. And we're pulling up to the neckline. You see where we pulled back right here on this /ES to the VWAP?
Mm-hmm.
That's a pivot point. So if we break that, same way with a 2 minute. It's pretty hard resistance, but if you break it, 69.80. Dang, things pulled back too for good entry, and I didn't take it either. I'll go get some water. Megaphone, don't forget about the megaphone. Nvidia up 262. Walmart reversed today. They got pulled back on Walmart. Then we had a setting. This would have been a good trade today. I'd have took that right at open. I would have. And I probably would have got out of it at where it definitely hit the orb. Maybe sooner. I would have got out right there. It should have got out right up in here when it dipped down below that cloud. As long as it was above the cloud, it was still bullish, hanging above the 9. Whew. I didn't get much sleep last night. It was long. Okay, well.
Targets. They also gave a pretty upbeat outlook for 2026. Their earnings came in at 28 cents. That was up 47% from a year ago. Revenue climbed at 34%, up to $614.5 million.
Cloudflare.
Their CEO, as you hinted about the AI adoption, Matthew Prince, said that the rise of AI and agentic tools that can carry out tasks on a user's behalf has driven more demand to Cloudflare's networking and security offerings. They're citing that as a major growth driver for the company. Prince also saying that they're seeing a boost from a quote-unquote fundamental replatforming of the internet.
Well, he's selling lava lops.
AI agents are the new users of the internet.
This reminds me.
Platform they run on and the network they pass through. This creates a
I got all kinds of stories.
flywheel. So that led them to topping these estimates, having a really strong quarter.
So I used to be a picture framer here at the National Art Shop. I was the manager of the frame department. And this kid, his father owned Kaleidoscope, which is a paraphernalia shop. And they had moon lamps in there, lava lamps. And so he came into the shop one time and I asked him, would you give me a discount on your lava lamps? And he got real snooty with me. So, you don't give me a discount on the picture framing. It's like, you jackass, you never asked. So about a week later, he got real, about, you know, if I wasn't working, I'd have grabbed him by the throat. You don't talk to me that way when I'm in my prime. And so I'm sitting there looking out the window about a week later, and he's riding his bike down the sidewalk, and there's a big old telephone pole sitting right up in front of him, and he smacked that telephone pole. And I mean, it just made me so gratified. I didn't have to punch him. I mean, he hit that telephone pole going at least 7 or 8 miles an hour. Didn't even know it was there. That big one too. I mean. Okay, we got a solid support channel down here at the 200 on Walmart. I'm going to set my alert right above the 200 EMA. And actually, I'm going to set it right above that body right there.
I gotta go to work now.
Go to work. We get that oxygen going.
Do something. I gotta work from noon till midnight, so it's not gonna be great.
No.
Alright, thanks for the day.
Don't leave yet.
Thank you, Jesus.
Let me see if I can find it.
Narcissistic Jim, with his ego and his wit, doesn't give a
damn what Funky thinks.
Market takes a dip, SPX Jimmy will buy. Bitchin' at Molly Carolyn, still the apple of his eye.
Speaking of Marley.
Burp it up, Jim, let it fly, let it roar.
Hippie chick.
Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Candles on his screen bounce like titties in the night. Burps get so loud the neighbors say that
boy ain't right.
Bull or bear, calls or puts, doesn't matter one bit. Jimmy's face can't wait for Nancy to come and sit. Fart for a dip, ass making noise. Burp for a rip, cheers from his boys. Jimmy is grinding away on his washboard toy. Burp it up, Jim, let it fly, let it roar. Let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Lots of fun he has, his ego's ablaze. Burps and farts collide, the room is so amazed. Narcissistic Jim, the legend, the king, playing his old washboard till that closing bell rings. Narcissistic Jim. Narcissistic Jim.
Carl's the best.
Narcissistic Jim.
Carl's way or no way. Uh-oh. What do you get an F minus for? I said NVIDIA. It was hard, but I did it. Diane looks snooty today. Look at that chick. They did a makeover on her. Or she's lost some weight. That ain't her, is it? It is. God, I love you. You just give me enough energy to continue the rest of the day, baby. SPX at the 200. Get close to the hour time where I don't like trading. Another snake breakout pullback. Almost every one of them do that. Wait for that pullback. Double top, pulls back. I'll be right back. I think I'll be back. SMCI went below my 31.91. Symmetrical flag on TSM, and it's up today. We're at the 200 on Google on the 1 minute, and we got a symmetrical flag on PLTR on the 1 minute. AMD 5 minute symmetrical flag, triple bottom set up on 5 minute. And the video that goes out to you, magnificent. Symmetrical flag on the 5 minute, which is bullish, but it could pull back to the 200 and then break out to a double top. Metter, a new one there for you, magnificent. Metter. Yeah, I met her the other day and she slapped me in the face for wanting to walk her across the street. Metter. An apple. Kind of just standing still. QQQ only looks, well, we got a triple top on SPY now. Bull flag. Triple top on the SPY, bull flag on the 2 minute. Triple top, bull flag on the 2 minute. Triple top on the 1 minute off the 200, so that's a squeeze. I think it needs to break out now, or we come down and do the double bottom.
Yeah.
We are at the triple top right now, so it's got to make its mind up. And I'll be right back.
Do for haircut.
Get ready for an info commercial. We kind of broke out, didn't we? Kind of broke out, so that's a start. Okay, today's info commercial will be brought to you by Washboardjim. Okay. Let me put on my disguise. Now this takes a lot of work. A lot of good acting. So be ready. Hello, my name's Washboardjim, the farmer that farms 40 acres of land every day. I'm out on my tractor, working my fingers to the bone. All of a sudden I get a thirst. I'm getting a little bit dreary and I need a pick-me-up. So I reach back in my back seat in the tractor and I'm going to make farmer's coffee for you. Now first you need some coffee filters. Get the brown filters, the number 2 size. Then I take a simple little bitty filter holder, such as this, and I stick the filter inside of the coffee holder. This is called Camp Brown coffee. Then I stick it on a cup, my favorite Route 66 mug for this demonstration. If you ever never took a trip on Route 66, it's time to go out and pick up some sticks. So I take the coffee filter and I open it up, spit in it, and I stick it inside of the filter holder. Once I do that, I go into my coffee canister, which is some freshly ground coffee from the Ozarks. Actually, this coffee comes from it's a homeless shelter where they make coffee and sell it to fund their business. So I buy 5 pounds of this and hand it out. Then I take a scoop, a tablespoon, such as this, and I dip it into the filter. And this one I'm going to take 2 of them. So the coffee is now in the filter. And then I got one more thing I got to do, and I'll be right back. This is called a hot water heater. So I warm my water up in less than 2 minutes and it's already ready for making coffee. There's a button on the bottom of it and I pour it into the filter. Like so, at a gradual, steady, steep, and circular motion. Remember, I have a good wad of spit in the bottom of this here filter. You can hear the sound. Don't that sound delicious? So I'll keep running the water around the filter, bringing the grains down. It sounds like a waterfall, don't it? As I'm watching my trade go up, I'm making money, and I'm drinking coffee, making coffee. Now I'll let this drain out, and when it stops, the coffee will be ready, and we have a new high out of this snake. Off the 200 with a triple bottom. Do you see the triple bottom? One of them, 2 bits, and a freebie off the 200 SMA as we broke the triple top. Now we retest the triple top. We want to stay above the 9. If we don't stay above the blue line, then you take your profit. This is called a hammer. Recognize that long wick. This is called a spinning top. This is called a hammer. You have a tweezer bottom on the spinning top. Off the 200 with a triple bottom. Do you understand? I'll be right back to enjoy this Route 66 coffee. Now we're going to see if we can hold that 200. So that's campfire coffee. Gosh, it's so delicious. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. He black calls. Oh, rising wedge. Symmetrical flag. Good eye. Oh, you're still on fuck? At least you spell it properly. If you spelled F-U-C-K, I'd have to reprimand you. Because now I'm a Bible thumper. And before I get back to trading here, poop to learn. I think Indonesia is the one I did with the mini islands. I got to mark this one off. Yeah, I got it. Iceland. Iceland has no forest. Iceland was once covered in trees, but early settlers cut them down for farming and fuel. Harsh winds and volcanic soil prevented most of them from growing back. Today, reforestation efforts are underway, but Iceland remains one of the most treeless countries in the world. Iceland has no trees. Poop to learn. Oh, there's one in here about Elvis. Oh, we're going to do 2 for 2 today. Elvis was rejected too. Who would reject Elvis? Before becoming the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley was told he would never make it in music. One early manager told him to go back to truck driving. But his unique voice and energetic performance soon proved everyone wrong. He became a global icon and changed the music industry forever. Elvis was rejected too. Poop to learn. Okay, I think this is it. We're back on the 200 again. So let's look at this baby. All I've done is trade the SPY, and I'm a little bit too late. Oh, I traded the SPX today. I'm a little too late for your kisses. But I'm never too late for angels' kisses. Okay, we're getting ready again. I'm going to go ahead and get it in this time. The 695s. I got another story that happened to me last Saturday. I thought it was strange. We got the 695s at 91. Oh shit. The 12th, yeah, I got it. Oh man, I thought I got the We're at 92, 91. Just, no. It's kind of risky. Come on, you beast. Come on. It could have got 88 or 89. I don't know about it though. We got a Head and Shoulders. Now I'll show you. This is how I think, so I want you to see me draw this out. So I'm going to take the first body of this left shoulder, now we're coming up to the right shoulder the second time, but I want to show you a confirmation. I'm going to extend this trend line to the left, and it runs right into these wicks. So I've got a confirmation that that's a solid resistance. It's going to be hard to break, but if it breaks it, we could break double top. We're coming up to the shoulder at the right time, so this is the sweet spot. Sweet spot. It has to break here or we might drop. And I'm up $50. I can get out of it. 60. But if it breaks, I could get me a nice little $100 ticket. And I got my finger on the mouse ready to sell this sucker. And you want to sell it in heat, so when you're thinking about selling it, I could have got that at 98 cents. Oh, God. What the? I hadn't had time to think about that. I didn't lose nothing. But that scares me a little bit. Jesus. What's happened there? Somebody sold a bunch. Huh. Not seeing nothing really scary. A couple of 400 of them right there. Huh. Makes me a little bit leery. Well, that was a fast rejection. I don't like that. There's two of them. There's a doji, long leg doji. On the 1 minute. Hello? Jim, I'm a little scared. Are you still in the trade? Yes, I am. I want this to break the Head and Shoulders. We have higher lows, so I'm still feeling good about it. We had a couple big wicks thrown at us, but here we go. Get ready. Now, if I get another one of these candles, I'm getting out of the frickin' trade. I don't like 3 times the charm. I could look at it that way. I'm up $70. What should I do? No, I'm up more than 70. Well, no, I'm up $70. I'm up 70. Double top with a triple top off the wick. So the wicks are confirmations to me. See, that's a triple top breakout. Oh boy. I don't know how he does it, but the man is a genius. $108. 110. Take profit, please. By God, you better take some profit, unless you think it's going to break out. How's he doing? I've never seen anything like it in my life. Jim, I have an older sister. Would you like to meet her? $114. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just got a confirmation here. Aren't you glad Richard Nixon come into the class today? Damn, man. Keep going. $114. I'm up 100. Oh God. Should I take the bunny? If you want to learn how to become a good trader, buy a washboard. $115, baby. Higher level. 120, baby. seal the trade. Don't give up until we break the 9. $114, baby, $115. Give it to me. At a point, you gotta say, okay, I've waited too long. 113, mama. More cowbell. $117. Give me $120. Thank you very much. For I'm Washboardjim. We're at 120. Right at the end of the song. For I'm the strategic trading strategist behind the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being very patient, and understanding that Washboardjim's a little nutty. Thank you very much. I hit my target. I'm off to the beach. Does anybody like that? I won for you. I'll be your sugar daddy. That took a lot out of me. My God. The whole room still stinks. It's true. Took a lot out of me. My God. Oh. Okay. Oh, AMD pop out. End of the day run, it looks like. If we can break, I bet you if AMD breaks the 200, we might just go somewhere today. IWM broke the 63. We have some resistance on the QQQ. We got a triple top, quad top coming up on the SPX. Look at that megaphone. See the megaphone resistance? I called this out a long time ago. That's called a megaphone, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Mama? Look at that. Beautiful breakout, Jimmy called. What do you think about that? Psycho Jim. Psycho Jim. buy its support, sell at resistance. Beautiful ascending triangle breakout. Higher lows. So I want to show you something here. You see where I have this resistance line right here? That was a trend line. So I want to go back and I want to see what that trend line come from. Head and shoulders. Big old fat head. There's your left shoulder, your right shoulder, triple top breakout. So let's go back a little farther here. Let's go to 5 day, 5 minute. See if it looks a little bit cleaner. No, I don't look cleaner at all. And it kind of does, but that ain't where I got it from. Let's go to the 2 minute. Nothing there. Kind of like a pivot point. So we got a 3 minute. Nothing on a 3 minute. Yeah. Moving averages. Definitely the resistance level, the 200 on the 3 minute. Then we got a triple top. So what happens at a triple top? Anybody take his trade? I expect you to be professional and sold at 123. Or expect breakout. One of them, 2 bits and a freebie. Triple top. Lock it in. Snake. I followed this whole trade with you. Snake, breakout, pullback, boom, to the 200, pullback, double bottom, to the 200, triple bottom, to the 200, double top, back to the triple quad bottom, in the quad bottom, back to a triple top. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. So I told you exactly when to take this trade on the pullback. Not take it here, but wait for the pullback to get in the best possible price. And if I held that all that time, I would have got out here, but if you were scalping it, you would have made a lot more money. It's a real clean chart. You know, I like charts like that. Respect support lines. That way you could have a real good day, and you know you could, if they're not respecting your support lines, then you kind of, oh shit, have a rough day. We had all kinds of indicators today. If you don't use a VWAP chart, spank.
So Micron This is a company that's going to quadruple.
They're
its
pumping
earnings this year.
Micron.
It's going to double 100% growth of revenue. It's in a cycle now where memory is in fact more constrained than compute itself.
Oh, shut up.
They're going to be able to build and sell everything they can, and at the same time, they're going to have this asymmetric pricing power.
It's
that
overbought.
Memory hasn't seen in a long time, and everyone knows
They'll be
about
pumping
the
it.
boom and bust cycles. You've been through these with memory, but we've never had a super cycle like AI where
Let me tell you something, you bald-headed eagle. If you're thinking about buying this for a breakout, you're nuts. I don't know how he does it. But it broke out today. This is a huge pump. Oh, well, it's oversold too. And we have a triple top. Well, they're down almost $100. See, that's a good looking chart there.
Sir, you want to get in?
420 resistance level on a triple top. And we have a resistance level right in here. See this where that pulls back and that bounces up right there? So you want to take and put your little trend line on the body of that and the top of that. So somewhere in here is going to be your resistance between 420 and 430. Nobody would have anybody seen that right there? Yes or no? On the 30-minute MU. Zip, touch, 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 rejection. Then you have a head and shoulders right here. So you want to put that line on that head and shoulders, and it crosses right across that neckline. So we broke resistance. If we can gain respect off his head and shoulders, we should be able to run to 420 easy. $13. So I take it back, bald head. It is overbought. But you have a symmetrical flag out of a snake. You have a triple top bottom breakout, so I would have took that trade. Triple bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hell yeah, I'd took that. That's a nice setup right there. See how it comes? This is so easy. If you can just understand this one concept, and it'll save you a lot of pain and a lot of headache. So I'm sitting here. Hello, Jim. I jumped out of the snake, out of the symmetrical flag, out of the snake, man. Did I do okay? And I say, you shouldn't have jumped in it right there. But if you did, I would have scalped it at the 200 and got out of it. And I would have definitely waited for that pullback to the old resistance and took the trade there. What breaks out comes back and always retests Always. 90% of the time. And that's where I took that trade. And then got out at the double top. Or I would have even took it here. I would have took that trade. Breakout, pull back to the 200. Me, I would have took it. But you, there's your confirmation right there. If you have the patience to wait. That's on 30-minute. And you couldn't have took that anyway in the pre-market, so hell yeah, I'd have took that first thing this morning. Savvy? Or any morning, whatever morning that is. That was that morning. And I would have took that trade. Scalped it to the 50. And then you got another symmetrical flag right here. Set up with higher lows. And it breaks out. So I got some momentum, double top. Wait for the pullback and then jump in it. But, oh, there's a little confirmation right there. Head and shoulders. Left shoulder, right shoulder, and then that two-headed snake. So I don't know. We definitely broke resistance. Now you're at a triple top. I wish I'd have mentioned this in the room when I called it out. I might have. Let me see. Yeah, I alerted it. No, that's Tesla. What the heck? Huh. I can't pull up app. App. It's bringing up bots. Well, that sucks. In the search box, I type in app and it brings up bots. Brought up Bubba. What the heck? Huh. Okay, well, I'm just waiting now for another setup. I knew to get out of that trade because I hit my resistance. And I'm patient now. I'm relaxed. I'm waiting for the next move. That's a pretty little ticket right there for how many minutes I was in the trade. So as I do that, I want to go on my watch list and do. I'm gonna go over my watch list. Two-day, 5-minute. See, that's a huge breakout on MU. I'm going to check out the news. Bitcoin plunges to 66. I heard lower than that earlier. Wonder what my fat Puerto Rican thinks right now. So Morgan Stanley just poured through 3,600 stocks and says these are the best opportunities from the AI shakeout. I want to see what kind of bullshit he's saying here. You don't trust these pumpers. XRO. Never heard of them. WTC. Never heard of them. CRM. Yay. There's Titan. Service Titan. Never heard of it. CCC. Never heard of it. So let's go through some of these stocks. Cisco. We got Lyft. Hood is dropping as it. I heard someone the other day said that, yeah. Hood has a lot to do with crypto and how it runs. If that starts to reverse, you go long in Hood. Let me show you something. Let me see if I can get it down. I've been working on this. gangster.
Are you on you're on Central? Okay, yeah, you're sitting on zone 4:30.
What's that? I'm gonna mute you, Funky.
Okay. We'll find out. We can. First thing I do is turn off the old server. I can turn that close off.
Take the dog, you a gangster. Take the dog, you a gangster. Keep a gangster. Breakout on the MU. Well, one of my big for shit. Code. (2018) has to hold on code. KOLD. Now you gotta watch the weather report on this. 5 days out. If it's above 60, 50, it'll be okay. If we get down below freezing, I'd short it.
happening, but it's not deteriorating in the
Great to see you both, Nicole Bachol and Jason England. Thank you both. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks so much for being with me every day at 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. here on Schwab Network. Market on Close. Snacks.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you. With unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
And I'm Sam Vardas, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. For this Hump Day Wednesday, we'll look at an ETF that gives you your portfolio exposure to private and pre-IPO AI companies like XAI and Anthropic. Later, we'll be joined by the CEO and CFO of software company Pega, which is seeing shares under pressure after its latest earnings report, getting dragged down with the bunch. And speaking of earnings, we'll have live reaction to reports after the closing bell from AppLovin, Cisco, and McDonald's. But for now, Marley, take us through what you're watching today.
Staying with earnings here, Sam. Shopify stock initially popped following its release, but then plummeted today during trading after reporting fourth quarter EPS that missed estimates. The December quarter is usually the strongest for the e-commerce firm annually because of the holiday shopping period, but these results bucked that trend. Revenue for the fourth quarter and guidance did top expectations, though. Cloudflare higher today, though, after its fourth quarter earnings and revenue bested Wall Street estimates, and the company's 2026 revenue outlook came in above expectations. Following the report, several analysts also raised their price targets on the software maker. And Moderna falling today after the FDA rejected its application to sell a new seasonal flu vaccine. The pharma company says it received a refusal to file letter from the agency because the application didn't contain a trial that was quote-unquote adequate and well controlled. Lots to get to there, and we will cover those stories more in depth. But first, let's take a look at where the markets stand as we head into the end of the trading day. Still a mixed picture here. The S&P holding on to these gains, but just marginally up 0.1%. 69.48.99 right now. The NASDAQ about 1/3% higher at 25,220. On the Dow, we're about 1/10 lower, 50,126, still above that 50,000 threshold. And the Russell 2K at 2667. That's down about 0.5%. The 10-year at 4.18, the dollar 96.71. That's mostly unchanged. Gold up 1.5% today at 51.07. Crude oil also trading higher, up 1.4%, 64.85 a barrel right now. And Bitcoin still staying within this range below the 70K mark. It's down about 1.75% right now at 67,745. I do want to check in with Sam, though, and see what stories or trends today caught her eye. There was a lot to choose from today, Sam.
Yeah, well, obviously, Marley, we got that unexpectedly strong jobs number this morning. The delayed January non-farm payrolls coming in at 130,000, which was more than double what the market was expecting, and the best month in over a year. So a lot of the employment growth was driven by private education and healthcare, while several sectors posted losses, pointing to that lopsided jobs market. The unemployment also came down to 4.3%. Now, stocks initially popped and bonds sold off, with a 10-year yield jumping from around 412 to 420 as traders backed out of rate-cutting expectations. The market pairing the possibility and the probability now of a June cut to below 50%. But then we saw markets somewhat reversing course. Stocks turned lower, looking more mixed now, and yields came off as well. Across the sectors, it's been a bit mixed as well. Consumer staples, industrials and energy stocks have been holding up as that cyclical trade picks up, while financials have been under pressure today. We also continue to see that bifurcation across the tech sector. The software sell-off is back on, with some of those earnings weighing. We'll get more this afternoon. The news about Altruist not helping. We brought that to you yesterday, but memory is back in the spotlight, with SanDisk and Micron among some of the best performers on the S&P 500 today. But for now, Marley, I'll send things back over to you and Jenny in Chicago with some of today's top movers.
Thanks so much, Sam. Yes, lots of top movers today. A lot of story-driven headlines tied to earnings, most of them. This first one, Cloudflare, of course, ticker net. We've been talking about them all day, seeing a nice pop to the upside. We've given back about 50% of the gains that we saw earlier in trading, but still positive on the day.
Yeah, still positive, and still, I think overall, it does seem like the conviction following this report has been pretty optimistic. So earnings topped expectations. We did also see an annual revenue outlook that came in ahead of forecasts. Revenue overall, though, climbed 34%. That did beat street expectations at $614 million. And their cloud-based networking and cybersecurity services, they did highlight, are in very high demand. As we know, AI is driving an increased real focus on not only just security, but also internet traffic. And so they do expect then earnings per share to be around $1.11 now for the current quarter. That was a slight miss on revenue that beat at the midpoint. Again, highlighting that right now they can see customers rise significantly as AI search can help various data points. I mean, right now, compile data through a number of sites that's then a lot easier than using, the humans to gather their various data points. So again, analysts were fairly skewing to the optimistic side, but mixed. I mean, we saw Scotiabank, Morgan Stanley lower their price target. As we mentioned earlier on Next Gen, my favorite note was on the Guggenheim, as they did maintain their sell rating, but did raise their price target, which was a recent price target at that. So they raised to 140 from 117. 117 was, just about a week ago. But Guggenheim did note that the accelerating annual recurring revenue and strong fourth quarter revenue were worth noting, but did say that it's significantly overvalued right now compared to its fundamentals. Again, valuation concerns. So they contended that the top line results may be reminiscent of a glass of Barolo and Milan, but the bottom line results and guides seem more like box wine. I love that analogy. I'm like team box wine there, so I'm not going to ever criticize my good friend Franzia, but nonetheless, RBC a bit more enthusiastic, calling the company well positioned for the AI expansion. And Barclays, Baird, and Wells Fargo also raised their price target. So it's been still a fairly positive picture. This name, though, trades at a forward PE of 162 times. So then suddenly my box wine theory maybe is a bit hindered there, because that is a lofty forward-looking multiple.
Well, you just sealed your birthday present as a box wine, so you're welcome. You're welcome in advance. Let's talk about Shopify here, though. A different move. We did see a pop post-earnings. The street really liked the numbers. Then they had their call, and we saw a complete reversal to the downside. Now, they have come back a little bit, clawed back some gains, but still down on the day pretty significantly.
I know, and what a turnaround, because everything seemed so much more optimistic, and it seemed like this was more of the software slump perhaps easing for Shopify. At least this morning when I first looked at things.
Cup and handle on Shopify.
All of that strength, and then
that's what this is.
We did see they did miss earnings expectations, but they reported better than expected.
The cup and handle on Shopify.
And adjusted earnings, we're talking like 2 cents per share miss. Gross merchandise volume from merchant customers increased 31%. That was better than expected. And they do.
Let me see what time frame that was in.
30% rate in the first.
I'm gonna go with the daily.
2026. They also did say free cash flow margin is expected to be
God, this thing's so. Oh, that's Hims.
Slightly below 15% expected, but again,
Hims sucks.
And their board authorized about $2 billion worth of repurchases in shares, and they expect that.
I'm gonna say something about Hims here. $16, if that holds, there's a lot of people stuck in this stock. Now, when that news came out, I thought this thing was way overbought to begin with. The way they were pumping it. That's why I like listening to these people. Because when they mention the stock at an all-time high and pump it to $80, I'm not falling for it. I don't care what it is. If it struck gold, I'm going to get out at an all-time high. Now, they were pumping this thing at the all-time high. And I was saying, don't do it. Don't take the pump. Why did I say it? I'm going to show you why I said it. I go back and if you're in doubt, scroll out. So 3 years ago, this thing was at $6, $5.65. 3 years ago. Let me go a little deeper. I want to know what else. I want to go a little deeper with it. I'm going to go to 5 years through COVID. So I'm thinking about COVID. So COVID hit and it dipped. And then we had the big breakout. And they were pumping this thing at this level right here, the fat drug. There's like anything to do with obesity. It doesn't matter how it comes up, and they're news, and they're putting their little, because they know that obesity can save lives if you can cure it. A lot of people that are way overweight have health issues. That's why I've always tried to maintain a certain guilt especially being a pothead for so long. You always want to eat, so it's hard to. And I'm not no more. I mean, it's hard to say that, but I ain't. I just not. My physically can't. As you get old, there's things you got to stop doing. But so Hims was at 272 low, and it run all the way up to $72. How many percentage points is that? I got to stick in my mind, this thing's way overbought. Don't fall for the hype. I'm telling you, you'll save a ton of money if you don't take these triple breakout calls. You just get out of the trade. If you run it up there and you see a double top, get out of the trade. And then buy the dip. Now, see, we bounced off the 63 and the 50 2 times here and bounced off here. And that would have been good. Now, I'm going to go to a monthly time frame for 15 years. This had real bad news. A copycat drug, I mean, they're probably not going to be able to get away with it. And going to get sued, and this thing can run all the way back to 272. This is real bad news. I want you to pay attention to the news when you get into a trade, into a stock, and pay attention to it. So I can trade the top 7 stocks. That's all I need to trade. Just these top 7, top 8. And I can keep trading them forever. But I'm going to buy them at a support. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to look at them. And I'm going to determine, is this thing overbought? I mean, is it really overbought? How long ago, or has it held a steady gain? Is it talked about a lot? I never heard of Hims until last year. So I had no clue. I had to do my homework on it. And then when the news came out, I said, there ain't no way. I'd short this stock and I'd still short it. Because the news is real bad. You got to look at the news. If you don't pay attention, that's why I like listening to these people. They pop that news out, and I can determine what kind of news it is. Is it a kind of news that's going to hold a stock? Is it a kind of news that's going to make a stock bounce? Is it speculation news? Is it bankruptcy news? Is it shares splitting? Are they in debt? They got a new CEO, which usually reverses a stock almost every single time. Just to mention, especially if a stock hasn't moved, like Disney and Target. That's all it took was Target to move, was come in with a new CEO, and that's a strong buy. But if there's maybe a misogynist CEO that took advantage of one of the employees, you never want to fraternize with anybody you work with unless you want to lose your job. One thing I can't stand is dating a chick that I work with. I've tried it. It don't work. They get jealous and they do the, it ain't worth it. So once, twice maybe when I was young, but back then in high school, we did ditty parties. But it wasn't with kids, it was with people your own age. And we doing smoochy contests, but you could get away with that today. It'd be sexual harassment, you'd get sued and fired. And so I don't see much of a support here, except way down here at $6, $4, $5. This news can sink this stock all the way to the bottom. We got to determine what kind of news will affect it. And this kind of news on hymns is like a devil's sword. You're just going to keep watching it drop. But we're at a support level, and we broke right below it just now. We had a tweezer top right here. Always clean, may I help you? You idiot, can't you see I'm in the middle of a class? Who gave you permission to call this number, bitch? I don't even know who that was. So we got a support right there. This could run back up to $19. And we got a support right here, kind of right there. We've got a yin yang right here at 11.50. And we got a head and shoulders right down here. So we'd probably end up at a double bottom, right around $4 by the end of the day. $4.70, somewhere in there. So yeah, I mean, the scenario on this stock ain't too good. But I want you to pick up on the news. Read the news. That'll help you so much. That's why I only trade the SPY and the SPX a lot, because I don't have to worry about the news. All I got to worry about is the market condition. Which way is it going? I don't have to, I worry about, I still read the news, but I don't have to get stuck in something like a stock and it gets some kind of bad news and tanks on you, just there's nothing you can do about it. That's why I like to trade the SPX and the SPY. All I have to do is follow the trend. I've been stuck in stocks where I just so I'm going to send this off here. I'm not saying buy this stock at all. I'm just telling you that what we could see either way, and we got a pivot point at $12. So see, we have a housing shortage on a firm. We have a huge housing shortage because of all the illegal immigrants that have come in here, and the government's paying for their rent. This is going to be a burden on us for a long time. If it would have been done professionally and handled right, I don't think it would have been that much of a burden. But we've not even seen the small effects of what's going to happen in the next 5-10 years. If we don't take care of it. I love immigrants. Legal. You know what kind of trash you're going to get in when they're not legal and they just come over by the dozens. And I vent every employee I've hired. I didn't hire an employee that didn't have a resume, or I wouldn't hire an employee that don't have a resume. And I wouldn't hire anybody that didn't enter this country legally. Same thing. So that's going to be a big deal. We're getting ready to trade again. I'm off my rant. You'll see. If you have kids, I'd warn them. I was at the IRS yesterday, and this, I don't know if she's illegal or not. We got a lot more Latinos and whatever they are coming to the IRS. And the guard's sitting out there, and he checks them as they come in with a metal detector and asks them all the questions. You know, you have anything, knives, anything that could poke me, spray me, or whatever. And he found this mace. This girl had mace. So he told her, he says, you know, I can't let you in here until you get rid of that mace. Would you go put it in your car? And she didn't put it in the car. She put it in by the front door, sitting out there in the open for some kid to grab or something. And I picked it up. I said, I don't know what this is. You know, is it a breathalyzer? So I brought it in to show the guard, and the girl was sitting right there, and he looked at that chick and said, you have two options. Either get that back in the car, or I'm going to call the feds, the marshals. Because she lied. She didn't put that mace in her car. She stuck it out there in front door where any kid could grab it, or any idiot. He about called. She about had her pre-trip home. So they're getting their Social Security and their cards and all that. Social Security, the ones that can't work are getting Social Security. But that's it. Life goes on. We're down here at support on hymns right now, but I ain't scalping it. I'm going to change this over to spy. I told her, I said, you need your protection, that's for sure, but bad mistake bringing it in here. Not too bright, girl. We got a triple bottom at 691. I really like this spot right here, if we can get down there into close. But I ain't in no hurry to trade. I've done too good today. I don't want to screw it up. But there's definitely a nice setup right there. You got the pivot point, support, support, support. So I'm going to set me an alert right off this here peak, this pull down right there on this chart. That's where I'm going to set my alert, because that's like a double bottom right there with a three-headed snake. And we'll see if that dips on down there, and I'll take that trade. But one thing I've learned about these pumpers, these people are worse than anything. They got the jobs numbers way off. They were way wrong about the jobs numbers. And they've been talking bearish and all kinds of crap, and it just ain't, none of it's come to fruition. $694s for tomorrow. I'm going to change these to 694. $694. I'm not in. Definitely at support right there. Support. I'm going to run that line all the way. I want to see how many we got. Support, resistance, support, resistance, support, resistance, resistance, support, support, support. More than any other line on here. So that's like a strong support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times after the snake. So if it dips, it'll be a knife. But I will tell you something. A lot of them Mexicans, and they do have a good work ethic. Real good work ethic. I know what it's like, having nothing and then putting your mind to something. I was heading in a bad direction in life. Not because of drugs, just because I didn't know any better. Okay, here we come. Let's do this 5-minute. Still the same support. We got a higher low, so we could take and run a trend line. See this higher low body right here? And that body? These two bodies meet in that wick. We want to draw a trend line from that body to that body and extend it out. That might be your support level. So I want to take trend line, run it from that body to that body, and then I'm going to take the trade. That'll be a triple bottom. $6.94s. I'm going to take them at $6.92. Get ready. Okay. Right about now. There it is. 110. It's kind of risky, so because we easily can come back down to this here support level. This is a triple bottom. I don't know. I never heard do something here. Some CI double bottom at 3164. Still on that trend line right there. I've worked 21 years and I've never been able to find a good employee in my business. So I just decided to do it all on my own, not go through the worry. I had some good people work for me when I had my frame shop, my inventory service. But not janitorial. I'd give them $20 an hour and they still wouldn't show up. 20 years ago, 15 years ago. We got tweezer bottom. Come on, baby. having a hard time. We got a doji. Yeah, there's a lot of negative sentiment still in the market. I'm waiting for that dead cat bounce. And then I'm going long. Yep, that dipped right there on me. $334. Power hour. Yep. Come on, baby. I'm down $60. Damn. White Apple knife like Apple's latest attempt to launch a new Siri runs into snags. See, that's what I'm talking about. Apple. It gets one headline and it just knifes. I mean, SPX does it too, but oh, never mind. Oh. Ah. Oh boy. That's got to get fixed. I'm going to show you. This is pathetic. I went through a rant. You got look what someone sent me. Handsome Phil. Oh boy, that's what happens when you go on a rant. Okay. I'll fix that real fast. Beep. Here, how's that? You've seen too much of me. That's what you get for seeing too much of me. Look what popped up on the volume today, guys. That's too much. Well, I haven't complained about that much, so I had to get it out. Come on, baby. I'm at 119 on my spies. Let's have a breakout. $120. I'm up, up, up. Hey, Funk. I know you can't hear me, can you? I muted you. I'll unmute you when we get down here. The 11-minute time frame? How can you do that? See his bar charts? I want to learn how to trade them. Oh, you're crap talking me? Uh-oh. You're free.
I've said so many dirty things about you.
You're free at last.
Oh my God.
You should have heard your shit you were saying.
I was talking to a client, so I know I'm cussing.
I'm in the, we're at resistance here at 127. You could sell your calls. We had 3 white soldiers. Yeah?
You're at the point of control on the volume profile.
That's a beautiful call, wasn't it? Triple bottom.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if I can get this whole setup saved as one thing and give it to you. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah. Is it pro? Is it? Can I share that? Can you share that pro with me if I don't have it?
The volume profile, you mean?
Yeah, that's probably why I don't have pro.
Let me see what I can do
As long as that thing you're all in one thing or jigger you're talking about. I don't know if.
Ooh, I can share it. Oh.
Very good. That's a smart dude right there. If I had your brains, I'd be working for Elon for about $500,000 a year.
That sounds nice.
Never hurts. I called John McAfee and he about hired me.
That should be the whole grid.
Copy.
Yeah, when you open that up, it should just open up a new chart grid.
Let's see if we can get this.
I gotta watch your stream.
Import.
So you don't actually do it that
Oh.
way. Cancel out of that and go to setup up top right. And then open shared item. Up and to the left a little bit. See the gear? Up top by your close button. Now look a little bit left. Up.
Oh.
Right there. Hit that and hit open shared item. Yeah. And you can just do like a Control V to paste it in.
Do I put open?
Yeah.
Push that.
Mm-hmm.
What the fudge?
Go to charts. So that was, yeah, and then look at your charts up at the top right. See if you have one, you know, where you can drop down your grid.
Oh.
See the words on demand? It's right below it. There you go. Now click that. Click.
Shared grid.
Huh. No.
Shared.
That ain't. No, that ain't it. It would load. It would have a thing to load it. Go back to tools.
Well, I know where load is. That's under studies.
Well, that's the studies. This is the entire chart. I
Load.
didn't save just the study. I saved the whole chart.
Load study set.
Go to tools. Yeah, it was in tools is where I put it.
Tools.
Up there next to charts, market watch, education help on your tabs. Yeah.
That's where it was.
Yeah. Okay, so what's down there?
Funky broad.
What happens if you double click that? Anything?
Nothing.
What happens if you hit that little magnifying glass that says preview?
Goes back to import.
Okay, hit that. See what it does.
That's without touch. Oh, here it is. Oh, I already had it up.
Okay. It just opened it in a window.
Yeah. Dumbass. Jim.
Yeah, that looks better.
All right.
See how they got it? See how they got it pinned on the point of control?
Yep.
They're not letting it move. So anybody that's taking contracts right now is just getting theta burned. your value area high. So there's two lines above and below. Those are your 70 and 30% lines. So your value area high, value area low. Then you got point of control in the middle. The value area high has been the freaking resistance all day.
I could add my moving averages to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll work on that tonight. What am I saying? RSI.
It's already on it.
Oh.
You've already got that funky RSI down there at the bottom.
Oh.
Oh yeah, when I save the chart, it saves my color preferences and everything. I forgot about that. You trying to get volume on there?
Yeah, the color.
So go to equities up top. I don't think I have, or your chart doesn't have volume.
It's got volume. You got volume on it.
Oh, you do have it. Okay, so you got it minimized. I got you.
Yeah, I want to turn the volume.
To the bar color.
Yeah, to the red.
So hit that color as symbol ticks. Right above there. Yeah. And then hit apply.
Much better. There we go. I like that. What else am I missing? I'll do the moving averages later.
Yeah, your labels for your volume.
Damn it.
And if you just want to switch between the volume profile and your moving averages,
Yep.
all you got to do is click that grid that I showed you a while ago.
Yep.
And just drop down and change the chart over to your moving averages, and then change it back to your volume profile, and you don't have to stack everything on each other.
Grid.
It's the
Derek.
one. No. Was that? It's that big rectangle up there in the top right that says vol profile. Yep. You should have one saved. That would be. Did you save?
Yeah.
The other one?
I saved it.
It would be listed right there. Maybe you need to go into another chart and save it real quick. Because that saves your whole setup.
Under studies and save load
No.
study. Oh, that's what I saved it in load study set.
Yeah, but you can save the whole chart with all the studies in it and the volume and everything else. Go to your SPX chart, so that should still have your sneaky snake on it. Is it one of those that's minimized down there? Yeah, so just save. Oh, it is saved. It is saved as Jim's Layout 2024.
Yeah, that one from before.
Why ain't that showing up then?
Because it's a different kind of chart.
Oh.
And look, the volume profile didn't show up.
No, it won't, because you don't have volume stats on SPX.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it on Spy.
Hold on. Was I in a trade? What the hell? I'm in a trade, man. What you?
Ha! should be good because the trade I was in a while ago, I got out at 390 and they're at 550 now.
Yeah, these are 131. Get out of them. I'll get 6 minutes left.
Yeah, they just gonna start eating them. Let's see if I want to swing anything more.
Damn. 129 right when I sell it. George. He's always got this face slanted that way. We know that's your purity side, George. Man, you need to get some sleep, George. You ain't looking too good. They'll be smiling at her. Oh, he made her blush.
That's what's running in that day.
Ooh, Tesla. Uh-oh. Supreme Court does what? Trump is forced to refund tariffs drop sharply as Supreme Court Justice warns of legal complexity. Really? They're just making up laws now. I think Trump went wrong with these tariffs too. We could really have a great economy if he didn't put them on there. A real good one. Because they ain't going to stick around very long. If we elect Democrat, they'll drop them as fast as they can. Then all of a sudden the market will just boom.
Yeah, the banks got slaughtered today. JPM, BAC, all of them.
BAC. I didn't even look at banks. Oh yeah. JP Morgan will bounce back. But he's got some shady shit with Epstein.
The only one that didn't get hammered is my baby stock, SoFi.
I had it explained to me real well today that a lot of people made a lot of money off of COVID buying these pharmacies, what are they? Pfizer and Moderna, buying them at the bottom and then announcing COVID. Yeah, I think it was pretty much a big setup.
That's how my cousin turned into a millionaire. He shorted cruise lines and hotels as soon as the first case hit. He made
oh God,
multiple millions.
Yep. And I think they did the same thing with the pharmacies.
What's up, Jim? How you doing, bud?
Doing good. Who we got here?
This is Gank. I never had a chance to talk to you.
Oh. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I don't know. You said you wanted to learn this thing.
Oh yeah. Now I got you.
Yeah, I put it in chat. Okay.
Yep.
And okay, now the thing that I did.
Now let me. This is the gentleman I was talking about earlier with the bar charts. He has a lot of experience. He just has fun now, but he made a living off what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. This April will be 49 years. Started on CME in 1977. Was a professional market technician. Was trained by Merrill Lynch, Salomon Brothers, and Credit Agricole in the Swiss Bank. I just like hanging out with the boys, talking chat.
Very good. You'll get a lot different conversation in here than you will in the other room.
Oh, I know. I don't even go there no more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now the thing that I did, okay, the most reliable thing that I found was that wave 4 to 5 pullback. Okay. That you watch it in the video. I posted the book for it. I DM'd it to you a while back. Okay.
This is the bar chart, right?
This is the bar chart. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, okay. Here, let me stream it. I can show it to you real fast. I can't stream in this channel.
I'll watch it tonight for sure.
Okay, but I can't stream in this channel. Just give you a little brief overview to show you what I did.
Yeah.
Can you click me up so I can do that and I show you real fast?
Oh, you mean on the YouTube?
No, right here in this room live channel, I was going to stream and show you exactly what.
How do I do that?
That I don't know. I'm an old guy.
Yeah. I don't know either. Gotta be like right click his name, Jim. See if you get any options. You're gonna have admin options that I don't.
Yeah, I got options here. Disable video.
Got that one. There's none that say allow streaming.
No.
Yeah, another channel here.
You should be able to do it.
No, it says it says you can't stream in this channel. I gotta.
Well, let me see. Let me set a couple. Let me put some roles.
I don't even remember who gave me access to do that. I think it was in.
Trust. Contributor.
Mike.
Vincat. Oh, where is he again? Shit.
You probably just gotta up my my pay grade is what you gotta do.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing here.
Yeah, it won't be around tomorrow. Wife's having cataract surgery.
Well, I wish her the best.
Yeah, she's gonna be 71 in November. So we're getting old.
I'll put you as a moderator for now.
All right, that's fine.
See if that helps.
Camera unavailable. There we go. It says it can't. There we go. Share my screen. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna take a look at this. Okay. So now you see this oscillator on the bottom. Okay.
Hold on.
Looks like the same stuff Trader Drysdale teaches.
Okay. Now this oscillator on the bottom is just from the theory of chaos. Okay, that Dr. Bill Williams came up with, and they made that advanced get software afterwards. Okay.
Yep.
This is a 534 MACD. Nothing special. Okay. Now the thing that I did is you see sometimes when it's above zero, like right here,
yep,
it's red, and then sometimes, like right here, you get the yellow dot, but it rolled out. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the thing that I did was that's a 534 MACD. I double cycled it. Okay. Hidden behind there is a 1068 MACD, and so I defined the trend, the longer term trend, with a 1068 MACD. Okay.
Yeah.
And then that's a full cycle of price. That's how I measure price. And then I go down to the 534 MACDs, which you're looking at, that's a half cycle of price. So when the full when the full cycle of price is up, it'll be green. Okay, green when they're both above zero, or else it'll be green, yellow dot green with the, you know, it might be easier if I just pop this on. Let's go to right here. Let's go to my scripts. Let's go to a 1068. Where's it at? There's 1068. Okay, so you see right here, this is a full cycle of price. And then this is a half cycle of price. Like you see right here, where this is below zero, this is above zero, and you get those yellow dots.
Yep.
That's a possible wave 4 pullback. Okay.
Oh.
Now according to the theory of chaos, the lowest reading of your oscillator of 144 bars is always a wave 3. Okay. So those pink dots say that's a 3 down.
Okay.
Then when you get the yellow dots, the empirical rule of statistics states that it will trade inside the 2 standard deviations as Bollinger Bands.
Yep.
97.5% of the time. So the thing that I look for yellow dots. I look for a Bollinger Band lean, and then I look for like upper band to lower band. Okay. Like right here. This one didn't work. It only went down there. You wouldn't have gotten hurt. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Very okay. Like we're gonna go back to the 3 minute that I posted earlier. Okay, here's the 3 minute that I posted earlier. Okay, here's your pink dot. There's your yellow dot. There's your upper band lean, which your 100 and 200 period moving averages. Upper band, lower band. Okay.
Yep.
Now we go to the 6 minute. Okay, it rolled to the 6 minute next. Okay, right here you got your pink dot, you got your yellow dots, you got your upper band, lower band. That's all I look for, just that little pop right there. That's it. Okay, it rolled to an 11 minute. Right here. This is your 6 minute right here. Okay. This was your 6 minute pullback. But you got your pink dot, you got your yellow dots, you got your upper band, you got your lower band. That's all I look for. And do that at all time frames.
Yep.
Now the thing is, if I go out right here, now if you take a look, okay, the daily is still has you buying dips, even though in the middle is sort of really messed up because this shows consolidation. When you get this and you get the red green, you know what I mean? That's when you don't trust it. Now I need to have 2 time frames in a row to go. This would be top down. Like right here, I got green. If we get down to the bottom of this bottom, you got your yellow dot after your blue dot. You know, I might take a shot for just, you know, it's, even though it's consolidation, just to get a bounce up off the 86 minute. Okay.
Yes.
And now the thing that I do is since I take a full and half cycle of price, I do the same thing with time. Like here on the S&Ps, it's a 23-hour market. There's 1,380 minutes in a day. So one day is the daily bar is 1,380 minutes. Okay, half of 1 day is 690 minutes. This is 690 minute chart. Okay, this is 2 bars to a day. Half of 690 is 345. That is 4 bars to a day. Then half of that is 172. You can't get to half a minute close enough. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 132 bars to a day.
Today.
Okay.
And that's you're counting them in minutes.
In minutes, yeah. Okay, so like here, this is 1 day is 1,380 minutes. This is 690 minute chart. Now half of a 690 minute chart is 345. 345 and 345 is 690. So this is 2 bars to a day, 4 bars to a day. And so the thing that this does is this gives me, okay, what time frame is in play. What time frame am I looking at in play? Okay.
Yep.
We'll go down here. This is green, green. Let's see what happened here on the 43 minute. Okay. You see, you got your blue dot, yellow dots. Okay. You had a rally. It didn't quite make it to the upper band. You wouldn't have lost no money on it. Okay.
No.
Yeah. See, that's the whole thing. Is to be able to.
Well, I like them longer. I like them longer time frames or on that.
Yeah, you know, but the thing is sometimes I'll go from, okay, this is top down. Top down is from the daily on from the upper left down to the bottom right. Okay.
Yeah.
Like when you're a strong trend, it'll all be green, and you'll be getting dips to buy in the strong trend. Like right now we're sideways. So you know, I'll go bottom up. The rules for bottom up is that you have to have at least, okay, like it's green up top, so I need at least 2 qualifying time frames. Like this 11 minute is red. I have the 22 minute red and the 43 minute red. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this 11 minute is in play because I have 2 qualifying time frames.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Just trading my style to look at different time frames, get confirmations.
Yeah, you know, see, the thing that I use your style for is where I get my style pinpointed. Okay, this is the only thing that this right here tells you is where to trade. It doesn't tell you why to trade. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a high percentage. I have a high percentage wave 4 pullback, on let's say this 11 minute chart. Okay. I might go down to a 30-second chart and may take your 21.9 cross.
Yeah. To get a better entry, right?
To get a better entry, yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is you can set risk.
Yeah.
You can, you know, this whole game isn't about good technical analysis. It's about good money management. Okay. If you know, nobody's gonna be right all the time. You're gonna be wrong.
Yep.
You know, if you take your small loss, you walk. You know.
Yep.
Forget about it. And but the thing is, I don't get greedy with this. It's all okay. If the market trades inside those 2 standard deviations, 97.5% of the time, that's the empirical rule of statistics.
Yep.
That you know, I'm not looking to get greedy. I'm only looking for upper band, lower band.
You ever use a standard? Yeah. Do you ever use a standard deviation chart?
No.
No.
I
got two. I got 2 of them. 2 deviations.
Oh well, if you want to talk about that, yeah, I have. Okay, we're going to go to the daily right here. I have that coded in, so that I can.
You ever use standard deviation chart?
I can go right here, and here's my 3 standard deviations. Here's my 4 standard deviations.
Yep.
Yeah, I can put that because one thing that is a solid play is when you get these overruns to like three standard deviations. It always pulls back with inside 2 standard deviations.
Yep.
And that is a valid play when you get
Yep.
overrun like that. Yeah, that's one of the things that that I will do. Now this orange background you see on this oscillator right here, that's a TTM. That's just a TTM squeeze. That just lets me know that this time frame's in a squeeze. I could look at a glance and say, okay, squeeze here, squeeze here. Yeah, so we're in sideways action.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
know, I was going to ask. I'd say that looks a lot like the TTM. I was going to ask you that, tell you that. When I got a couple programs that are really sophisticated on that one.
Yeah. So that's all I did was I programmed that as a background color in the oscillator to give me a TTM squeeze. So,
is it John Carter? Is that who it is? That did the TTM? Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But you know, one of the things that back in TradeStation, back in the early 2000s, that's where I had to learn how to. That's where I learned how to code. Was in TradeStation. There was an actual Bollinger Band squeeze, where it was the squeeze, the tightest squeeze of 100 bars and 200 bars, and they used to call that Big Dick Nick. This is a different version of that squeeze, which is 1.5 Keltner channels inside 2.0 Bollinger Bands, is what this is.
Yeah. Very good. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. You know, I DM'd you that that a long time ago. I'll give you the code for the oscillator, and you could probably use like ChatGTP or something like that, and have it coded for your trend spider or whatever your thinkorswim or whatever you use.
You probably want to talk to Funk about that.
Yeah, but yeah, you know what I do is it's actually really difficult, but I've dumbed it down.
Yeah.
Where basically I'm just looking for yellow dots after I'm looking for yellow dots after a blue dot or yellow dots after a pink dot. If I don't have that, I have nothing to do.
Yep.
Yeah. So the thing is that really, you know, if you could catch, you know, if you do this on 8 markets, you're probably going to catch between 10 and 16 high quality trades per day.
Mm.
That's, you know, but I'm just hanging out. Yeah, my wife has her right eye surgery tomorrow, and then in a couple weeks she's got left eye surgery, and she got cataracts. Yeah, so once those are taken out, I'll have some time. But yeah, there's the manual to my advanced head software. The reason why I like that software because when I was with Solomon Brothers, they sent me down to Florida for 2 weeks to learn from Bill Williams, who
Yep.
did that theory of chaos.
Yep.
And so I understand that like the back of my hand. So when that software came out, I got it because this, you know, it dumbed it down. Okay, here's your 3, here's your 4, and stuff like that. And then after looking at that and playing with that, I half and full cycled the price. And
Very
then I
good.
did the same thing with the time. And so that's it's actually really high-end stuff, but I've made it simple. Say, okay, here's the time frame in play, like right now. Okay, we were talking about this a minute ago. Okay, right. We got the yellow dot. We just about came. If we would have came down and hit that yellow line right there, it didn't quite hit it. If we would have hit it, you know, it would say, okay, it's a dip to buy. Let's go down to here maybe and see what we got.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So yeah, that's all I do.
Very good. The more I study it, the more, you know.
Yeah,
But I have a friend that teaches the Darvis box theory.
Yeah, yeah,
And-
I've done Darvis boxes. Okay, see the thing is I have that in the back of my head, and I will use the squeeze. Okay, because once you're in a squeeze, you're basically in a Darvis box. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so you know
You're
on this
breaking
chart-
out. Go ahead.
Yeah, on this chart right here, I would draw this. Okay, I would say, okay, we're like between here and here. There's that, and then we're here. Okay, when we start hitting those levels right
Yep.
there, okay, I'm looking for a vol push. Okay, like the market always expands and contracts. Like right here, you see the way the bands get wide. That's a vol push. Like right here, you're in a squeeze.
Yeah.
The bands are really tight because the market will always go from volatility, high volatility, low volatility, high volatility. Like right now we're low volatility. So if we were to hit this, if we were to hit this band and start to push it out like we did here,
Mhm.
okay? You see, it's riding it nice and real nice and neat.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I look for. That's also a really good play. It's coming out of that TTM squeeze with a vol push. Yeah.
Would you say we're pushing the bottom band right now?
No, we're right here. We're going sideways. You see, the thing is with this yellow dot in the bottom consolidation, I would lean on that lower band. Okay. We never touched it, as you can see. Came pretty close. Never touched it. So I like it to get down below here and then like go to a 30-second chart to time it out, and then you can really set micro risk, and then you look for upper band, lower band. After this yellow dot, I'm looking for a band touch on this time frame.
Very good. Then you got a squeeze. It looks like with the volume going down.
Yep. I don't do too much volume work myself.
Or whatever this is, the TTM, right?
Oh yeah, this orange background
Yeah.
is that just shows you that 1.5 Keltner bands are inside 2.0 Bollinger bands.
That it could squeeze, either way.
It's squeezing right now.
Yeah.
It's been in a squeeze since here.
Yeah.
Now the top of my charts, okay, there's a Bollinger band. I have a 100 period and a 200 period moving average, okay, and the reason why I do that is because I do this guy Ira Epstein. He's got a YouTube channel, but I knew him back in the 80s, and he now owns a brokerage firm in the Board of Trade building. Yeah, so well, I'll find this. I'll post this. I'll send you his channel. But he teaches you a simple strategy. Okay, this DSR is something I'm playing with. This is a dynamic support resistance. I really don't use this right now.
Yeah.
This is something that I've been testing. This beige dotted line. But besides that, my charts mirror his.
Yeah.
And the only difference is he uses stochastic, where I use this oscillator. That's the only difference in our charts.
Well, you brought up. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's it.
You brought up two things that I talked about today, and that's how to use time frames and how to pinpoint, and then how to use the 1 minute or the 2 minute, maybe the 1 minute, to get a better entry in a trade using candlesticks.
Yeah.
After you looked at all the other setups, and then what was the other? There's something else there you said.
Now, we went down this 11 minute chart. You're still in a fucking megaphone here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You came down. You pulled back down to this 50% area, which was the 3 minutes. You came down to the lower band. You went to the 6 minute. Went to the lower band. You went to the 11 minute. You went to the lower band. Okay. But this whole time it held this 0.618 pullback.
Yep.
The first time it was between 50% and 618. Yeah, we're just holding the 618 pullback.
And you're holding also holding inverse head and shoulders.
Yeah, that's, if we break out the top, we break out the top. But,
yeah. And that's a shoulder line on the top. That's a shoulder line to the head and shoulders.
I know, that's 6.8 retracement. We get above that. Yeah. I'm not averse to taking a long trade there because you're in a squeeze. You're pushing out vol. Then.
Yeah. Another thing that you mentioned is something that I mention to these people all the time. You could be the best trader in the world out there, but you're constantly learning. You're constantly learning new ideas. You never stop learning. It keeps your brain active.
Yeah. Now see this dynamic support resistance. There's a guy in my Discord that he works at a stock investment firm right outside St. Louis, Missouri. Okay.
Yeah.
This is something that he came up with. Okay. And so I play with it. Okay. I say, what can I do with it? That's what I always do. Okay, I got a new toy. What am I going to do with it?
Yeah.
And I really haven't found anything that I can. The only thing that I really found is if you take a look, like right here, if you get it, if you get above here, okay, this is a 25. The blue's a 25, and this is a 50. If you come down here, and you might come out to the upside with the trend. I'm not sold on it yet. This is something I'm playing with because you got to have a strong trend. But yeah, right here, this is doing nothing. I'm not really too big on stock indexes right here because you're in this big daily squeeze. Okay.
Yeah.
Today you have an outside day. So if you take out either the low or the high, I'm willing to take a shot at it. Yeah, but the way you beat these guys with money management, like I look for trades that at least have 5-to-1 risk-reward ratio, because even if I suck, okay, and I write one time out of 3, okay, first time we're gonna go with $100. First time I lose $100. Second time I lose $100. Third time I make $500. So if I'm getting 5-to-1 risk to reward ratio, if I write 1 out of 3 times, I make
Money
$300.
management. Money management.
That's the way you beat them.
Yeah.
You don't beat them. You don't beat them with good technical analysis. You beat them with good money management.
I do that too. When I enter an option, I'll buy a few, and then if it dips on me, I'll add on and I'll double down. And almost 9 out of 10 times it works, but there's that one.
There's that one, and it hurts.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So you got to get in on the how the market is that day, and if it's not doing well, cut it out, get out of it.
Yeah. I don't do too much on the stock side because I was in futures my whole life.
Yeah.
Yeah, working on the market trading floor.
Is that easy to trade? Easier to trade?
Yeah,
I've heard it is.
Futures are a lot easier to trade. You know why that is?
Why?
Is because you can short it. Easy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Another thing is that it doesn't have that end of day, where you have to wait to the end of the day for everything to clear. It's automatic clearing. So
Yep.
if you take a trade, okay, if you buy one and you sell one at a profit or a loss, the minute you're out of that trade, that is in your account, either use or whatever. You don't have to wait to the end of the day for buying power.
Yep.
It's right there.
All right.
Yeah. So that's what I'm used to.
Well, we sure appreciate it. We all wish the best for your wife and take good care of her. I know you love her.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Been whatever.
Yeah.
Be 46 years this year.
Well, that's wonderful.
Now let's look at we were talking about. You guys talk about silver all the time, okay?
Yeah.
Now, if you take a look right here, here's the silver. Okay.
Major.
Blue dot.
Yeah.
You see the yellow dot?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Lower band lean.
Yep.
I'm looking this on daily chart now. I'm looking for lower band, upper band. I'm looking for this to go to 118.41. If it goes any farther, well, that's somebody else's money.
Where'd you mark that 118 on that bar?
It's the upper band. You see right there, the yellow.
Yeah.
It's what So like I told you, the thing that I look for is okay. Now we go down to lower time frames. I can show you an ABC. Okay, so this is 3, ABC, 4. Now, so and you came down here, and you also, you had your. I would guess by eyeball that's pretty close to 3 standard deviations out, and then you had your 100 period moving average lower band, 100 period SMA lean also.
Yeah.
So when we're down here below the lower band, I'm going to lower time frames.
You prefer the SMA over the EMA on a daily?
All I have is SMAs on a daily, okay?
Yeah.
Now this is an 18 period Bollinger Band, so it's an 18 SMA.
Yeah.
It's like I said,
You prefer the SMA to the EMA on a daily?
Yeah. The top of my charts just mirror a guy who knew in the 80s, because the reason why I do that is because everybody and their brother has a 200 period moving average, a 100 period moving average, and Bollinger Bands on their charts. So when they get to those points, I want to know what happens there. Do we clear it? Do we chop through it? Do we bounce off it? What do we do? No, that's the only reason why I have them on there. Now the Bollinger Bands I use because of the empirical rule of statistics. So we've got my blue dot, which is 3, yellow dot after the blue dot, and it's still green, which is 4. Now I look for a 5. Okay.
Yeah.
Now if I had a profit-taking index, I would be able to give you a percentage that would
Generate.
That would generate. Yeah. Like right here, we have a simple 4, so I'm looking for a complex 5. I'm looking for this
Well, that red line's been active as a pivot point inside the Bollinger Band.
Yeah. Here, when we get done chatting, I'll post his website.
Okay.
His YouTube channel.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm out for a while. I'll talk to you guys later. I just wanted to come in and say hi to you, bro.
Well, I appreciate it.
No problem. I'll be talking to you.
Okay.
Around.
Well, thank you very much.
No problem, man.
All right. Let me see here.
You have a good day today, Jim.
Yeah.
Good deal, buddy.
Thank you very much.
I'm trying to figure out how to pop out of this thing. Stop watching. Come on, Jim.
Yeah.
So,
I swung some 692 puts. Y'all pray for me.
oh, you did?
I did.
Uh-oh. I'm going to pray. Tonight I'll pray. Trying to figure out how to get the hell out of here. There. Oh, now I'm gone.
Oh, you good?
Where is it?
I'm gonna pray. Tonight I'll pray.
Give me a second. Oh, there, I finally got it.
All right, Jim. I posted that YouTube channel for you from that dude that has the top of my charts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew him back in the 80s.
Okay, well, I can't wait to follow him, if I haven't already.
Yeah, but you know he's old now. He doesn't do this he doesn't put out videos every day. He hasn't put one out since the 5th. It looks like.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm surprised he doesn't retire. I really am.
Yeah. Well, it's an addiction.
I know it is. All right. You have a good day. I'm out.
Okay, we wish your wife the best.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Talk to you later.
Yep. Go ahead and mute yourself. All right. Well, this is called the TTM Squeeze Black Dot. I think it's Carter that does this. And it's kind of what he's talking about. And you got your black dot and your red dot. It tells you when it's getting ready to squeeze. You come down, then you finally break out of that and have a little jump up. Had a little jump up here. Someone asked me about the TTM squeeze. I got this is for a paid subscription. I don't use it too much because I kind of moved away from the TTM squeeze. Now I still have the chart up, but I started using more moving averages and chart patterns instead of just using the squeeze and the wave. I got the TTM squeeze and wave. You put them in different time frames. Each one of these dots are telling you when it might switch, turn into a direction. Down here, kind of hit the support line. This is JP Morgan. So it might be at a support, but it might not either, because they're a little bit overbought. Banks are. God damn, let's buy JP Morgan. Here's the SPX. This is on the 5-minute. That don't look right. That looks a little late. Got a sell signal right here. That's right where that starts and it goes down below. Then we have the buy signal, and that didn't work out too well. Buy signal right here. I don't know if I'd have took it off that. Probably not. Definitely would have took this. 3 black crows on the 15-minute with a tweezer bottom. That's on the 15-minute, so remember that tomorrow. Set you up a little chart on the 15-minute, because that's beautiful. That's a beautiful setup right there. What is this here? The 200? Yeah, that's the 200 SMA. I mean, that's beautiful. 3 black crows off the 200 SMA with a tweezer bottom, and then an engulfing candle right past that candle. Held support from the close of that candle. All right, well, like we said, we try to make this for dummies. Try to smoothen it out, make it easier to understand. I'm going to get out of here. I really had a good time today. My spirits were up high. Not because of in here, because of what I had to deal with all week this week, with them lights and pissy IRS employees. I mean, they're so damn spoiled. They can't use a flashlight and take a pee. I was so glad to get that fixed. And that was burden that's unburdened. How would Kamala would say it? I was unburdened from, no, I can't remember. I didn't remember a word she said. But there's a Head and Shoulders right there, but I would have jumped in it right here, and I'd have took that trade again right here. This is probably the VWAP. This is this. Oh, this is the 550 SMA. Wonder what this. I want to see what this is. Is this an SMA? That's an EMA. Study, edit study shared. Yeah, this one's a little bit more difficult. I think 2134. What the hell? Huh. Well, all right. I'm gonna get out of here. Too much will kill me. I want to watch my YouTube videos and relax. I don't think I'm gonna go to the bank tonight. I'll wait until tomorrow. I gotta buy some toilet paper tomorrow. I was gonna do it tonight, but toilet paper and paper towels.
Thanks for everything, you, Jim. Appreciate it, man.
Well, I think you too. I appreciate you appreciating me. You know you owe me 10% of your cut.
I'm glad I took a L today.
You did good?
Yeah, I did good. I caught 696s at the top. And then I swung the 692s for today. I should have waited for better entry on Fibonacci retracement, but I'm sitting okay if we get a good drop, and I'm sitting okay if we get a pump to average in.
It's so interesting to find different traders with different strategies, and I always explain to everybody, nobody ever trades the same, but we try to sync our heads together and collaborate, and we get more accurate by doing that.
I think we have a lot going on geopolitically tonight that I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
All right. Well, that's an everyday event. Sometimes you just got to kind of shut it out, but you still got to hear it.
Yeah.
So, okay. I don't think we're ever going to get to a better place in this country until we get into a big old slaughter match. Maybe some kind of 911 event or like what happened, was it Vegas, where that guy sat up there in that hotel roof and shot all them people at that country concert?
Yeah. Mandalay Bay.
Yeah, that was sad.
You heard about Canada, huh?
No, heard about some school getting shooting. Not. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it was a transgender kid.
Yeah. Man, it's sad. I was almost raped by a transgender when I was 16. Kidnapped. About 1:30 in the morning, I was walking back from a movie, and some guy pulls over and opens the door up, and he's wearing a dress. He says, "Do you need a ride?" This was back in 1977. And I said, "No, not really." I said, "You better scoot on, buddy." But he's like 50 years old. Here he is trying to pick up on a 16-year-old. Now, there's something that wasn't right about that.
I hunt a lot, Jim, and I got some buddies who hunt in Arkansas. And they were at a bar one night, and this dude one of the guys starts talking to this girl, and all the other guys tell him, "Hey, you don't need to be talking to her." And he told everybody to F off. And he ended up making his way to the bathroom with this girl. One of the other guys says, "Watch this. He's about to come out of there pretty quick." The guy comes running out, motherfucking everybody. And the other guy goes, "How'd you know?" He goes, "Same shit happened to me."
I had the same situation. I was too drunk to know any better, though. And she looked beautiful. I mean, I'm sitting there next to the couch and trying to pick up on her, and Gary looks at me and said, "Jim, come here." I said, "What?" "Man, that's Aaron Appleton." I said, "You got to be kidding me." And Aaron Appleton was a cross-dresser. So after that, we kind of had not really we just every time we saw each other, we give each other dirty looks. And one night I was at a big party, and everybody knew it, that we didn't get along. "There's going to be a fight." And they were trying to get us to get into it. And he pulls a knife out on me, and I'm looking at him, and I said, "I don't want to fight you, man. I don't want my ass kicked from a tranny." I mean, this guy was tough. There's no way I wanted to fight him. No way.
You can't live that one down either.
No, I can't ever live that down. But I wasn't. I didn't want to die. And I was tough, but I wasn't. I was scared to death of that kid. He was like a year younger than me, but man. So I'm going to get on out of here, and I really appreciate it. I have nothing against people, what they want to do. I just don't like it thrown on me.
Amen. I'm out of here. Later,
Okay.
Jim.
Bye-bye. Later dates. Washboard Jim signing out, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now.